Good late afternoon and early evening, as I guess it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. We've got a special show for you tonight. I'm Captain D-Trag.
Hi, I'm Dolly Finn.
So good to have you because we have come to our 4th annual Thanksgiving Showcase program. Just the weekend after Thanksgiving, 2 days after Thanksgiving, we got a special planned show set every year. We usually do a theme of genres, as it tends to be, except next year we're not going to be just limiting to one genre. We'll get into that later on in the program. But last couple of years, how this has worked, just if you're new here, A, welcome, glad to have you, and B, I got a request years ago from Proto saying, I want to see Life Force, which was a flight shooter from Konami, but then he also said to me, he said, hey, I loved this game growing up, or I played this game growing up a lot, but I used to see games of the genre all the time. Where are they? What's happening to the genre? So I said, okay, I can show that game. I had a collection that had it. And I said, you know what? We're at Thanksgiving. Let me put together a bunch of games in a genre, take a look at, give a little bit of a picture of a bunch of different things with it. And that's kind of how this whole idea of the Thanksgiving Showcase started. So for the past couple years, we had flight shooters in 2020, fighting games in 2021. Last year, we had racing games. And this year, we have puzzle games. Here on the Nintendo Switch, we have our lovely groups because, of course, people begging for years to have groups on the Switch or folders. We have them now that the Wii U and 3DS's shops are closed. And within this folder right here, here's our Super Bowl Game Saturday Showcase. We have 31 puzzle games we're going to be taking a look at. I take a look at them in a bit of a round robin. We're going to be going sort of short on a couple of these. This is going to be a little bit of a dangerous thing when it comes to this, because remember, what do they say about puzzle games? They're addictive as hell. So
yes,
in that case,
they are. You can't stop playing.
We're gonna have to. I'll have to be in a case of saying like, fine, we love what we're playing. Maybe we might have to say, like, okay, we're gonna have to move on. But the good news is that everything that you're gonna be seeing on the screen and everything we got on our list for this year, we can come back to for future shows. It's also a case where some of the stuff we sort of kind of played before, but other cases we haven't. And within this group, I got a bunch of requests as far as the show from the best guests we've had, of which, Dolly Finn, you're here for that. You're one of those. I have 2 of them booking in the program, as well as a couple others on the way. And then other guests we've had, and also all of you in the best chat on Twitch, games you mentioned, games you pointed me to, games I might not have played, if not for all of you out there in the best chat on Twitch, as I always say, because it's the truth. Well, I got it all for you. This is going to be a great gaming feast, as we always do. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for joining me, Dolphin, on this one.
I'm so glad. These are the games that I kind of like the best. I'm only good at puzzle games, I'll be completely honest, and so I guess I've gravitated towards them, and they are addictive. They are addictive.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, because I've always asked them when it comes to guests on the show, what are the genres that they have an expertise of or an intrigue in or they hold on to? A lot of people tend to be RPGs, and fitting, actually, because the rest of the year, the only games we have left in genre are RPGs and puzzle games. And there's one game in particular we're actually going to be beginning with. We're going to be playing as far as next month, and we'll get into that a little later when schedule comes around. But the thing is that anything you're seeing on the screen, anything we play, is be up for grabs for a future program if you want to give a full treatment to them. But we will definitely give you a little bit of a preview on a couple of these, or all the 31 of them, because we got a lot. Maybe it's too much, but we're going to make sure we can get through all these, and I think we can. I'm looking forward to doing this, Dolly Finn.
Me too.
Are you ready?
Ready.
All right, let's start with the very first game on the list. I do have them in order of what we're going to be showing. We usually go retro on this show as far as it being a retro show, and usually saying we're going to start with the oldest stuff first. Not this year. We're starting actually with the newest stuff, a lot of which has a European flair as far as where these games are coming from. Starting with this one because this is a game we are going to be playing fully starting on December 23rd, of which Dolly Finn's going to be in here for it. I want to tell the audience what it is.
The game is a game that I happened upon just by mistake reading. Someone was saying, oh, the video game is coming out next week, and it said Strange Horticulture, and I said, what the heck is that? Horticulture. And it is actually a very interesting game. It's a puzzle game. It's a game about botany, really, and it's an occult puzzle game too. So you have some really fun and a little bit of a dark helper woman at the grandmotherly type at the whatever they call it.
The store is called Strange Horticulture. The titular store here is Strange Horticulture, and I only know this game because of Dolly Finn here. She's actually on one of the shows we did. You mentioned this. I said, "What is this? Let me take a look at this." I downloaded this game. By the way, it's worth pointing out, this game came out only last year. It was on January 21st of 2022. It is on the PC. It is on Switch. We're playing it. It is also on the Xbox One, the Xbox Series S, and the Xbox Series X. And good news if you have PC or Switch, it is half off this week. It is $15 normally. This is a digital-only game, and what I'm going to do as we go along, I'm going to mention brief backgrounds of games, sort of kind of who made them, all that. And since this is kind of a big show we have before the holiday season coming up, I consider this a great gift idea show. Even though a lot of the stuff we're looking at is digital only. Yeah. So it's also a case of like, hey, if you're looking for something to give somebody or gift people things on Steam, a lot of the games you're going to see tonight might be a good case of that, and we'll definitely go into it, and also where they're available, because they're on Switch, everything we've got, but they're also in other places. Yeah, this is an interesting one, and it is half off this week. It is normally $15, which is a pretty good deal for what it is, but $7.50 this week until, I believe, December 4th on the Switch and the PC. Sorry, Xbox owners, you are not getting this on sale right now, maybe at Christmas. You found out the hard way because you said, like, I have an Xbox Series X. What am I doing with this as far as, like, it's still $15, but even $15, this game is definitely worth it, and we're giving it full play. So let's tell you how this game works. It was published by Icebreaker Interactive out of the Netherlands, and developed by Bad Viking out of the United Kingdom. This is actually, I believe, the first game they made. As we're starting in the streets of Undermere, you want to take this one, Balkan, feel free to go on to it. Either it's telling the story, experiences with this, anything you got.
Okay, the streets of Undermere are narrow and claustrophobic. In many places, the buildings lean out at the upper floor so that neighbors can reach across and shake hands, or more likely, exchange unpleasantries.
Yeah, this is definitely something different, and you get like the map melt going on here. It's a great effect. It's very subtle piano music that's terrific.
Now here's a small shop called Strange Horticulture. It's situated away from the main thoroughfares, but it has the advantage of being one of the few buildings in Undermere that stands alone. Plants, you may have noticed, need light, and light is in short supply at street level in this town.
Yeah. And the whole idea is, as you mentioned, we're going to be doing botany, and we are speaking in the voice of the main character, whose name we'll get into when we play this in a month. But yeah, after the death of this character's uncle, she took ownership of it, and she's saying, hey, there's rare plants all around, maybe there's some uses to them. And it is a point-and-click adventure game, but it also has puzzle elements because people are going to come in the shop and it's like, hey, I'm looking for something specific. You have to put the clues together. It's also pointing out this has small text on screen. Hit the ZR button, or the ZL button. You can pull up a magnifying glass. You also change the text, like, hey, this is either too old-timey for me, or it's like, is it hard to read? So do give you some interesting accessibility options, but it's also the case, like, you're holding that ZR button specifically, so like, we can't see what that is, we can do that. And I guess good also for the purpose of like a huge screen to run this on, because remember when Dead Rising came on the Xbox 360, it's like, I can't read the text on this game, it's too small. But I think in this case it's fine, that's the idea. But alright, here we are in town. You have your interface, because this is on PC. Maybe worth playing that way because of mouse and keyboard support, which I don't know if the Xbox versions have support for. Switch doesn't, but it does work really well as you grab the A button to drag stuff around and hit the X button to inspect it. So here we go.
Here we go. And you can read the notes. You get notes here. I found it. An excerpt on the elusive wandering Bew.
Yep.
Come to the library in Ambleside and I'll tell you all about it. I even found something on the Gilded Dendra that might be of interest. Simone, please, P.S., please give Hellebore a good scratch behind the ear from me. And there's the black cat named Hellebore.
Yeah, Hellebore's right here. Hit the A button on Hellebore, and you get the meowing. So yeah, here's how it looks. You have your screen here. You're moving left and right with L and R to go across the way. And like, here are all these plants you got, and you run in days. You're mentioning this, and we'll go into this fully when we play this in about a month. But what you do is you have elements of will to explore, because they said, hey, go to Ambleside, find something. You can do closer inspection stuff, or you can do Rising Dread, because what Rising Dread is, if you get in too much of a case of getting things wrong, your sanity will go away. So it's almost like Eternal Darkness a little bit, and that's considered game over. Also, in order to get will to explore, to go to those areas and look on the map, pick up the Warning Cane, hit the A button, and highlight it over a plant. And as you plant it, you'll get those little points for will to explore. And as they go along, that's kind of what you got to do for it. But the idea is we need customers. So how do you get customers?
Ding.
Yeah, ring your bell.
There we go.
This is Victoria Gray, by the way.
I must have walked past this shop 100 times without ever stopping to look. What a wonderful place to spend your day, surrounded by plants.
Yeah, she doesn't know certain things though, but she has a unusual request, which she wants.
Yes, she does. I came here for my unusual request. At night, I hear whispered voices, too faint to hear clearly, coming from the floor above me, but nobody lives up there.
Yeah, it's very minimalistic, this game too, which is what I really like about it.
The rooms are empty. Uh-oh.
My curiosity got the better of me. I had to find out what they're saying, but she's looking for a specific plant, so what you gotta do is you have to get a sense of what does she want. She wants a St. John's poppy, so...
Alright.
I don't think, for any of you botanists out in the audience, I don't know if you can necessarily get a sense looking at what these flowers are to know exactly what these are. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. That would be an interesting thing to get a sense of. Do people know flowers to be able to look just at what those are and say, oh, I know that's a St. John's poppy or whatever it is?
Well, the critics were saying that they give you sometimes very vague clues, and as we've tried before, sometimes it's hard to find the plants because they're just, she's just saying that's what she's looking for, but you don't get many hints. Sometimes you give a hint of where you have to go on the map, but sometimes you really have to use your
brain indeed. Hey guys, hey Lekfers, so good to see you tonight for our 4th annual genre showcase. We're running puzzle games on the Switch. You're getting a little bit of a preview of Strange Horticulture to start our program with. We got 31 games covering here in a bit of a taste. Including this game we're starting in a month as far as a full play. So good to see you. Hope you, your family, your friends, everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Got the life in here with me. We're going puzzle games all the way running on Switch. Feel free to go into any insights you have on what you're seeing, any memories you have with anything, other stuff. I have stuff I know you've recommended me. I want to thank you for that. I'll get to those in a little bit. But yeah, we're starting with Strange Horticulture. What you do in this game is you got to put together stuff for doing botany a little bit. Because, you pick the book up. She came into the store saying, hey, what do I do in order to get a St. John's poppy? That's what you want. It's a point-and-click puzzle game. So what you do is you pull the book out, you look in the table of contents, look for what they are, and then give you clues to what these things could be. So in this case, I'm going to go, as we always do with this program, this annual show, I love doing this, we're going to have a little bit of a perspective of, a little taste of a bunch of things for a couple minutes, and then we'll move on to the next game, so be ready for anything you got on what you're going to see. We've got some good stuff for you. I think you're going to have a great time, and we're already having a great time looking at Strange Horticulture. So alright, here's the St. John's poppy. The vibrant petals of this flower brewed to create a drought, I should say, that can greatly improve the imbibers'
Yes, imbibers' hearing ability. Oh, I see it.
They're
St.
bright
John's
red
poppy.
with the yellow center.
Got it.
Where is it?
Top shelf right there.
This one right there?
Yep, that's my guess.
So you look at the book and you get the clues, you pull them out, and then when you get that scent, you can do a closer inspection, drag it over here. They're red with a sweet scent. So in that case, you're saying if that's the one that you want, you're all set. You can drag it over there to the St. John's poppy. It's actual puzzle time. Oh, hi, Chasm22. So good to see you tonight. We are here for puzzle games on Switch. Chasm22 was on the show, actually in the chat a bunch of times with Earthbound Parts, with Shadow Hearts, and he was on when we did Guardian Heroes a couple months ago. So good to see you tonight. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. You, your friends, your family, everybody. We're going to Strange Horticulture to start, but feel free to let any memories or insights fall on what you're seeing. We got a lot of good stuff. Yeah, she's saying, like, hey, this is what the St. John's poppies, and you're sure it is this, yes?
I think so. It looks like the picture. It's got a yellow center. It's red. I'm guessing it's a St. John's poppy.
So here's the deal. When you grab what you need, you put it into here and give it to her. And then you can hit to use the plant if you're right to that. So hit that, boom, ding, and it's identified, and you get a book entry. So there you go. We got the customer set. And here's the other thing. I'm going to remember to do this, as we're also getting this pop-up, because when you get successful customers and give them what they want, they'll fill your book up with other things about other flowers. So in this case, they have the Clavilium, thank you. Yeah, because Dolphin is the reason we got to look at this game. We're playing this game tonight. And we're playing this game fully as a show, as 2 shows in a month, just to give you a little bit of a taste. Yeah, saying the heart-shaped leaves earn this name, Lovelock. Also, one thing I'm going to remember to do, which I didn't do when we first played this, when I first played, take the tags out. Say, when you identify something correctly, they might come back and say, hey, I want the same flower. So what you want to do is put in what it is. So it was called the St. John's, what was it called?
Poppy.
St. John's Poppy. So yeah, you do have your Switch keyboard to run this. It is also on PC and it's also on Xbox One, Series S, and X. PlayStation 4 and 5 don't have this, which is very weird. I thought it would be, oh no, that's, that would be something else. It's not that. So yeah, and then you can pick your color. So like, okay, what do we want to have? We have a nice, pick choice.
Purple.
The purple? Alright, it works. It's purple. Keep writing your own labels, or you can use auto-labeling in settings. So you have that. We're like, hey, you can go do that. Yeah, that's what you gotta do, pretty much. And then you have all this stuff on screen. You can drag them back to your drawer, as it is.
And sometimes it's hard to find the plant.
Next we have David Schaefer. He looks like he is running the police in town.
Bloody awful weather out there today.
Yep.
Good for the plants, though, eh? Got a letter for you.
Oh, you do? Okay, so sometimes they will come in. They will not say, hey, I want a flower or something. Let's see, what's the letter say? We'll show a little bit of this, and it said we're going to go on as far as this. We're coming back to this game in a month. Alright, so it says here, Gossip, a hateful town. I was beaten, robbed, left to die in the streets. Yeah, this is definitely a little darker. At many days, was rescued by a kind stranger, as it come to fear that wickedness had infected the heart of every soul in that cursed place. Game recovering in the woods south of town with a group of travelers. On the northeast corner of the wood, sat and stared at a bright flower, and tears flowed down the face, a reminder that there's beauty in this world still. We're under mirror soon, so says Amos Duncan. So, we have Will to Explore. I was mentioning how this works is that people come into the shop when you ring the bell, and you give them stuff, you'll get information as far as your Will to Explore, where you basically pull a map up and look for where this is, so we can try and look for this. Or expect flowers, or be careful of rising dread, because that's too much, you're going to go nuts and die. So, Will to Explore. So, they have it, and you also do have your layout here to get a sense of what did they say on the letter, as it is.
Undermere.
They said in,
Bright flower.
I was, beaten and robbed in Gosforth. So, we can take a look at the map, see where we're going, and basically what you do is when you have the Will to Explore, you have that meter filled up in the circle there. You have a choice to basically do a selection to search an area for something. If you're in trouble, or if you pick something wrong, you can get in trouble. But he said specifically, where did he say we're going?
Gosforth, but then he mentioned Undermere as well.
Undermere, which is where we are.
Right, there's Undermere.
In fact, there's Undermere. He said he's coming back here, so maybe he's coming that, but just also
Gosforth.
Where is that?
I can't.
Sometimes it's hard to see. In fact, it's right here.
Okay.
You'll use the clues they give you to give a sense of what this is. So yeah, it is a puzzle game. It's a point-and-click game, but also a puzzle game on top of that. As we see, said...
It's in the woods.
I was in the woods. I was being robbed and left to die in the streets.
In the woods south of the town.
Woods south of the town.
All right, so
okay.
south of Gosforth. So back in... Oh, I see the woods there. You
so
see the woods?
Yeah, the woods are down here.
Okay.
So it's south, so where you want to go?
Go into the... That's not the woods, though, is it? No, it's...
That's the mountains.
No, down south.
Here's
right
the
there, in the woods. Let's try that.
So where do you want to hit? Right here?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay, you hit that, you go. So why did I come here? And when you say that, let's see about that. Okay, that is your element that gets nothing there, so you have to build your Will to Explore up again. The good thing that didn't happen is we didn't get our asses beat, because that could happen too. We also have the letter. Let me take a look at this letter saying, grows sparse of the hills northeast of Backbarrow. So actually, we'll take a look at that. What we're going to do is we're going to show that. I think at that point it'll be a little bit of a taste. Like I said, we're coming back to this game next month, so don't worry. And Dolphin is the reason for that. So to get your Will to Explore built up, either take new customers on successfully or water the plants. Yeah, it is a game of botany. It's like, hey, how's this going to go? Is this going to be interesting? The answer is, yeah, it is. And I would never play this if not for Dolly Finn. And we're going to be playing this game for the show right away if not for her saying, this game's interesting. I've taken a look at this. It's very neat. You get this great piano music. It's also a very good macabre game. So yeah, it is Thanksgiving, but
it is.
I mean, Halloween technically never ended. I know we had our Halloween block. I said, oh yeah, we're moving away from that. But it seems like every game we've played since then has had some kind of Halloweenish vibe to it. So alright, we can do the Will to Explore, we're doing the watering, and they said specifically, going back to that,
Backbarrow.
Northeast of Backbarrow. So let's pull Will to Explore out, look at the map, and see where we are. And this, I believe, is based on a real place. I know Inherent Knocked mentioned this at one point when I showed him
there
this game.
There it is, down there, back to the right.
To the right?
Yeah,
Backbarrow?
Mm-hmm.
They said, where did they say?
Northeast of Backbarrow.
Northeast, okay. So yeah, you do
north,
have to know how
one, and then east is one over. Yeah.
So right by the water?
Yeah, you could try that.
Let's give it a shot. Why'd I come here?
Oh.
See, unfortunately, that's the idea. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take another... the other thing you can also do is take a hint. I should call in the next customer. Maybe look through my notes and letters to see if there would be anywhere interesting. So we'll take another customer, and I think we can move on to another game. Like I said, we'll come back to this for full play in a month.
Something's got those witches in the forest stirred up.
Yep.
They're not letting anyone through.
Mm-hmm.
I had to take the long way round down through Backbarrow.
Yeah, he's mentioning it, so that's that idea.
Okay.
But he never
did trust that sisterhood. Anyway, I'm here now, and I brought Fennec from the south to trade for some lemon dandy.
Okay. Also, you do want to put something back, you hit the Y button on it. So you fold the map up.
Dandy.
Fold that, I'll put that away. I'll put the map away as well.
Let's go in the book.
So let's look at the book. He's saying he was looking for a lemon dandy. Here's lemon dandy. So what does the book say? Do you have to put the clues together? So yeah, it is a puzzle game and a point-and-click game, as mentioned. So curled leaves are supposed to be the name of this, rivaling a peeled lemon rind. Medicinal uses are curing afflictions of the heart. So you want to look for something that has a peeled lemon rind and branches kind of like that, or leaves kind of like that. This reminds me a little bit of Papers, Please, which was... You're familiar with that?
No.
Oh, that's an interesting game. It's a PC game where you work at the border. Basically, you have to read people's border crossings. It's like, hey, do they have all their information in line specifically for that? Make sure you're not letting in people who are lying to you. So you basically have to look through that, and you have to be cruel and say, like, no, I'm not letting you into the border. It is interesting. That has a very retro style. That's a unique one. It's on the PC. We can definitely show it. If there's requests like for us, feel free to let me know. We can definitely do that. That was a really cool game.
Lemon Dandy.
So Lemon Dandy.
Citrium Crispus. All right.
So you can take a look as far as what it is. Do the zoom in.
Please.
Take a look as far as this. And if you like Papers, Please, you might like this one.
No.
Sometimes the clues they'll give you may not be saying much. What are you thinking?
That way. Left.
Yeah, you use Eleanor to take a look as far as what you got.
No.
And you go along, you also get new plants. Let's take a look at this. You can also do inspections. You don't have to give it to the guy right away. It's like, oh, by the way, this is what you want. Family off-putting, but not overpowering. So that's a possibility.
And a little, yeah.
And also looking at the picture can help because it says, okay, here are the elements of the branch. I guess leaves, branches. Yeah, any botanists in the audience, as I mentioned specifically.
Nope, not
no,
that
nothing
one.
like that. Here's something that looks kind of.
Nope.
Okay, that's the one we saw that doesn't smell like anything.
That one that's blue kind of looked like it.
This one?
No, the one to the left.
Okay, that one which we looked. It didn't seem like give a hint, but.
It didn't give a hint, did it?
Oh, you didn't get a hint that we were looking for
All right, let's
of it.
see.
This I don't think is going to be it, but
Nope.
we'll see. Small blue flowers that smell pleasant. So yeah, you do have to kind of take the clues, and as, like we're saying, good indication that the Papers, Please, cross-reference that against what you have on your documents.
I wonder up top there. You see where it says to the right?
Okay,
top
one other
shelf.
thing I also noticed is that we got a. I found this. It is a piece of paper.
Oh.
That's a clue. I'll put that down there. All right, so you're saying
that yellow one. Look at
this
the yellow
one.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Leaves, of course, the touch.
No.
Not
What
quite.
about the next one? It's purple, but.
The one to the
it.
right?
Yeah, no, the other one.
Okay, they have a light buttery scent.
No. That other one there, the purple up top.
This one?
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
I don't know.
It's a little bit of cross-elimination, sort of.
First light airy scent. Yeah, it's.
But the other thing you also do, actually, I'm glad we have this. Since we're doing a demo, I can show this. Let's take a hint.
Take a hint.
I'm looking for a plant with curled leaves.
All right.
And you can repeat the hint if you want. So it's like, what do you have this curl? So basically, kind of look around, get a sense of what this is, or maybe it's a case that it might be something that we don't have. Because we mentioned we had to go around. You might not necessarily have one if they are, so you might need to explore again.
I think it's that one up to the. Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's that one. Nope, the one down next to the mushroom.
This one.
I think it's that one.
Let's take a look.
I think it's that one.
All right, we can give it a look. It does look similar, so they won't explicitly tell you what it is. Let's give it a shot. Why not? Just see.
Not?
I need more careful. Wasn't prepared next time. Don't worry about that, but at least we show what Rising Dread is. Because when you have Rising Dread, I have deep fear growing within me. I can't let it take hold. If it does take hold, by the way, that's game over.
All right, back. There's another one here that I thought it's either that one or one more. Keep going.
This?
No.
Pungent but not unpleasant.
No.
The bulb is in a case like that. Actually, you know what? Since we are going to be playing this game
more that
fully,
way?
we'll take another look.
That one.
This
top.
one?
Nope, that
This
one.
one?
That's the one I thought from the beginning it was. Just try it.
Let's give it a shot.
What the heck?
It does look that way. Let's give it a shot. That's it. You got it. Perfect. So there's the Lemon Dandy. So yeah, you do so. At least we got the element of that. And one thing we're gonna do for sure is we're gonna label it. And you get a new plant. So sometimes when you get a contract set, you get a new plant going onto this. We're gonna put this on Lemon Dandy. That was this. What was it?
That one. Yep, the green one. See now it missed. See, the thing is, the clue is vague because you think lemon, you think yellows, but you got to go by the shape of the leaf and the shape of the flower.
Yeah, so it is interesting to that. We're gonna come back to this game in a month. Oh no, Daddy Dandy is like, yo. So that's that idea. So we're gonna give this game a full play. It's only gonna be 2 parts, by the way, just to give a sense. Closing the year out with that, but there you go. That is the look of it. In fact, you know what? Just for the purpose of this, I'm gonna show what happens when you go nuts. So Face Swift is saying my dreams are becoming more vivid. She saw a woman behind a mask, standing tall with roving head around, laughing at me. And yeah, she's like, for the past 2 weeks, I need something to help. I need something to put me to sleep, which is the forced camphor. We're gonna just give her whatever the hell I want. Let's give her let's give her this. Like, fine, this is what you want. Okay, and show the fact that I'm gonna go nuts. So we're gonna go nuts this way. To show how this works. Okay, when you do have your
there you go.
when you have your dread, we'll just show this way. Yeah, shiver travels down my spine. My mind is broken. By the way, it's worth pointing this out. You have to put the pieces back together. So, in fact, I'll show this, and then we can go on to the next game.
Put your mind back together.
Yeah. So, okay, talk about the metaphor of insanity. It's like we sometimes mention Eternal Darkness. I don't know if you ever played that on GameCube from oh god, the company who made that. Silicon Knights. We made that. sometimes you have to put your stuff back together for the purpose of that, connect your mind back together. This is, I guess, how it works in a simplistic way, but an interesting replication of saying, like, hey, put that together this way, maybe that'll connect, maybe it won't. Or if you hit the start button, you get a sense of here's the menus for that.
Yep.
You have simplified text, you can have auto-labeled plants when you get them. You could do that way, and a bunch of language selections that go with the idea of what this game is running, and if it's United Kingdom, or its origins, I should say.
Yeah.
Although it was Netherlands as far as the publisher of Iceberg Interactive and Bad Viking. So yeah, there you go. That is our first look at Strange Horticulture. If you're liking what you're seeing, is on sale this week on PC and Switch for $7.50 on the storefronts. There's also an Xbox One, Series S and X. We're coming back to this game next month. We're going to give this game a full play. Dolphin will be involved.
And don't forget to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, don't forget to pick up the pieces. Okay, fantastic. So already a great start for that. Okay, so here's how we're handling this. Okay, I was looking 526, like, wait. Oh yeah, we did start earlier today. Forgot about that. Okay, so going back to the list of games we got. And we got our next thing. We're going more into... Yeah, let's talk about this. This is a game that the Crushino 64 wanted to see. I've been talking to the guests we've had, the chat, of course, saying, what do you want on puzzle games? What do you want to show? So we're staying in Europe a little bit as far as this one, because this is from Sweden. This is also the most adult-oriented game, so if you have children, get them out of the room as fast as possible when you're not joking.
Yes, we're not. It's really misleading, because you see...
I don't know if it's misleading, because it's showing it's dark. You look at the trailer.
Yeah, I know. But if you see this little girl, and she's got a little beret on, and you think of Madeline, and then you get into this, and she...
Yeah, if Madeline was R-rated, maybe.
That's right.
I mean, there's some weird stuff with Madeline, is sometimes we mentioned that. But anyway, this is a little Misfortune. This came out in 2019 for the PC, Mac, Linux, and iOS and Android later. It's also on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Switch, and by extensions on PS5 and Xbox Series S and X. It's $15 usually. It is $15 this week. It is from Kill Monday Games. They published and developed this, and it is a very dark game. It is running mature rating for sure. Just to indicate that as it is. So we're getting the really dark stuff out of the way first, but this is what he says. Like, he loves his weird, messed up stuff. He loves his Halloween stuff. He's usually in as far as that anytime. So here's the idea of what Misfortune is. We're going to start a new game. We're going to do a little bit of that. It does have one save. That's fine. We'll override it. Because we're going to have a little bit of a look at what this is. Because I don't even think I was prepared
I wasn't.
for what this game was. Though it's not wasting time. So wait a second. Here's the... Death is with a fox. It looks like... What's the name of the fox from Dora the Explorer?
I don't remember.
Chad, if you know, let us know, or I'll put a word down here as far as what it is. It's that, like, fine. Okay, fine. This fox, like, yeah, he has his headphones on, and he's pulling the wagon of wood.
Swiper,
thank you. I knew I should have remembered that, because I saw the movie recently. You ever see the Dora and the Lost City of Gold? It's hilarious. It's wonderful. But anyway, so yeah, he's got elements going on as far as death and aspects of what looks like to be a ritual.
It does.
Yeah. And this is where it's mild, just to indicate this. Yeah, we can show this, don't worry, as far as how it is. There is a partial nudity tag in this. I don't know if it's visible, but we're not going to see anything for that for the little bit of it we're going to show.
Here's the fox.
But it is something that when I took... It's one of those games, I'll tell you. Kind of like Strange Horticulture, you're kind of point and clicking a little bit, but it's like a 2D game where you're like moving left and right to do this. As Misfortune, the girl we saw in the picture earlier... As you're seeing what's going on, and she's going to be... Her destiny might be entwined with that fox, let's just put it that way.
Yes, because last night they mentioned the fox.
Yeah, for our off-screen, because we're going to show this a little bit specifically, but we're going to give a little bit of a taste. I know we're going to stop as far as this. Yeah, so beware there.
Welcome to my game.
Also, you do have a narrator, so it's almost like Little Big Planet, a little like... Because Steve Fry is in Little Big Planet as far as the narrator, but...
The rules
way darker, but yeah, he's... I guess it's like Jigsaw from Saw. He wants to play a game. Play it to the end, you'll be rewarded, but it's not a case where we have to do all these grotesque things to, survive, but it's fun. It's European-styled Swedish horror. I mean, we mentioned this sometimes when it's come to stuff... We talked about the movie Midsummer on the show. I love it. Shader 64 hates it. But the question of what does that look like? What does the horror element look? And also, what does a puzzle game look like? It's like, puzzle game out of this? But yeah, here's Misfortune. She's this young girl.
A wonderful child from a not so wonderful family.
Yeah, they're not kidding on that one.
A little sparkle for you, and a little sparkle for you.
And this game, by the way, is fully voice acted. The voice acting in this game is amazing. But it is also something that you recoil from this game in sometimes the best way possible.
Today is the day she will die.
She's like, wait, what?
I can hear you,
So yeah, basically she has like a one-on-one with the narrator in this case.
Are you inside my head or something?
And so yeah, the narrator's gonna have to give a sense like, wait a second, like, oh yeah, I am, and you're...
Alright.
This is Mr. Voice, as far as we know him.
Mr. Voice. What did you say about
But
me
she
dying
is
today?
perceptive, so like, wait a second, you said I'm gonna die today. What's that about?
Nobody said anything.
He's like,
about
no, that's not
anyone
right.
dying
You
today.
said it, we have you on tape, my friend.
Nobody said nothing.
You know,
But I think the idea is that also the case that she's a young girl, he's thinking like,
I
this is gonna be maybe more dark than some of the stuff we're gonna see, the idea of like the manipulation of a
when
child.
we reach the end of the game, I'll
Give you eternal happiness.
Eternal
What does that mean? I don't even know because I've not played through this entire game.
Eternal happiness? I guess I could give that to my mommy. Okay, it's a deal.
Okay, that's another interesting case. The fact that she's like, hey, I'm gonna give this to my mother. Is it gonna,
Wonderful.
something's going on.
Fantastic. Ready to play?
Yeah, we are.
Your first mission is to leave the house.
We will.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, so the way this works is you move the left analog stick to walk when it's done with saving. You hit the ZR button to be running. She just kind of... I love how this game looks as far as... Look at that animation as far as this character is like drawing, like an animated drawing. You also interact with stuff hitting the A button. So look underneath the bed. If you're ever gonna say anything you're seeing on this, I'm talking you too. Because this is something...
Impressive.
It seems maybe a little, you know, like Tim Burton-ish, maybe a little
It
bit
is.
Neil Gaiman, like the guy who wrote Coraline. You familiar with Coraline?
Yeah.
Oh, like that, but like
I see.
it's even darker than even something like that. But yeah, maybe in this case, let's take a look at her diary.
Nobody so long to read it. Want to see?
I think we should. I like to play with the toys. I talk to them because it's fun. This is Misfortune Ramirez Hernandez. That is her full name, as it is. Well, diary. At school, I drew it home as Heinz spot talking to Bubsy and her, not Bubsy the Bobcat. That would be an interesting twist. Saw Fox watching in my room called Benjamin, I think. So that's what we saw in the opening cutscene. My dad lied to me again. I'm not going out to the park. Made himself pretty, but he doesn't care. I feel sad. I cried, but told my mommy I'm okay. Very tall and she's sad. She'll be mad at me. I'm starting to know how to feel. So no one's teaching me how. Where do they teach us that, and why don't they tell us that in school? So, okay. As you're seeing, yeah, the heart vomiting out. Jesus, I don't even think I looked at that.
Is it okay to have feelings for a fox diary?
Depends on what you mean by feelings, as far as it's... Yeah, that's the idea. Benjamin the Fox came to visit while we were playing outside. I felt warm, like if I was about to vomit in a good way. Then he ran away because Mom said the dinner is ready. But of course, yes, we are going to elements of familial abuse. This game is rated mature. I was not lying to you about that. My daddy hit mommies. That's supposed to be normal. And from a child's perspective, sometimes that question of, would they know? Would they necessarily get a sense? Should I do that? It doesn't feel right. So that's also the other case of sometimes there's a sense of parents and maybe or what they do goes off on children. In her case, she's saying, no, I don't think that's a good idea. She's writing it down. She's looking at that was and saying, like, wait a second, there's something wrong.
This is a dark game, I have to
It
say.
is. Oh, no question. It's
Completely.
impressive what they're doing with it, but it is also something that it is definitely something that if you might not be on the wavelength on this, you might want to play this. But
Yeah.
it is.
I was
definitely admire
surprised.
this.
I was surprised when we.
I promise I'll never be like my daddy. You were gonna say?
I was surprised by this game just by looking at it.
I was
thought maybe
too.
she'd be someone who would get in trouble. You know, she'd trip over stuff and she'd have all just things happen to her, but not this dark.
Right, but it's also
Honestly.
kind of quietly dark to start because it's always that case of when we turn that page, like, okay, what's this thing with the vomiting part? And you look like, oh shit. It's one of those games. It's an oh shit game where it keeps telling you certain things, and then you really think about it, like, oh dear God. It's one of those games. I played today. I took a plane to Japan, saw there's things I know about Japan because my friend is Japanese, is a fan of sushi. My Japanese friend speaks Japanese, which is problematic when I want to talk. His name is Hiro. But I like him. He's a pair of sweet boots and cowboy hat. He's a ghost. Drew a picture, but I never gave it to him. Which could mean a lot of different things as far as what that is. And he's going from school, he used to make Christmas cards. But she's like, I don't know if I buy into Santa specifically, because hey, if every man give a gift, I guess topical element time. Why can't you give poor people food and water? There's a lot of things to write about that right now, that's for sure. I saw a TV show of people from other countries having nothing to eat. So it goes to the idea of this character, just from looking at this dialogue, without us even really playing much yet.
It's children having to try to understand the world.
And you mentioned, actually, this is a great, I'll tell you, I'm glad you're on for this show for a lot of reasons. A, because you love the puzzle stuff, you want to be on this, but also, I remember when we played Element of the Story for the Super Famicom, in part 1, you said something very telling and very important. You said, I said that game was more adult-oriented as far as it than Sailor Moon was for the US when it first came around, but you also said, hey, when it comes to certain things, something like this can be a way to talk to children about something difficult. I mean, fine, this is not a game for children, but what I'm saying is that when it comes to the idea of, like, that thought, I mean, just let's take a look at this again.
The child's perspective.
The child perspective.
Things and the things they ask, and people, parents may ignore.
In the case of the father being that, but also the question of where's the mother coming from as far as that. But also she goes with her grandmother doing picking of tomatoes, which goes to a game you've been playing. What was that called? Doordon?
Doordon.
Which is on Xbox Series X and it's also on Switch as well. I think it's on the PC. I think it's on the PS4 actually. It's on a bunch of things. You discovered this on Game Pass a couple days ago, and you were telling me about it and showing me. He was like, yeah, this game is really interesting. I'm getting like the gardening thing, but not as dark as this. Actually, in a lot of ways, there's sort of a similarity in the sense of the growth of
a young girl.
It's a young girl in that case. Differently in that one, for sure, as it was. Okay, I started crying because the sun was hurting my eyes. Mommy said I shouldn't look directly into it. Alright, here going swimming. Still thinking about what Benjamin is. Like, why is she thinking that? And also going back to Halloween, when she was feasibly happier, and you do get that element there, and she has the idea of like being a Lady Fox. That's the end of the book, as far as it. So what we're gonna do is
my coloring book.
What do you want to do with it? I'm gonna give you the choice.
Leave the coloring book for Bubsy.
Okay. Yeah, you do have choice-based elements. We're pointing that out.
Nah, I'll just leave it here for Bubsy, you know, the teddy.
And it does drive the plot a little bit in terms of what that is. Okay, this is Bubsy, the secret guardian. He's the teddy bear with the eye with
See
that.
his eye? He got that from a battle against a monster.
Okay, that makes sense.
That sounds scary.
It was.
Okay, so with that, we hit the B button to go back. So we're gonna go through the house. We're gonna go to one area, and then I'll know where to stop. As far as how it is. But alright, so yeah, we can walk around the house. You can basically interact with stuff. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show.
Which toy do you choose to bring
That's
with
sinister, My Little Pony unicorn.
Oh yeah, right.
Take him.
Only choose one, and remember, your choice is much more important than you think.
So there should be like Man of Dan where you have these choices we were making. So you said you want to take the unicorn?
Yeah,
take the
let's
unicorn.
take the unicorn.
Alright, except with one exception, Dollyfin's getting every choice on this one.
Unicorn.
Yeah, we can come back to this game specifically. Yeah, you never go wrong with Magical Unicorn.
Magical unicorn.
Unless
Hey.
that one, he looks a little sinister.
He does, well maybe that's going to be helpful to
Oh
us.
gosh!
Could be helpful. It's like, hey, if somebody comes up to us, ram them in the eye with the horn.
It's
And knowing this game, that's not necessarily
the
going
horn
crazy.
isn't in the middle, it's to the right.
A little, yeah, it is a little off-center.
Skewed.
But it's interesting that attention to detail that they put into this. And by the way, the people who made this game, they made a game called Franbo, which the Crusader 64 also mentioned to me. I said, which one do you want to see for this? He said, this one. But he said, that's another one. I looked at the trailer, like, this is impressive stuff we're seeing.
So you know,
Definitely not for the faint of heart, not going to be for everybody. But then again, I love the fact that we have an industry this way that can have something like this. And look in a way that, of what I played so far, I don't know if this game is just a trifling with some of the stuff it's looking at. It's harsh, no question. It's bleak. But I don't know if I'd necessarily say this game is crossing the line yet, specifically. You know, Horticulture that is on the X button.
happiness to everything.
And it's kind of tragic just looking at this thing. Like, you kind of feel for this young girl.
On the other side of the
But also they're talking to us, so direct-to-camera
I told her
reference.
she was going to die today.
Let's keep
Yeah.
Got a secret between us. All right. Ooh.
But she knows, though. So she's
Ooh.
like...
They're making us accomplices.
Which I think maybe that's the point. Perhaps putting us in the idea that, alright, fine, we're going to be walking down the way. Okay, I tripped, and unfortunately, by tripping...
Please don't fall, don't.
Yeah, that cracked.
Damn it, it's all broken.
Yeah, she's swearing as well. She's a young girl, but yeah, she is swearing specifically, which is... And then we're learning about what is cause and effects. Yeah, didn't expect this out of your game, did you? Unless you played this game before, in which case...
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what you do... Actually, this is perfect that we showed Strange Horticulture the way we did.
Maybe I could try to fix it.
Yes, you can. Wanna fix it?
Sure.
Because remember, we had to put the pieces of our mind back together. We're getting ready for this game. We planned the show, I swear to God. What you have to do is you have to take the pieces of it and you have to put it back together in a bit of a puzzle. So we are going to put this one back together. Basically just move it around and put it in there. Look for where the color indentations are. So in that case, like, okay, that's going there. Here's the top of the pot. Right there. And you'll know that they're set because they'll have like a little lock. You'll see that. You saw the movement a little bit there.
Yeah.
That means that they're set for what they
Locks
need.
in place.
Yeah, so that's good. So it's going to help you out a little bit. And that was happening with Strange Horticulture as well, but I didn't really give a whole lot of time for that.
Where's the extra piece go?
Right on the side. Because you can see right there on the edge, it's like the top
There
ring.
you go.
But of course, there's one more thing. We got to put the flower back in. So, there you go. Good as new. Feasibly. We can also look at the pictures. In fact, we'll look at this one.
Look, that's me. Mommy told me I have to smile even when I'm sad.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of the episode of The Simpsons. It's like, yes, you just put a smile, put a happy face on. But like, sometimes not.
Mommy said she married
There we
Daddy
go.
because she was expecting me.
So basically, she was going to be born out of wedlock otherwise. Yes. I think this is the first talk on abortion on this program, actually, as it is, specifically. The fact that she's knowing that, that's what makes it more disturbing. She's looking, hey, that's a picture of that. She's like, the one thing. Talk about the uncoiling of that. The fact that, first off, my mom was expecting me, so they had sex before they were married. That's one thing. And it drops the other bomb saying, like, wait, she could have been an abortion victim. Like, uh-oh.
Daddy's friend was a hunter and killed this moose. His
Okay.
daughter, Erica,
Oh boy, Jesus Christ. It's one of those things. You see the dialogue that you
she said
uncoil.
bye-bye to her mommy and daddy. Then her parents died. And she was so sad.
This is so dark.
It is.
Really? Seriously?
It absolutely is.
Oh, wow.
I agree with that. As I said, it is one of those very specific things you get. This, it's just all these little things that put you on this great unease.
It smells like.
Even there is like, I hate how it smells. Even with the fan going on, even with the cooking going on. Here's the mother. She's drinking juice.
a lot.
You drink
Well,
juice a lot.
are you ready to complete
Well-
your first mission?
Yes, I am. I'm gonna get that prize.
Okay. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna ignore that. Fine. Actually, I don't think I touch. Okay, I guess you can look at that.
This smells really bad.
It looks like a soup, but it looks like there's.
Dead animal.
Fine, there's bow tie pasta, there's carrots, there's peas, there's I guess herbs. What is that? Meat and
Yeah, it looks like bacon or something.
bacon and mushrooms, and then what is that? A
Skull
skull
of
of
something.
something. Okay, so you can also throw glitter around if you so desire, but I'll even throw one. But yeah, let's talk to her
When
mother.
I grow up, I want to be just like my mommy, a juice drinker.
Well, she doesn't know what that is, and honestly,
Wine bottle
it is
in the
wine.
back of it.
Yeah, it's a bottle of wine, and she's just smoking that way. But let's see, can we talk to
When I
her?
grow up, I want to
No,
be
not
just
much.
like my mommy, a juice drinker.
And it kind of makes it more disturbing because in some ways she, some cases doesn't know what she's saying, but in other cases we do. We're gonna tell her we're leaving.
Yeah.
Okay. Mom, you're going out.
I'm going out to play, mommy.
She didn't even react, but we did tell her, so it's basically a case of, for all we know later on, that could come into the plot. And for all I know, it could be as well.
Good day, morning.
Alright, so welcome, it is morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, no, it's not actually, sorry.
Ah, okay. Good afternoon, morning.
Actually, I'll tell you, in a weird way, as far as this idea of, you know, a child having to compartmentalize this horrible element as far as
This is where I
these
saw
really dark elements. You familiar with the movie Room?
I
Mhm.
Came up a couple years ago.
Benjamin.
It's kind of like where then you have the mother who's played by
Right outside my window. I think
Brie
it's
Larson.
really cute.
Where she won an Oscar for this movie, saying like she has to lie to her child, saying like we're trapped in this room. She can't explicitly say to him, or hey, we're trapped in here because my husband has kidnapped us and is abusing me. But the idea is that
Let's
he's
see.
saying, oh, it's kind of trying to keep them safe, or almost something like Life is Beautiful a little bit, where it's that same concept.
Right,
Both
that's
smells
right.
like
How does a child
cinnamon.
compartmentalize something like
It goes
this?
like pee on it.
Okay, that's
Is
yeah, that's disgusting. Although we've seen that in other
Often
things.
asked when my dad
But he's like,
was
fine, you know what? You think that's bad? My
thing.
daddy is this way when he
Wow,
gets
talk
drunk.
about dysfunctional.
Yes.
Hello, kitty. Here, come, kitty. Kitty.
But does she have a way with animals?
It's going back to strange horticulture. Oh, here we go.
No, that's not the thing. I will give an indication of that.
I never get to pet the sweet animals.
It's probably because it's not a sweet
So,
animal.
before
Well, you don't
we
know,
continue,
and that's the thing, is that
you need to
uncertainty.
know the rules
But fine, you
of
say like,
the
well, we
game.
have to know the rules of the game.
Oh,
And we're going up to a very specific point, and then we'll stop and go on to the next game.
On your
You're given choices on your journey.
There is no
As we've
right
seen.
or wrong, only
And I don't know necessarily if this is a case where, hey, there's a losable situation. I don't know if there is, because I've not played this game enough to know that.
Eternal happiness is
Or maybe
yours.
multiple endings, so it may pay to play this game
Your
multiple
next
times.
mission is to cross this road.
Alright, I can do that. Look to the left, look to the right.
She does have smarts that way, so like, fine, I'm gonna look at the street and make sure I'm not getting myself hit by something. And chat, feel free to go into any indications of what you're looking at as we're going to see a pentagram in the middle of the road.
I saw a monster.
What monster? I didn't see anything.
It was there. I saw it.
Yeah, we saw the shadows of it.
Just your imagination.
Yeah, that's true. I have a very big one.
Just keep going. We'll have so much fun.
Alright.
It means she's a little hesitant, but yeah, we're gonna keep walking. Fine, there's a crow. We can talk to the crow. Let's see. It's not living.
Asleep.
But she doesn't know. I was like, yeah, remember what they say about dying. It's so when you go to sleep for a long time, like forever. But yeah, that's what it looks like. I think you can put glitter on it and we kind of, I guess, give it something of a burial, kind of. But that being said, also you do have skipping of cutscenes and load screens. In fact, because they do have cutscenes like this, almost like a hand-drawn animated film. Yeah, the birds are literally dropping out of the sky. Oh, this is the intro, by the way. So fine, here's the intro of the cinematic.
She has a dark cloud that follows her.
She does, and I guess you could say feasibly, is this a case where maybe overly symbolic, but honestly, for the case of this game, I don't know, I think it kind of is fitting the idea, especially because, like, hey, they kind of wait till later. And by the way, that is Natalia Martinson voicing Misfortune there.
And she also wrote the game.
She did?
Said,
Oh, it did? Okay, I didn't actually notice that. I didn't take much as far as voice acting, by the way, to point that out. When it comes to the stuff we have your notes, I have some basic things that we'll kind of go over. Cases where I can get a sense on voice performances and things like that. But it's mostly going to be based on, like, who made this, and that's going to be kind of the basis. But of course, if you ever want to see it, yeah, Natalie Martinson, who co-created the game. Thank you for, glad you pointed that out. Who voices this main character. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna walk down that. So she used a lot of sparkle in the cutscene, so, is she running out?
Where are we?
Yeah, we're on the side of, like, the motorway in, like, in Europe, as it's looking like. Okay, this is a part I'm gonna make this decision myself, and I'll tell you why.
What a cute party hat.
Now focus, Misfortune. You have to make a very difficult choice.
I know what choice I have to make, and, because I didn't know what choice to make when I walked to this. Nikki was in the room with me. She was not in a good case when I made the wrong way. We're setting it free.
I'll set it free so we can go to the party.
If you pick the other one, by the way, you toss the ball against the tree, a branch comes down to crush you to death, and you see that. I didn't know that that's what happened when you selected. Nikki was in front of me. She was very visibly upset. But like other people who think who would not be having a normal one when it comes to something like that and think there's something horribly wrong with me. Because I didn't know. She was above the understanding. I've had people in my life like that that would be thinking I'm a Nazi. But I was like, well, thankfully that's not a factor anymore. But I also did that choice because I know she would not want to see this. But hey, if we do have to show it in a game, remember, we're going to have to show it for certain things. I'm not going to say, I'm going to censor that unless it's a case where we can't show it. But yeah, I don't want to walk into that. But I don't think I have a choice. I unfortunately have to walk into it.
I step on doggy doo.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Oh.
Ew,
Yes.
That's yucky. Don't eat the vomit. Yikes forever.
I mean, I guess as a dog owner, how are you thinking this Dollyfin that way? I guess it's relatable that way, but it's also a question of, wait, yeah, you look at this like it's a one thing specifically as far as it after another with that, you know? Am I right about that?
Yes.
You can also pet the dog, so hit the A button.
I'm petting you. Why do you let me? You like me?
So we were saying earlier, I was like, hey, the animals don't like her, but in this case they do. Alright, we can go down this way, and this is where we did on our audio test, because we did 3.5 hours worth of audio test for the show games you're going to see tonight.
Literally.
We're going to stop here, by the way. Yep.
And the party, right?
Ah, yes. That
Yeah, so give a hoot, don't pollute, feasibly. But,
Come on, puppy.
well, the dog with the party hat is saying, hey, we see something here.
What are you doing?
And this is basically what we're going to stop about. But, Dollyfin, you have a choice.
You seem to have found the secret
of the beach.
Mm-hmm.
The beach
Oh,
has a
beach is a secret?
Oh, yeah, beaches tend
Let's
to.
have a look.
Let's have a look. What's the secret of the beach?
Well, it's actually not too bad.
Fortune treat and a cookie. One for me and one for Puppy.
One for me.
But the game is not going to let you choose both of them, so you have to make a decision.
Yes, but you can only take one.
So what are we taking?
A fortune cookie.
You want to take the fortune cookie this time? We took the bone, by the way, before. Let's be selfish then. Fair enough. We can do that.
And I'll take the cookie because I like cookies, and they tell your fortune in the cookie. And yeah, I'll take the cookie for me.
Okay, so yeah, here it is. We can pull out what the fortune is, I believe, or hit the B button and it goes in our inventory. It does load every so often, but it's not bad as far as the loading, but...
Can I eat my cookie now and see my fortune?
Oh.
Yes, go ahead.
You are going to die today. I knew it was going to say that.
Well, there you go. That's true.
You are going to die today.
So basically, she knows the narrator's full shit when he says, like, wait.
That's today.
Yeah, today is today, indeed.
Didn't you say something?
And now she's picking up on that. And this dialogue changed, by the way, if you pick the other one.
I told you, Misfortune. Nobody said anything like that. And those are just silly cookies. Don't worry about
Well,
it.
remember, The Simpsons' case is like, you'll find happiness in a true true love. But the dog gets taken away. Good news, we don't know what happens. The other way would have seen it dying, but in this case, regardless of what choice you make, the dog goes away, and it'll make George really upset. Do we want to show them, George?
I hope I get to
No.
meet the
You don't want to show them,
puppy
George?
sometime.
She saw that on the test, it's worth pointing out for that, but yeah, that's what this case is. Like, it is a game that's going to make you squirm.
It is a squirmy game.
But it is something that I admire very deeply, and it is something that, think about, we talked about this a couple months ago, we said, hey, you know, games for adults, what does that look like? Would you ever think that you'd have a case where a game would look at something like this? And I think it does a good job of looking at it, I mean, but it is not an easy game to take. I mean, we're going to have that when we play Silent Hill 2, as an example, or we're going to play Manhunt. You play either one of those?
No.
You would not survive Manhunt. Silent Hill 2 is going to be a different case. That is an amazing game in its way. Not dealing with children, well, sort of, but not the same way. Not nearly the same way. But that's the idea. That is what Little Misfortune is, and you do have a save. You can save anytime. You put it wherever you want. I will put it on save too. If you do like what you're seeing, you want to go through this whole game, we can definitely do that. This is the Crusader 64's first choice. Good choice as far as it's showing like where this is going, but also it's like, I guess it's all downhill from here, because yeah, we got our case of...
It is.
But it fit well with Strange Horticulture to start. Like, we got a little
Too
dark,
weird.
then we got to this one.
Very dark.
Okay. Well, there you go. So that is Little Misfortune. Definitely an interesting one, not for the faint of heart. The most adult-oriented game we're going to have, as you can kind of get a sense. But we got another game for you. Next. And by the way, when I edit all this as far as the show for the YouTube site, I'll have the timestamps for all the games we're showing when we show them for all you. Okay, next on our list is a game Nocturne wanted to see. This is Baba Is You. This came out on March 23rd, 2019 for the PC, Mac, Linux, and Nintendo Switch, which is its only console port, by the way. It's not on anything else. It's also on iOS and Android. This was made by Avri Tikari, or his development company is known Hempuli, who's out of Finland. In fact, you can see on the screen right here, this game won the Independent Games Festival Nordic Game Jam Award in 2017. And going back to Strange Horticulture, that game actually did win PC Gamer's Best Puzzle Game of 2022. Just go back to that one. And 10% of the developers go to charity, so there you go. And it looks like kind of a Flash game looking at this. This is a game that Nocturne got me onto. It's $15 to download this. It does not go on sale, but honestly, you're getting more than your $15 worth out of the game itself. Now, what I'm going to do with this game is like, what is this? You've never played this game. Oh shit, okay, I'm going into a level. Boiling River. Okay, so here's the deal. What is Baba Is You? It is a puzzle game where you're moving around as this sheep, Baba, and you're seeing these words on screen. You move left and right using D-pad or the left analog stick, and you can basically move backwards as far as moving hitting the Y button. You have these words used, like Baba is you and float. Water is water and hot. Baba is melt. Skulls defeat and float. So what you're seeing here is that, hey, based on some of these things, you'll have specific properties. You might be a different character. I'll show this in a second. Baba is win. Hi, AJ42. So good to see you tonight for our puzzles game showcase. I have Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo that you want to see. That's coming later in the program. But we are at Baba Is You right now. As far as it, feel free to let any memories flow on this game or anything else we got for the purpose of it. Thank you for stopping by the program tonight. We got a lot of good puzzle game stuff, and feel free to talk about Baba Is You because it's interesting. What, Dolphin, What did you think when I
I
showed you
think
this
it's
one?
interesting. I've never seen it before.
I didn't either, and Nocturne's the one who pointed to me and said, I think you should show this. I said, you know what, you're right, I should show this. I looked at this and this game is pretty damn brilliant when you really think about it. It's basically moving around. You have to go and get to the flag feasibly, but not always. Because here's the thing, it says, it's me and float. So usually I walk in that water, it's hot and I'll die. But because I'm float, I'm safe. So, but if I touch those skulls, it's defeat and float. So they'll float, but I also need to get a sense of trying to get something out. So I could say Bob is... Okay, I picked a really hard one, so this is not going to be good. I'm going to show just what happens when you walk in that you die. Which is fine. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back to the menu. I don't know if I can do this one. I thought I was going to pick one that was not insanely tough, but I'll definitely show other stuff. Now let's go back to the map. Just to show a little bit of it as far as what we're going. We'll start on the front. We'll go to level 0.
It's not easy.
It's not easy, but my god, you feel satisfied when you understand it. So welcome to Bob Is You on level 0. So it gives you the win conditions, but the idea is you can move around. You can move these around. It's like, hey, you know, I can move Bob Is You. I can't pull U is out, because then it means, like, I don't move anymore. So hit Y button to get your thing reset. Or if you're like, hey, I'm stuck, hit the L or R button, or the L button, I should say, to reset the level. So like flag is win, rock is push, wall is stop, which means I can't walk in the wall. Rock is push, I can push the rock. Or I can say no, get rid of this, and that's the case. I can touch the flag to win. Or I can say, fine, you know what, I'm gonna be a little fancy. Let's take the win down here. Let's move this over to rock, is win. So now when I touch the flag, it doesn't do anything. And I walk right through it. But I touch the rock and you win. So there might be multiple ways to solve a puzzle, which I think is really interesting about this. Sometimes, not always. Like in this case, also, you might not always be Baba, because saying like, wall is used. Like, what are you talking about? Wall is used. Sometimes you have to kind of stop. You know time limits. We're pointing this out in this game. So you guys sense of where am I? What am I? Wall. That's me. That's here. So flag is stopped. That means I can't go past this. So what do it do? Well, you can take this out of the way and say flag is stopped, and there's nothing connected to flag. You just have to put a connecting element to a sentence, pretty much, or a statement.
Yep.
To pull that out, it's like, fine, flag is stopped, not anymore, it's not, and go behind it, so it doesn't exist anymore. So then, what do I do to win? There's Baba there, but there is no Baba. Like, Baba's that white sheep-like thing. So what am I going to do? Well, you can move this around, so you can say flag is win. So move is, move down to win, and when it's, dimmed like that, yeah, it's not active. Now it is active, and it was flashing, boom, you got it. But there is another one. Let's try still out of reach. And Dolphin, yeah, any cases as far as jumping on any of this stuff for the game or anything else, feel free to go. And sometimes you got really creative, and sometimes they're in the corner to point that out. So this flag is win, Bob is you. When they're in the corner like that, you can't move them. They're going to be stuck. So you're going to have to work with what you got.
Rock is pushed.
So rock is pushed, skull's defeat, so don't touch the skull. But there's other cases where you could feasibly say, looking at this, I might want to push this out. Or the other thing you can do is like, yeah, since I have a bunch of rocks, I can push them in a row. And I haven't pushed that way. Push that way. Push it that way. So skull is defeat. That's taken off. So now I walk on the skull. I'm set. So I don't have to worry about that. Now, I could say another thing. Like, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just be a little interesting here. I'll just make it a little more unique. So rocks defeat. Don't just the rocks, otherwise I die. So it can change on a whim.
Yep.
And there's AG right there. Hey, so good to see you as far as online on Switch. There you go. We're online on Switch, meaning my friends list could be popping up on the show, including all of you out in chat land, as it is. Did you love that? They had to like, hey, they're popping up playing something, enemy gives a great discussion, like, hey, you ever played this game or something like that. All right, so next puzzle. We're gonna go through a couple of these as mentioned, just to get a sense of what you gotta do. Wall stop, Bob is you, skulls defeat, rock stop, and flag is win. So, what do you think you gotta do on this one?
So, Baba is you. Can't you be something else?
Unfortunately, not in this case because walls stop. So what do we do?
So, ooh. So how about just take one of those words out so you can go through the wall?
Sure. There you go. So in that case, the wall is not stop anymore. But
Right.
you were right on one thing. It's like, hey, why don't we be something else? You're right. So like, we can put that as wall. So there you go. So now on the wall. So there's Baba. Baba's not a factor anymore.
You can walk all around.
And also, since the wall has multiple hits to itself, it doesn't matter that I'm hitting the skull. So parts are being defeated, but it's not like I'm one element like Baba is. So I just move that, hit part of the wall right there, boom, we got it. And the other one I want to show is, we had this happen as far as the test play. As I think, where is it? was it the Sunken Temple? Oh, no, the Sunken Temple is one of the harder ones that I found before. Let's see. Was it? I think it was something on the Solitary Island. Yeah, it was the Warm River. This is one of those cases where when you find a solution. Oh wait, this was that one. Shit, that was the one. That was the one. Okay, you know what? Let's try do this one. Why not? And then at that point, then we can go on to another game. This is it. Anything you're seeing, by the way, on screen, we can come back to, no issue. So I'm looking at this.
Baba is float.
Baba's, yeah. Also, let me see. I'm wondering one thing. This is gonna be weird. Can I? Oh shit! I hit ZL. Or I hit L. I know it's ZL or L. Which restarts level, which is fine. For the purposes, it's fine. I can flow the water. The water's not gonna do anything to me. I can melt though, so I can't hit that. I also can't really. My first thought was like, hey, I can move water to me and walk through that. But unfortunately, if I do that, Bob is gone and I'm stuck and music stops. I love that touch.
Okay, alright.
But it's also something. There's gotta be something we can do. So water's hot. But we could also say, hey, maybe waters float too. Maybe, but also the case that, fine, if it's up here, we're screwed unless I hit Y to erase it. So fine, I can go behind it. Mm-hmm. So, skulls defeat and float. So, water's hot and float. Skulls defeat and float, but it's behind it. So I'm thinking, by that standard, would that mean that... I don't think it is, because I mean... Oh, good. Oh, it is. Never mind.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So, never mind.
Behind.
I can walk behind it. Perfect. We got it.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. So perfect. And that's the thing when you figure a puzzle out, like, wait, I did do that. You feel great. You feel this great sense of accomplishment. But this is the one. This is the one. So rock is float, Bob is you, rock is push, flag is wind, water is sink, and the hedge. Is the hedge? Or hedge is stop.
Hedge is stop.
Because yeah, they have hedge is HE and then DGE. So you get this great techno-ish kind of spacey music. It's wonderful. And this great utilitarian look of itself. It looks so stylish. So the thought was like, okay, fine, I got a rock to push it. Rocks float, so if I touch that, fine. If I touch that, I die. Just show that. When you usually touch that, it goes through, but fine, because it's float, it's gonna go over that. So what do you do? And sometimes you're gonna sit here and like, hey, I gotta do this, I gotta try this, and all these things, but sometimes like, hey, you know, what I gotta do? In fact, I found the solutions, you and I found the solutions, a total accident last night. I said, what am I gonna do? What do we do? But it's one of those great kind of what to do kind of games. Not like, oh god, what do? I don't know what to do, I feel frustrated. It's one of those, okay, I have to get over what do I do, that inquisitive kind, which I think really sets us apart. And I said, thank you Nocturne for this, as far as this recommendation, because this is a game I was sleeping on, which by the way, it's also worth pointing out, this does have a physical release through Super Rare Games, but you are gonna have to go on eBay feasibly for it, because there's like a limited distribution case. Well, actually no, that's not true, because I believe, no, it's not true, because I saw Best Buy. Actually, on BestBuy.com now, I noticed they actually have like a physical version from Fangamer that's $35. So you can get this game physically if you want it physically, or download for $15. I don't think for $35, this game's totally worth it. I don't care what price they ask for this game; it's totally worth the money for all of the great stuff that they give you. So the solution here is like, well, what do you do? My thought was like, okay, that thing with the rock. So I turned to entirely accident. I was like, fine, why don't I make the rock myself? But you can also be multiple things at once. You see it right there. Yeah, I'm the rocks now. So wait a sec. How do I do that? So, but it floats. So what do I do? So actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reverse this. I'll tell you why. You hit the Y button to basically go back in steps, and the reason I'm gonna do that is because I want to push that over this way. In fact, I'm gonna push that way. So I'll push rock is push out. Rock is you. And then I'm gonna say, oh, by the way, I'm on wall with Baba. That's fine. Because what I can do is I can say, no, I don't want to do this. Move that there. Boom. Uh-oh. Okay, fine. I have to separate the rocks. So you actually have to move it against the environment to make that happen. So fine. In this case, push it through. Oh, shit. Okay, so right. I got myself in an unwinnable situation because of that. But okay, I was thinking ahead a little differently. Because what I got to do is... So fine, let me go back a little bit because I want to make sure that we have the rocks in line. And that's a good thing. Like, hey, you know, if I don't have this right, I set this there, and in fact, I'll put the rock up there. I'll put rock is you again. Okay, so I have to do is I have to push everything that's not win here, but what I want to do is go back. So what I'm gonna do is push flag over there, but I do want to have one of these in direction. Okay, I formed them. You can fuse them. I forgot about that. You can fuse them. So actually, that's good because then I can push that there. That doesn't float. The words don't float. So I can't have my win condition as flag. So do that in order to make a free case of itself. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move myself very specifically so I can get... no, actually I can't quite do that because I have to get the rock out of the way so that I am not... Case of that, so that should be fine, perfect. Okay, so now it's nothing. So I can move over here, I can push win out of the water, or out of the way, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to push that down to rock is win right there. Now I touch the rock and win. Oh, shit, the rock floats, Christ.
That's right.
That's, okay, that's the other thing then, so...
You have to...
Actually, wait a minute, okay, so hold on, okay, I know what I have to do. I have to make... Rock is you. I have to make Bobble is win.
Yeah.
Although actually the other thing I have to do is I have to get Bobble out of the way. So actually I have to put that there. So rock is me. I have to keep rock is me only there. So what I need to do is I need to push. Okay. I think I can do this. So fine, in that case I can... Okay, but because I still have Baba, which is fine.
Right.
So I can do that, but I also have to... Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm gonna get this. Baba is there. Because I need to make sure that we have the rock only. And then I have to make Baba the win condition. So, that's that. So in that... Okay, perfect. Let's move rock is you up. So that's out of the way. Perfect, got it. And then make it so we have win this way. Baba is my win condition, and when I walk over Baba... Oh wait, I'm floating. Shit, the rock is floating again.
Yes.
So actually, wait.
Rock is float is up.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna restart because I think I know what I did wrong. I did do something wrong. I can't get rid of the flag.
No.
Oh, well, I can't really... Oh, wait, hold on.
Because rock is still float out there, right?
Right, and I can't do anything about that. So I do need to have, let's see. So I need to make sure that is and win need to be in line. So I need is gone. Then I need to have rock is me in line. Actually, I have to have... Actually, I'll tell you what I gotta do. Okay, first things first, let's get the rock out of the way. Oh, okay, fine. I'm kind of thinking, I was thinking ahead, but what I do need to do is... Wait, but wait. No, the rock is floating, so I can't... Oh, wait, no, it's fine, So Bob has to go away, so Bob is not in existence, so fine. Baba, we love you, but you gotta go away. So, what we have to do is then make flag is win with just the rock. So, if rock is me, I'll say flag is, because as long as you have stuff surrounded by that is there, you can still have that running. So what I gotta do is I gotta make sure that rock is win. Unless I float over the damn thing for this, which I do. Okay, so it is a case of Bob. We're gonna beat this one. I did do this last night by accident, but it also shows that idea that you really have to think through everyone. Rock can still float. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Correct. Yeah. So in that case, then I guess in that case we can't do anything as far as with this. Push the rock. Okay, actually, you got the idea. Push the rock is push words in water. Oh, you're right. Right. That is how we did it. You're right. So you have to push the rock is, or push rock is to the water. Yeah. Hey, thank you, AJ. Appreciate that for sure. This goes the other thing is like, hey, you can also jump in and say like, hey, what do I do that? So yeah, right. There you go. Sometimes that's the solution, and boom, yeah, you got it. Thank you, AJ, for sure. There you go. That is why we have the best chat on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a case of that. And that is why this game is brilliant, because it's one of those cases where sometimes you might think, oh, I can do this, and you're like, wait, no, you can't do this because of this. There's another condition. This is ingeniously designed, this game.
So have you ever played it before?
I think he has, I believe. Feel free, AJ, to indicate that to us as far as if you played this game before. Nocturne played this game before. She pointed this to me, and it is quite a game. It looks great. It has this great style of itself. it is ingeniously designed. It's one of those games it's one of those great games like Braid, where you think like, the setup of this, or Fez is an example, another one, where you're thinking, it's a simple concept as far as what it is, but they keep bringing all these ideas out, and it's devilishly difficult but deceptively simple puzzles that when you solve them, you feel like you're on top of the world. And something you absolutely want to share with people, want to point people to. And even if you don't like puzzle games, that's the other thing. I've sometimes gotten cases of feels like, oh, I don't like puzzle games, I don't like games of genre. I've always said, we'll play games in any genre in this program, I will not discriminate. Regards to that, but it's also a case of, I don't know how you're on this stuff in this way, because you're the big one on puzzle games. What are cases of puzzle games you'd recommend to people who usually wouldn't play a game like that? And I think
like
Bobble,
this
is a good example, I think. I mean, there's a lot of cases that say that.
Yeah, that's true.
And it is challenging. It also challenges the idea of what is a puzzle game? Because, yeah, I think we're good as far as going on to the next game. If you think about it, just look at the 3 games we looked at already. It's really stretching what's the idea of a puzzle game. Because sometimes it's like, oh, it's going to be like Tetris. Or we're like Dr. Mario right up here, which we are going to have Dr. Mario. Don't you worry. We're going to get to that. Yeah, she's looking forward to Dr. Mario, and she called the version, or indicated the version that we're going to be playing for this program. But yeah, that is Bob Is You. It is a good one. If you have not played it, give it a shot. Next up, I got a game Alec first mentioned to me. We did Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth. He mentioned, I picked up Battleship Brigade. This is Battleship Brigade. We're going to play it. I downloaded the demo on this. I said, this game's too interesting. This is fantastic. I downloaded it. It's fantastic. Hi, everyone. Hi, Gemini96. So good to see you tonight for our puzzle game showcase. We're getting a good crowd tonight for this. It's so good to see you. We are going next to Battleship Brigade. We have a game he's requested. He wants to see Tetris Effect Connected. That's coming up a little later in the program. So good to see you. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving with you, friends, family, everybody. If you were to go into memories on anything you're seeing on the screen here, for sure, or any insights on what you got, as we're starting with, or continuing with our next game. This is, as I like first, I thank you so much for pointing me to this one. This is Battleship Brigade. This came out on November 20th, 2017 for the PC, the Switch, and the PlayStation 4. It is on sale on the Switch right now for $8.99, usually $20. And this is another unique one. It's like, yeah, look at this great animated perspective. This game was published by Adult Swim Games, so you know the Adult Swim element. Yeah. They have their own element, but the people developed this. It was actually this game was kickstarted. They started for like a $100,000 Kickstarter for this game, developed by Trinket Studios, which is actually made up of members of Wide Load Games, which was the company that made Stubbs the Zombie: Rebel Without a Pulse, which is on Xbox, and there's a Switch port of that as well. And it was started by, the company, by the way, was started by Alex Seropian. That name sounds familiar, but he is the man who co-founded Bungie, who made Marathon games and Oni on the PlayStation 2, and of course a little independent game called Halo. And so there you go. And that's all. I don't remember if Seropian is involved in this game specifically, but what this game is, and this is a really interesting game, it's a puzzle game, kind of like Puzzles and Dragons. We got Puzzles and Dragons coming up. You probably saw, they're listed in order we're going to show. It's worth pointing out. As far as it's like that, but it's also kind of a hack and slash, kind of like Odin Sphere on the PlayStation 2. You ever play that?
No.
Ooh, that's a good one. Anybody out there, if you ever played Odin Sphere, we're going to play that game for the show. That game is fantastic. But yeah, you have basically going around hunting and cooking. So yeah. Or there's a guest one for Nikki, because she loves Cooking Mama. At some point we're going to show stuff for Cooking Mama. Or, as I showed when we did Man and Medan, I have Babysitting Mama on the Wii. Like, we're going to have live camera when we do that game. No question. Let's take a look what this is, because this is a really interesting game, and one that totally took me by surprise. And like, thank you again for pointing me to this, because it's one of those cases where I've always said, I don't know everything about games, I don't know every game, but I always get cases of people who point me to stuff, and I look at this like, thank you for pointing this out to me. Dollar Twin is that way with, actually every game we've had so far has been that way so far. Her with Strange Horticulture, January 64 with Little Misfortune, Nocturne with Bob Is You, as an example. And Battleship Brigade is another one. And there's a demo of this, by the way, on Switch, on the eShop. You're like, I don't know if I'm feeling this, or what is this going to be like. But it is there, and it is $9 on sale this week, so... It's worth the $20 they normally sell it for, but it's worth picking up that way. And there's a physical version, I believe it's in the case, so it's a rare distribution. But anyway, there is a plot to this. It is fully voice acted, worth pointing out, where it's all about the culinary champions.
Eating monsters.
Yep.
Catching and eating.
Yeah. It's very interesting as far as what we have, and like new styles of cooking, because there's a cooking school around. And the girl in the shadows there, she's doing like the Sailor Moon hand thing, you know, when she does the moon prism power. It's like, she does that transformation. I'll picture like when she puts the hand up as far as like the transformation of that. It's like, I want to be a great chef. So let's see how that works.
They did the mash. The Monster Mash.
Which actually, I think funny you mention that because the soundtrack of Stubbs the Zombie is some licensed stuff that they like redo stuff. I think they redid that.
Really?
They did a redo of My Boyfriend's Back because it's set in the 1950s. As we're pointing out, as far as that game.
Well, it takes mashed potatoes to a new level if you ever
Yeah.
watched it.
I'm thinking then about like the "Do You Love Me" scene in Dirty Dancing,
All right.
specifically as we're in the Windy Village. This is an interesting concept. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. This is a wide perspective. This is why I love doing
It
this
is
stuff
wild.
for.
This is really good.
It's a wide perspective of puzzle games. Like you're gonna be playing stuff for like Tetris and things. We got tons of Tetris. Don't worry, we get tons of that.
Look
We
who's
get
in the
stuff.
walk.
I like it. So Gemini 96 is
Monster
saying.
in the walk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking what you're seeing. This is unique, and as I
It
said,
is.
you can thank Lek for this point out because this is a unique one. I might have missed this if not for him pointing this out.
Don't buy the blue squickle again. It tasted spoiled last time.
Yes, so as Lily and Wen, they are the owners of this restaurant, and he's looking for Saskia.
Trying to wake Mina up.
Yeah, Mina, by the way, is the girl we're going to be playing with here in a second, but Saskia is saying, like, yeah, she's saying, like, yeah, 10 more minutes, Mom.
Get down.
But Mom saying, like, Mina.
Saskia, let's go.
Alright, so they're going to go off to market.
Don't come down. I'm up. Stop yelling.
Alright, so here is Mina. She had a bad sleep, I guess. She's like, well, she's kind of like the teenager's perspective. Like, yeah, you know, I'm very, you know, in a sense, like, I want to do this stuff, but it's like, is this place on fire? Otherwise, I don't give a shit. Let me go back to sleep, please.
Fridays?
But yeah, it's a Friday.
They've got a restaurant.
Yes, and so we have to help with the cooking, as it is. Yeah, we have a Chronomapo tofu order for table 2. So, yeah, it's Puzzle and Dragons a little bit. It's a little bit of Odin Sphere. It's a little bit of Diner Dash or Overcooked. And it's also a little bit of Christ, was the other game that I was thinking? It was in my mind. I was thinking like Odin Sphere, right? Odin Sphere. How did I forget that? Okay, here's it. It is a 2D game like Odin Sphere. You're doing the walk along, and you have to walk to the pot here, and hit the X button, open the pantry, and pull out the Kahana's stomach. What you do is you pick it up, and then you have to place it down. You do have to have a space on the grid here. They just give you this one just as an element, and you do need to match stuff up. But also you have firebox down there, which will cook what the little gems in are here. So you can get a higher point, because you want to get the best total for the dishes you're cooking. In this case, they're giving us a freebie of running 60, but she's like, yeah, that doesn't taste right.
A couple of things we got from the market were strange. Not sure what's going on.
Alright, so something weird's going on for the mother saying, like, well, order up, please. Okay, so yeah, go to the next one. Basically pulls out of the pantry, but this is only starting. Right now, they're giving us what we need as far as the steak. So you have to select what they want. We need to put the squickle tentacle in there. Basically, put in where there's somewhere to drop, like that. Hit the Y button to cook, and use the ZL or ZR buttons to stir it. And what that means is you were able to rotate the blocks here to kind of get them to match, so then they'll kind of change color. Get them an element of the fire, because right there, you see out there, it's kind of doing a little bit of a flash. Or kind of a little bit of a sort of set. You got to get that going so that then they'll cook. And you'll get the rumble. Just use the HD rumble of the Switch Pro Controller very, very nicely. As far as this is, just get it going to get what you need and just keep stirring. And they give you an idea what you gotta do. You have to match 3 of these. In fact, I'm gonna try and do that like so. But you have to have them cooking enough in order to do that. But unfortunately, I'm not getting into a case of making that happen. You can also use the right analog stick to do swap offs along with ZL or ZR. Okay, so I have to match them up as far as what they tell me. Yeah, I have to match the ones that are just the base ones. So in that case, do that there, like that. So, boom, there you go. So got level 2, and we're getting stuff going on, and we have to match these 3. And by the way, there is multiplayer in this game where you do have to kind of harvest your own ingredients. We're going to show them in a second. So there we go. So order up with the 62 star dish. All right, so basically pick it up and drop it. Hold the A button at the table. So there you go. Order up.
You stayed up training for the Brigade again, didn't you?
Yep, per the name, it is the Battleship Brigade. It's like, oh shit, I'm busted. So yeah, the anime look, but it's interesting how this is looking that way.
Huh. I suppose it was Saskia's idea the last 10 times, too?
Yeah, her mother has her daughter's number, that's for sure. But she's like, yeah, you like to go, but we need you to run the restaurant. Yeah, it'll only be for 1 more season, and then you can go to the academy next year. And yeah, they're also going to say, like, fine, your sister isn't married this way, so remember, it's the case of the parents saying, what are we going to do? Like, please.
I just saw Simon.
Alright, Simon's outside, so go gather some ingredients.
His standards aren't that high.
50-point dish should do.
Yeah, and for the purpose of the story mode, they'll tell you what you need to do as far as that. So, okay, hunting, let's talk about this. You ever play Odin Sphere, as I mentioned. You're in the backyard, you're hitting the Y button to slice things, doing jumping, and doing, like, kicks. You do have, like, a combo system. You have, like, uppercuts But getting the knife out there is like, yeah, you know how they say you have to fight for your food? You have to do that in this game. And as you do that, you hit the ZR button to pick up stuff. So you have the cheap chi breast. So it's like chickens, basically. But I was holding some berries. Like, I want to get that. You have to fill your satchel up a little bit. You have 6 slots to start. I think you can expand that as it is. You have the Pocket Berry doing the uppercut. Yeah, so you do have a combat system. Look at this animation as far as how she's kind of running. And hit the A button, like, do that twirl. It's quite something.
It's like Peter Pan.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I could imagine, like, the look as far
Disney with the tights and the...
Well, that or something like, hey, you know, if you've, like, seen the footage of... Because it wasn't Mariel Hemingway who was Peter Pan on Broadway?
I don't remember.
Oh, no, I'm thinking she's the gymnast, Mariel Hemingway. Oh. There's that movie, Personal Best, that she was in as well. Kind of goes to that. There's this kind of fluidity to that as well. But anyway, after you harvest your stuff, you come back and you pick up what you gotta have. And then pick it in the order you want and toss it in the pot. So we got the blue there, we have to put the berry, and sometimes you have to put the fire in line, which we have right there. And I'll put the Pocket Berry as much as you can fit, pretty much.
Yep.
Drop there.
Your blues.
Yeah, we have a lot of blue going on here. But unfortunately, I don't have enough space.
No.
So what I gotta do is I have to leave that, unfortunately, and start cooking. Hit the Y button and start stirring. So let's see what it can get, and get something that's 50 points enough. So you have to cook it enough to clear out what you got. And also build up the power, because I believe, for the purpose of the tutorial, they're showing what some of these things are. But they're also saying, like, hey, you know, you gotta get things ready. But also, since I do have a clear perspective, what I can do is I can leave, I can pull in the pantry again, take the wing, and toss that down. So, perfect. So let's go back and stir.
All you need is 50.
Yep.
So you're almost there.
It's also the case, I could have gotten to a better case
Yay.
of getting that set. So there's 52. Also, let's see if I can get the fire cleared off. And for that matter, also try and see if I can't... Okay, not much I can do more on that, but there we set. So yeah, we got 50, so we got 62, we overachieved. Here you go. Hope you enjoy your meal, friend.
Got a new experiment for me to try?
Yes, we do.
You bet. Only the finest from our backyard.
Which usually you don't want to hear that when you're cooking something, but it's the world of Battleship Brigade, it makes total sense. We cleaned our kunais, so we're set.
It's horrible.
Oh shit.
What? That can't be. I tasted it myself.
But yeah, he's like, no, it's fine, but I gotta keep your ego checked somehow. I was like, you bastard. I was like, okay, we did a good job. I mean, we overachieved. We got higher than the 50 that they asked.
Don't scare me like that.
There you go.
Oh, Simon, it looks like we'll need some extra satchels of grain and flour.
Yep.
We're running.
Now he's gonna give us supplies as well.
Mina, go over to Simon so he doesn't have to make a double trip.
Alright, we'll briefly show that, or we'll show what that is, and we'll go on to the next game. This is a unique one. Is that there's a free demo of this on Switch, as we're pointing out, and it's also on PlayStation 4 and 5 by extension, and it's on PC as well.
Thank you, Mrs.
So yeah, if you're liking anything you see here, these are also good gift ideas. That's the other thing, for other people, or for yourself when you get gift card money around the holidays. Alright, so back in Flash. And they'll give you elements on the loading screen. It's like, hey, here's some of the dishes that we can get going. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to wait, go through this, and then we'll go on to the next game.
Tell you something.
What's up?
And we can definitely come back to any of these games. And General 96, if you want to call dibs on this game, or like see this for show, say you know the drill. Say the word, we'll do it.
I'm not going to be.
But Mina's like, wait, I'm not going to be around here for a while.
Did you get grounded for Brigade training again?
So Simon does have her number a little bit, but it's also the case that he does seem to understand what she wants.
I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to run away from home.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you're a little too old to do that, right?
You're too old for that now.
I'm not throwing a tantrum. Mom and Dad will never let me leave for the Brigade.
And the only reason we saw is like, hey, you know, who's going to look after the
I'll be
restaurants?
stuck cooking the same recipes for the same people forever.
So I guess it is like Star Wars, so it's kind of indicating that a little bit as far as one of the references they made.
That's not necessarily true.
Hey, remember, what do they say about a restaurant? What's the success of a restaurant? Manage the menu, make sure, maybe change it up if it's feeling a bit stale, but also do the stuff that is really well known for very well.
I'll get to travel the land and learn about
She clearly has the passion, she clearly has the excitement as far as what she wants to do.
Kitchen nightmares.
Oh yeah, like, yeah, the Gordon Ramsay take, I can get that, and it is worth pointing out, there is a game based on Hell's Kitchen on the Wii, it's worth pointing out. And they do have him swearing, and it is rated teens worth pointing out, so actually the language is censored when he says, like, the lamb is fucking raw, but still it's the case of, we could show that for the program. Or the Iron Chef games. There's a game based on Iron Chef on the Wii, and also those Cooking Mama games, which are really interesting. And Nikki's the big one on Cooking Mama. She loves Cooking Mama, and that's definitely an interesting one as far as that franchise.
Oh, she wants to go.
Yep.
Everyone's happy just doing
She does have the big dreams as far as what she wants to do. And Simon kind of understands that. But yeah, is your mom going to take that well?
The person who scares me more than my dad is your mom.
Well.
Can you wait till the restaurant picks back up a bit? It hasn't been doing so great.
And also, we're kind of dropped in the middle, so we don't know exactly.
Passing through on their way to the proving tournament.
Yeah, so they'll be fine, so she says.
You don't own a coin your parents haven't given you first.
So, smart idea too is like, wait a second, if you're living on them money-wise, how are you going to manage something like this? Mina Han. Okay, yeah, the Han family, that's who they are.
I'm gonna be an accomplice.
But he's like, now I'm going to be involved in this, right? She's like, yeah, can you lend me some money?
Think you could help a neighbor out and
Or fine, spot me some flour to help out. I was like, fine. He's my neighbor, so he'll do it.
We should get
And
going.
Bob, yeah, good point to that specifically. Okay. God, Barley, give me strength. Your mom's going to kill me.
I'll name a dish after you in the tournament.
Okay, and we'll see that eventually as far as if you do want to see this game, as I said, say the word, we'll show it. Because I'm intrigued by this. Okay, and that's the next day. So I think in that case we'll go on to the next game. But again,
Before I go,
great choice. And Electriverse, thank you for pointing this one out. And Kiki, by the way, is the short name for Saskia, as it is. Yeah, I'll practice Wind Magic one last time, so she says.
believe our little Mimi is all.
Oh.
It's really happening.
Alright, so we'll go to the backyard later, but yeah, so that is where we'll be looking at eventually come back to this game. Yeah, great pick, Electriverse. Thank you for pointing me to this game. It is fantastic. And actually, we have another game that is Electriverse recommended, and yeah, well, fine, it's Electriverse approved. That's what it is. Although, we have to play this version for the program. He mentioned at one point we played Super Mario Land, said Puzzle & Dragons Z Super Mario Bros. Edition, which is on 3DS, which I picked up on his recommendation. It's an awesome game. On Switch, there's two Puzzle & Dragons games. There's Puzzle & Dragons Gold, which we can't play because it requires you to play in portable mode only. If you're not playing on the television. There are a couple of games on the Switch that are like that. In fact, before we go on to that, I'll briefly show a couple of those. Let It Roll Slide Puzzle. I was going to show this because after the great slide puzzle experience of St. Patrick's Day with Nikki Edwack and Crusader 64 and the Freddy Fish games we played, specifically the second one, the Case Bell Schoolhouse, I said, we have to do a slide puzzle game. You had the laugh of the show, Dolphin in the chat saying, I looked on Steam slide puzzle games. I'm considering buying it because this looks too hard.
It does.
The Crusader 64 was in hysterics about that. So I said, we have to do something slide puzzle, but unfortunately, Let's Roll Slide Puzzle, which is a good game, it's only $2.
Oh my gosh.
You can only play this on the screen, so you have to basically take the Switch out of the dock. So I can't stream it for the show unless I come up with some way to make it so that it can stream in a portable mode. And I don't know how to do that. So I was like, okay, I have to say no on that. And I also have to say no similarly for that reason for Pokemon Cafe Remix. So, going back to Puzzle & Dragons, there's Puzzle & Dragons Gold, so here's supposed to be a really good one. That's $15 on the eShop. This is the only one we can show on show this way, so I had to pick this one, but it's still a good one. This is Puzzle & Dragons Nintendo Switch Edition. This came out on February 19th, 2022 for the Switch. It is cheap. It's only $4.37 from Gung Ho Online Entertainment, who published and developed it. They're known for the Ragnarok games, Ragnarok Online in particular. They also do a lot of publishing stuff. They published the PSP version of Lunar Silver Star that I've been playing on my off time for the purpose of the play we're doing, which we'll come back to, by the way, in 2 weeks. And so here's Puzzle & Dragons. You familiar with this one?
No.
It's kind of... I'll tell you what this is. Actually, this goes to something that Monte Guque mentioned when we did Tetris Plus last year. He said, where is the mixture of role-playing game with puzzle game?
Yeah.
This is an example of it. I said Puzzle Quest is another one. I don't think Puzzle Quest is on the Switch. At least I don't think it is. But Puzzle & Dragons, it's kind of like that too. We can play this too, but if you want to play this.
Wait, is it hard?
Not particularly. Like, you know what? I'll tell you what else we're going to do. I have every single controller of the Switch in my possession here on a table. I have a picture here as we do this. So what I'm going to have to do is, I'm turning on the Joy-Cons. We're going to see this. Don't worry, that's normal. I'm also going to have this. So I'm going to hit... Okay, that's the Pro Controller, so I have to turn this off. You have to bear with us this way to make sure that I can get this stuff going for my stuff. So just give me a sec. So there's my one Joy-Con. That's on one side. It's always a weird one getting the other Joy-Con going. I don't know why it's not hitting this correct. Or... Actually, no, fine. Can I play this thing with just one? Yeah, it's not... Okay, it's not connecting, so fine. Alright, yeah, there's something... Okay, so let's see. Let's do a buzzy buzz. Can I get this happen? So hit L or R on controller. I might not be able to do that this way. So actually, in that case, Dolphin, I'll tell you this. Let's turn this off. I know I charged this. I think I might be in my limit of controllers hooked on the console.
Probably.
Actually, no, I think what it can do, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll give you this. I don't think I need... I'm trying to think if I need... analog stick for this. You know what? I'll tell you, we're going to drastic measure time. I'm pulling out the Nintendo 64 controller, see if I can't play this game with it. That's the beautiful thing about the Switch when it comes to this, but I also have to get a sense of why is this not connecting? Fine, I got 2-player, start 2-player. Here we go. Perfect. So here's the Pro Controller for you. Hit the A button, choose 1 player. Control settings are playstyle A. I'll tell you how this works. So I just go down to OK and hit the A button. Yes, I'm playing this with Nintendo 64 controller, so choose a dungeon, Tom. We can choose this one. Choose Training Tower, to pick where you want to go.
That's good.
Zephyr's Meadow, your player 1, so you hit that. Now, I guess let's do a breezy route. So hit the A button once more. And we have a team skill. I'll tell you how this is going to go. So A button and we start the battle. Begin battle? Yep. Okay, it's simple. It's like Bejeweled a little bit, but a little different. I'll tell you how. So we have our field here. You have a field on the left, I have on the right. So what you do is you highlight something with the left analog stick, press the A button, and drag it to match. And you have to make a specific match somewhere with at least 3. And you should do that. Yeah, just toss it to 3 and get it going. Just let it go.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the only way we can play our Puzzles and Dragons. Basically, as you do that, you cause damage. So you're killing the enemy. You're playing an RPG puzzle game.
Okay.
Remember, Mataguka is like, where's the RPG puzzle game? Is there a cross-section? You're looking at it. This is one of those examples. This is Puzzle Quest. So you just create something out, and the hearts, by the way, will cover your health, so you can match those up as you desire. You play with the 4 players, by the way, for this one. And yeah, the Nintendo 64 controller is working great. So yeah, we're playing the Nintendo 64 controller, running Puzzle and Dragons. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get specific for this, as far as running it. But yeah, you can play feasibly any game on the console with what you got if you have a way to do it. But if your health is going down, in my case, I'll do that so we can get our health recovered a little bit. Because if you run out of health, you lose. We have a couple of elements to go. So you have basically the slime. So it's like Dragon Quest. So I know, Captain Sway 2 in the chat, he loves Dragon Quest, he loves his RPG stuff. This is your puzzle RPG case. Like, what is that about? Well, this is it. Basically just drag them and drop it that way. And as new things come in, you can create combos. Like there, nice job creating, Jesus Christ, Dolly Finn. 10 hit, holy shit, 11 combo. Okay, I was saying I want a feat compilation thing, there you go, that's it. And we have a boss to fight. Mild flashing light warning just to go into that, great job. Okay, but if I move, okay, so we gotta kill the boss. Yeah, we're gonna have no problem with what you just did, great job. And I believe there is also a weakness chain as far as what their symbols are. This is another one like first point of me, as I mentioned, as far as the way this goes for Puzzle and Dragons. And this is fun. At Switch, this is your only game in town as far as being able to play on television. But I've heard Puzzle and Dragons Gold is awesome. But this is a pretty cool tip. It does a 4-player multiplayer as far as it, and there's online as well, so you can go online and play with people if you so desire.
Sometimes.
What's up?
Nope, we're clear.
Yeah, we did it. Okay. I think we can do another one, feasibly. Let's keep fighting. Okay, I'm liking how this is going. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I like it.
It's unique, isn't it? It's also the case that you sometimes see Bejeweled, the idea of like what that's about.
Do you like this, or do you like that?
The joystick, or the controls, the left analog stick, the D-pad. It depends on the game. We're gonna have a game coming up about 2 games from now that tend to run D-pad. It sometimes depends on the game. How's the feel? What do you think?
Yeah.
Actually, you know, in the next level.
I didn't try it with the D-pad.
Actually, you go to move over to next and hit A, because you also have like an in-play achievement system.
Yeah.
I was gonna try D-pad myself to see what it works like.
Yeah, just
but what works
try
in the grass? Let's give it another shot. We have our team skill times 3 attack with 3 combos. Basically, you can put teams together. Almost like a card combat game a little bit, since you're building a deck, but also building a party, like an RPG.
Nice.
Alright, so ready to go? Yeah, so far I think we found a case of this, as far as it's alright. Yes, let's get ourselves going. This game's fun. This game's really fun. And this is a cheap one, as I mentioned, so like, hey, you know, you're like, what do I think about this?
Try this stick.
What? Yeah. Oh, you're trying this
no.
D-pad? Yeah.
It's not. I don't
Okay,
like
D-pad,
this.
okay.
No.
Well, actually, just to tell you what's going on with D-pad is that D-pad's going on a grid. So if I'm moving the stick, you're kind of like a mouse cursor.
Yeah, how come yours goes on and mine goes off? Is that
What do you mean? Oh, yes.
Now I can't do it.
Yeah, what happens is, actually, good question. So what happens is, as soon as you do a move, it's our turn. It's like an RPG. So you did your move, and now I'm going to do my move. Just to show as far as D-pad. Doing D-pad will basically lock to each of those grids. So if you're like, hey, I don't like the movement on that, you can use the D-pad. So honestly, for this, it might be better, although for the drag over, maybe work better. I mean, it depends on your style, you know? Sometimes it might work better for some games, maybe not for others. Right, there you go. So yeah, we just keep attacking them.
Oh, so you get one move.
Yeah, we each get one move to it.
Oh,
but the good news is that we're in good shape with our health. We're fine for this. We can do 5 battles in an element. As we see, there's not looking Pikachu dragonish thingies. Okay, so that's your move. Let's see what I can do. We'll move this. Yeah, we're just decimating these guys. Wow. Here's our boss. It's like, okay, fine. Look how cute that thing is. Sorry, it has to die. So let's send it some grass. Yeah, because I think it's an elemental. It's grass, water, and fire, and they give you other ones as you go along. I know that's how the Puzzle Dragon Z on the 3DS runs.
Good.
All right. All right, so there you go. We got another success.
Okay.
Do you want to do another? Do I do one more?
All right.
Okay. Because then we'll move on to our next game.
All right.
And also take a look at your achievements as far as what they are. So right here, we raised our element to level 5. We can claim rewards. So if you hit the A button on that, let's see what that is. You get badges. You get rewards for the purposes. I believe this is for, sort of for online avataring a little bit, but also I think for skills. So in this case, hit the B button, I believe. Yeah, we can do a Scarlet Stained Blade. Yeah, we'll come on a sunset as far as because he hit the A button. Yeah, we're on the sunset of Puzzle Dragons, but this is one I could also get a sense of coming back to play this. Actually, I think there's also a version where you can co-op where we both have the same field. But honestly, for this, I think it's probably better that we have one each.
I'm just trying to figure out what they were saying was going on here. You're going. Oh, we both can go at the same time.
Yep. Yeah, just sending out all that. And look at the nice sunset. It's definitely nice to see that. Oh no,
You only move one. Is that it?
yes, you only move one. I'm gonna try and see. Okay, fine. I did health recovery, not that we needed it, but it's one of the cases where I picked it up. Like, wait, no, that was not a right thing to pick up. But you also go kind of in a row that way. You also feasibly move them around as you go.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
And as long as you keep holding the A button down, it won't break the chain specifically. It's great violin music on top of this, which is, sounds like, yeah, the idea of the RPG, you know? You go on this great adventure. But you never thought you'd be doing puzzles. Jesus Christ, you're doing amazing with those combos. Okay, I think we found a game Dog didn't really got an aptitude on specifically. There you go. She said she loves puzzle games. This is her area of expertise. You're showing it. Fantastic job with these combos. Awesome. Yeah, the boss is a little harder, so yeah, we just gotta drain his HP a little more.
Okay.
Yeah, how do you want to take them down?
No. Oh, it didn't let me.
Yeah, if you do make a move, as far as you can't do anything, it just stop it, but it's fine. We're gonna live, so it's gonna be no issue. So there's a little bit of risk reward, especially as you go on later, but still, that's the idea. Sorry, good job. It is, and that's
It's a good game.
it's worth pointing out that actually because, as I mentioned, there's Puzzle and Dragons Gold, which people tend to say is better than this because, like, hey, you have to play this with touch. In fact, actually, it was AJ was saying this to me, so I said, hey, we're playing this. He said, I don't know if I could play this thing without like a touchscreen, like on 3DS or like on. I think there's mobile versions. This franchise has actually been going on for quite a bit of time. This is as good a compromise as we can get, and for the purpose of the show, since we can't show that other one on screen, the way the connection's going, this is probably the next best thing. But hey, if you want your touch stuff, this does have touch control if you play it in portable mode, and you also get the Puzzle Dragons Gold that has that as well. All right.
Save it or no?
Yes. What'll happen is that go to the main menu. That will save what our perspective is. So if you go into custom mode, play with multiple players. I'll go to one just to show this. And have that set. I'll briefly turn off the Nintendo 64 controller. Don't worry, we'll come back to you later. Here are all the missions that we've done for the Zephyrus Meadow. So yeah, we have all that. So the Witching Hour is the next one, as far as in the line. Also, you have player for player for online. You have like a gacha system where you can get avatar stuff, and custom mode to create and download dungeons online.
Cool.
So yeah, definitely a cool game and a fun one.
Yeah.
And Electros, thanks again for the point on point 2 Puzzle Dragons itself. That 3DS game, Puzzle Dragons Z, Super Mario Brothers, that's a really good one. I'm gonna play that. That's fantastic. All right, so next on our list, we're kind of going on the lines of puzzle and video game and board game with this one. and also toy, specifically talking about tactile elements. This is Rush Hour Deluxe. This is from Marked and Technic, who developed and published it, and Korian, who was the developer. It came out on the PC and the Switch on December 20th of 2022, and it's based on a Think Fun board game that came out in 1996, but it's based on a block puzzle game from Nobu Yoshigahara, which he made in 1970. It's a physical puzzle game that debuted over here in 1996 by Binary Arts, or as they're known now, Think Fun. If you've ever gone to Barnes & Noble and you've seen this case, like, hey, in the toy section or like the gift section you sometimes see, you'll see this like, it's like a kind of a top-down thing with cars moving around to get the green car or the blue car, no, the red car to the end. It's that. They made a game based on that. This is also playable, by the way, in portable mode, where you can slide across. That might be a better way to play it, but you can play this on the television just to give an idea of what Rush Hour is. You familiar with this game? Of the board game itself? Well, let me show you. Here's how it works. And there's also multiplayer for this. But basically, here it is. So you have a board, you have cars there, and you can only move the cars in the direction they're pointing. So you have the cars going left to right, you can only move them horizontally. The ones that move up and down, you move them vertically. And the goal is get that red car that's right over there to the exit, which is the hall out there.
Okay.
So you have to move them around in order to get a sense of it. You do have D-pad control or analog stick control to highlight them. The highlighting is a little weird, I'm going to say that. Nocturne's not having any of this in terms of that control elements. But that being said, it's still a fun game as far as it, and something unique as far as it, and very relaxed.
All right.
As far as how it is.
Let's see.
So what is the thought?
So you got to get the red car. How do you tell which is the front though?
The front of what?
Of the car. You said you have to go.
It's basically if it's going across like across 2 or 3 squares to left or right, it means you can move left or right.
Oh, either
up
way.
And down.
You can move either way.
Yeah, so like for example, this one I can move it that way, or I can move it that way.
And you need to get the red car
into the hole, out of the hole.
Out.
Yes.
Where's the hole? Oh, over
the
there.
hole's right over there.
Gotcha.
It's always in the same place. It's always gonna be on the right.
Okay, so I might move the. No, I was gonna try to move the bottom car.
This?
Yeah, add it back a little bit.
Where are we gonna move it? The left?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess that's not gonna work.
Well,
and then the blue one, up one.
Okay. But then the question also is gonna be.
I was gonna say up the other way, up this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean down like this, perhaps?
Yeah, and then the green one out of the way, and then the gray one up.
Yep.
You can't up, and then the orange one up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then the green one back.
This one back?
Yeah, and then the blue one up. And then the green one, no, then the yellow one, gold one back.
You got it.
The red one out.
You got it. The beep beep. There you go. Good job. And they do rank you in terms of moves and in terms of amount of time you had, and you also have a bunch of levels. I'm starting on beginner just to give a sense.
Yeah.
But you have other ones.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's not an expensive game usually. I mean, sometimes it is. It's a case where I took how much this is. This is on sale for $8. It is, by the way, as I mentioned, it's on PC and Switch. It's sometimes more than that, but it's something that, hey, I actually got this dirt cheap. It was on sale, I think, for like $2 one week. So for something like that, it is pretty neat. Although it's also one of those questions, I guess, as far as, because Nocturne's argument on this game is, hey, I like a tactile perspective of my, like a game like this that's based on a toy. So I'd rather play it that way. Sometimes when you're moving D-pad, seeing that, I'm kind of, it's a question of like what card to be highlighting and hit right. It's like I'm going to that one, but the question is, I'm going to have to go more to go to the orange one over there. It is not perfect, I'll say, as far as that, but it is something that is a lot of fun. It is something that's unique, but I also have cases where, yeah, all this stuff is kind of trapped, so I got to figure what I'm doing.
The blue, that one back towards the orange one, the gold one down,
Uh-huh.
the red one back one.
Yeah, because you can still move the
green
red
one all the way forward. That's
Yep.
the other folks all the way up. Yeah. Then the
probably the blue one here.
Back. No, that's not.
Then this. And then can we feasibly get this out of the way?
Move that one and then move the red one.
Move this
up.
one here.
How about move the blue one up?
Oh, this blue one up?
Yeah. And then the red one up.
The red one.
And then the gold one back.
Okay, yeah, that's the idea.
And then the blue one back.
This one? Oh no, this
the
one
blue one
back.
back, and then the other green one back, and then the silver one down.
And there we go, you got it. Perfect. It is a little tough as far as
Yeah,
that, but
sometimes it's hard.
actually, no, fine. Let's also show this. Let's take a look at.
Oh
right here.
my gosh.
You have to complete levels of the other ones to get them, so they do give you in an order. So fine, let's take a look at the hardest one we got a look at, and then we can move on. Because honestly, it's a good game. It's just that in some cases there may not be as much to say, but still something we at least give a bit of a taste. And it is an interesting one. If you like this board game, you ever played this board game, this is a decent element. But you might also feasibly like the board game as well, because I always like playing with this thing in the store. The idea that hey, you kind of move it along, and it's kind of ridged as far as how this is. So it is like a slide puzzle. So it is like the Freddy Fish Keys. This is what we're getting as far as this. So then the question of what do we do? How do we move? I'm thinking just looking at this, start moving these out of the way, see what we can do. But it's also a question of are you going to be able to move it this way or not?
And I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean that's the question.
No,
but,
you gotta get the red one up one. Move the red one up one.
See, that's what I'm saying as far as the highlights. So something's
And then
weird as
try
far
to
as
move the green one.
Yep.
Then try to move the pink one.
Yep.
Then the orange one all the way.
Yeah, I think we got something specific to this.
Up. Then the green and the two greens.
Both of these.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think we are getting somewhere as far as this.
The other green.
This one.
Yeah.
Move that there.
That's not gonna help us.
Well, almost.
Because we gotta get the red out. Oh, so then the green back. Move that green one back again. Move the.
This one.
How are we gonna get that one out of the way?
Yep. Well, what I can do is I can move this here and this here, but then that also traps that. So the question of, wait, hold on, how's this going to work? I'm just trying to see if maybe we can get it cleared. So fine, it gets the clearance of this
you gotta get those 3 cars out of the way so that purple one can get back up the top. You gotta get those 3 cars out of the way. So
these 3, right.
So move, yep. That other one.
Actually, I think we got it.
Move.
Well, almost got it.
Yeah, you gotta move that one, again.
Up there.
You gotta move that one back, the gold one back one.
Yep.
Silver one, that one.
That, I think we got it.
And then move that back.
Boom, got it, perfect, great job. There you go, we got it. Perfect. Awesome. So there you go, that is the hardest of the ones I have unlocked. And there you go, and then you get, fine, here's an advanced one specifically, just to give an idea.
Oh,
as far as what it is, but you do get a lot of puzzles out of this, so it does give you a lot of value as far as it. The controls are weird only because, as I mentioned, sometimes you hit D-pad, because to go back to your question, like, what's better, D-pad or analog? For this, I'd say D-pad, just seems like maybe you can go to that specifically. So the task is up the red one out. Oh, I have a new face here, aka Tetris. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. We are doing our 4th annual Thanksgiving Showcase program. We got a bunch of games in a line in puzzle territory tonight. I'm Captain Detroit, by the way. We have Dolly Finn here. So good to see you. Welcome to the program. Yeah, the task is with the red one out. This is based on a board game, Rush Hour. If you've ever seen it when you've ever gone to like bookstores and things like that. They made a game based on the Switch. We're showing a bunch of stuff as far as it. Yeah, that is the task. So yeah, if you love your puzzle games, you came to the right place. So good to have you tonight. If you're ever going to any memories on anything you'll see, because we got a lot we're showing you. We got 31 games as it is. We just got done with Rush Hour Deluxe. That is the element of it? Yeah, if you like this board game, this is a cool one. If you've never played the board game, it's worth playing. And it is on sale for $8 this week as far as Switch is concerned. And it's also on the PC as well.
Definitely worth it.
Yeah, it's unique and definitely a cool one. I'm going to hit... you do have settings. You can set stuff as far as your English and your volume levels.
Very cool.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. The controls are a little wonky, as I mentioned, as far as that. But still... Yeah, it'll definitely challenge you, give you a lot of hours of good fun. Okay, before we start the next game, I have to change my volume on my OBS as far as this. I have to change this to 27.6, I think. That's what I have it down in here. I just want to make sure, because some of these games get a little loud, so I have to play around with what the volume is like. Alright, next up on our list, we're getting through a lot of the independent stuff, sort of, kind of, but we're also getting into something that's kind of a takeoff on something that's not, but a weird one. This is Marble Power Blast. This came out on January 24th, 2016 for Android and later on the Switch and the PlayStation 4. It is published and developed by Entwickler X, which is out of Botzen, Germany. It is a game that costs $2.99 specifically, as it is on the Switch. On PC, it's almost $10. It also has a beta shit title screen. I mean, honestly, it's one of those cases where I was like, yeah, I typed this out feasibly in whatever the font is specific for this, as you're having your minimalistic as hell interface of turn off sound effects and music and all that. your help element where the control is spelled wrong. So the Crusader 64 always says, I found a typo. Here's a typo. If you're familiar with Zuma from Electronic Arts and PopCap Games, this is going to look a lot familiar.
Yes, from my phone, yep.
But, yeah, EA has not made Zuma on this console. In fact, they've not made a Zuma game since, I think, the PlayStation 3 days. So it's been quite a bit of time. It has some neat music as far as, like, the light piano stuff. The idea is you basically move your, not frogmouth around, shoot marbles, and as you clear areas, you get coins. You get those, and you can use them to pick up power-ups, buy power-ups, so stop marbles from moving, move them around, or get rid of the ones of the same color.
Right.
And yeah, for this we're going to start at the beginning, and you have star elements. Yeah, it doesn't look like much, and this probably is the weakest game we're going to be looking at tonight, but it does still have its fun elements. Basically have like, there you go, as you mentioned, Zuma. And Dolphin, you want to go on your elements on Zuma, and then you play the game a lot.
Mine was just on the phone. It was the earliest one on the phone, and it came with the phone, and so you just play it, and it's actually a good accompaniment to a train ride.
Sure. No, I get that. I mean, people said that. I mean, we're going to have puzzle games that go to that. The idea that like, when you're on a long car ride, or a train ride, or on a bus ride, oftentimes it seems like you have cases with a puzzle game where those are the cases where they work really well as portable games. And yeah, we got some big ones. We're not forgetting those big ones. Do not worry as you go. And pretty much just point around. You do have a color in the backside of yourself. Hit the Y button. You switch between them. We were having our test audio check earlier on this. It's like, why are they not changing? Well, because in some cases they can be the same in the back and the front. So that's you. Also be careful not to let them go into the hole there. Let 10 of them there, you lose.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice.
Chain bonus. Also, go what you're saying, Dolphin. You're saying, hey, what about control method of something like this? Honestly, this game controls better with the D-pad. I'm going to say that right now. It seems weirdly inexact when you're playing with the stick.
It was inexact with that.
And I don't know how the PC version is, because the PC version... Oh, yeah, you can shoot that at the case of that. Because I think the PC version had mouse control. I think I probably did. I would think on this.
Yeah.
We do have your element of Zen here. Oh, shit, that was the wrong color.
That's one thing, the colors of blue. I had a difficult time, too, with the blue color.
I mean, there are two cases of it. I mean, they're distinct enough, but also the case like, wait, I think I'm doing that, but no, that's not right. Because you have to match up 3 of the marbles to get rid of them. Actually, I'll do that one right there. What's up?
Yeah, that's a good one.
And we'll stop for a brief period of time, but I also have to be careful because I know that we're running into shit. Okay, I hit that on the side. We hear that boop, that means they're going down the hole, so yeah, that's not going to be cool. Unfortunately, I don't have anything else I can handle on that, so I have to be ready on that. Yeah, basically keep it from going in the hole. That's the idea. It's one of those games that you could definitely be playing for years and still learn some stuff. Although, as I said, I don't know if it's better than Zuma. Exactly, but I mentioned EA's not touched Zuma because it's Electronic Arts who publishes that game, and they don't PopCap Games. So I'm surprised when I said, hey, they made a Zuma game here. So I was like, I'd have thought this would have like a Switch equivalence. So you have to deal with a rip-off like this, but it's a good rip-off. But yeah, if you run out of stuff, it's a game over. So you have to try again. You want to try this? Yeah, because
Are you using the D-pad or are you
I'm using the D-pad. You can use the D-pad or the left analog stick. It's your choice. We're running the Switch Pro controller for this, and then the A button. Probably use the D-pad, I would guess, if you're having trouble with that. Because I said, it is mushy, it isn't exact. As I mentioned, you could argue how much effort were they really putting into this game in terms of stuff with the interface, stuff with the lack of spelling correctly. It looks simplistic. But then again, it's still fun enough.
Yeah.
I guess if this is the worst game we're playing tonight, that's not a bad thing to say, because honestly, not that we don't pick games that are not good for the showcase. There's games I have. Just the purposes of fun. Let's have a contrast.
Correct.
Yeah, as far as like the bad games I've shown on some of the showcase programs, we do these every year. We do this on this weekend every year, by the way. AK Tetris, just to let you know, since your first time here, we were very happy to have you. The first year I did this, I picked up Super Thunderblade for the Flight Showcase from Sega. That game's horrible, and I was like, I said, I want to show this because like, let's show that there's stuff that's not good, as far as how it is, and point out the fact that the arcade version of it is the way you want to go. Just because, hey, it controls way better. The Genesis was just in over its head with that version we played. But nothing else is also good to relax because you have that nice light piano music going on. But it is loud, which is also, as I mentioned, why I had to adjust the volume. In fact, I'm going to adjust the volume again while it's just playing a little bit down, because I'll do the audio checks as far as to make sure everything is aligned, especially when we're running 31 games as far as a row for the purpose of our program tonight. It seems like you got a good case going up so far.
Not really. It's not going to be too good. It's hard sometimes to see them. Oh, they're going in.
Well, as you said, the movement as well is weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I can't get this thing to move at all.
Yeah, so EA, I mean, look, I know you have a problem with publishing on Nintendo systems going back to the GameCube as early, but yeah, we'd love to see Zuma on this console. I think you could come out and kick this thing's ass. It is a fun enough game. It's a fun game as far as how it is.
Fun.
It's good as far as a rip-off, but compared to something like Zuma, I mean, I picked this because, hey, we have a Zuma as close to a Zuma as we can have on that. But there's a reason why Zuma was a big hit. A lot of Pop Hit stuff. That one, Plants vs. Zombies, or you ever play Peggle?
No.
I wish I could show Peggle. Peggle's not on this unit. I believe I have that on. I have it on the PC. That's kind of a game where you're like doing marble shooting to clear out these spaces on the board. It is a lot of fun. It's incredibly fun. I'd love to show Peggle off at some point. And it is like the idea, like we saw the unicorn stuff with Little Misfortune. Not like that, but you have like the smiling unicorn. Like, this seems weird, this seems trippy when you play. It's like, oh, it's amazing. And then when you get the last, when you have the last peg, to get knocked out, they do this dramatic zoom in, and like a drum will going, and then you hit it, and then they play the part of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony that you go with Die Hard for the da 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 da. And when I heard this, like, this game is amazing. I love this game. It's fantastic. At some point, I want to show that specifically, but yeah, that's Marvel Power Blast. It is cheaper on the Switch if you're curious about playing this and you want your Zuma fix compared to a PC, because I think it's like almost $10 on the PC, but on the Switch it's usually like $3. Yeah, not the prettiest looking thing, but does have some nice stuff to it. But yeah, very weird as far as it, but still, it'll do as far as your perspective. Yeah, hey, there's some good stuff in here. It's like, yeah, even something like the not so hot games. I mean, actually, I'll show you one other thing. I'll a little bit of a brief thing as far as the games we didn't do that I was kind of toying around. I thought maybe Box Boy and Box Girl. I said, not sure as far as that. Let's see other stuff, puzzle based. Harvest Moon Mad Dash. I love my Harvest Moon, but I played the demo and I was like, I'm not feeling this one. I'd rather play Marvel Blast Ultra over this Harvest Moon game. And I love my Harvest Moon, but this is a puzzle game for it. Like, I'm not feeling this one, so I said no. I mentioned on the Roll Slide Puzzle why we can't physically do that one. Same with Pokemon Cafe Remix. We're not doing Portal 2, well, not 2, and Point Point Tetris 1. We got the second one specifically coming up later in the program. And the other one I kind of was on Element Love was Yokozama's Express. I didn't get to play that one much. And Toho Spell Bubble, which is like a bubble pop game. It's like the Rolls Royce of bubble pop games. It's like $55 to download this thing once you get on sale. Wow. It's really good, but I said, okay, fine. Those are some of the ones that didn't quite make it.
Didn't make the cut.
But there are cases like, hey, if you want to see some of these things, we can show them at some point. But next on our list is a game that Gemini96 in the chat wanted to see for sure. And if you want to play this one with me.
I want to watch it. It was beautiful.
Oh my god, this game is
I've never seen it until you showed it to me last night.
Alright, this is Tetris Effect Connected. This came out, actually just as Tetris Effect initially, on November 9th of 2018 for the PlayStation 4. Then ported to the PC in 2019, and then to the MetaQuest. You can get the VR version of this game. In fact, Electverse in chat has mentioned he's played the VR version. He said it's almost like a religious experience.
It is amazing.
Even just looking as far as it without the VR, it's an amazing experience.
Can you imagine though? Oh.
Yeah, no question. They then made a connected version, which is what the Switch got along with the Xbox One, Series S, Series X. Which this version, what they add over the Tetris Effect version, the normal one, they add co-op multiplayer, which is amazing, and they also add a new competitive mode, or enhanced competitive mode that actually is modeling after the Tetris World Championship style of play, which actually, Despina 417, we did Tetris Plus last year.
Right.
She mentioned, hey, have you ever seen that? We put a link in the slide when we edited for that. So yeah, this game is turn ready. It is by Enhance and Resonare. These are the people who made Space Channel 5 and Res. It is Tetsuya Mizuguchi's company. What's up?
Space Channel 5.
Yeah, we had a great time playing Space Channel 5. And this is not the only game, by the way, of this company we're going to be showing tonight. Yeah, this is Tetris Effect Connected. And Gemini96 said, I said, which one do you want to see as far as your representation? He said this one. Man, he did a great choice. And this is a game, I'll tell you about this game in particular. This game is $40. There are physical versions on a bunch of systems. is on sale this week on the Switch eShop for $20.
Wow.
But even $40, it's totally worth picking up that way. And physically, you can get it too. This is a game I came to by other people. They said, hey, we want to see... Oh, or like, hey, I played this great game. Let's take a look. In fact, AJ in chat mentioned to the Crusader 64, this game is great, you should play it. He bought it. Then Crusader 64 mentioned to me, this game is great. He showed it. I was like, oh my god, I gotta buy this. And then Emetics did that. I think Gemini 96 did. Everybody at WAC did. Everybody I know bought this. It's one of those games that talk about the word of mouth concept and also the beautiful thing. Like, oh my god, look at this.
Can you imagine that in VR?
Yes, and Empress's experience is eventually played Star Fox.
Amazing.
Yes, you have options of journey mode, effect modes, stuff that's like online reflection stuff, and multiplayer. We can do multiplayer in a second. I'm gonna show the journey mode. I'll give you your choice as far as what you do.
Look at that.
I know, it's nuts, isn't it? It's great. Actually,
it's great. It's great.
Let me just check on the volume level 2. Okay, that's fine. Let's get that up to 21. That'll work. Okay, so start on normal. Which one do you want to see? Because I have a bunch of these unlocked of the Deep, Pharaoh's Code.
I like the jellyfish.
Jellyfish Chorus. Oh yeah, this is a great one. In fact, let's show it off.
Can you imagine being in VR with this?
Yeah, on this system it also uses the HD Rumble on the Joy-Cons and also everything. Also, you do zoom in on that using the left analog stick to get it that way. Yeah, Tetris, so clear your lines out. As you're moving and doing the switching of the blocks, and you'll hit the L button in order to hold blocks for later, including that. You have like the songs going on, so you're kind of making music in the same way that Spaceship 5 did, the same way we did with Rez when we played that. You're tossing stuff out, and as you go, you're clearing stuff out, and you have lines that way, and you get to a line target as it goes way, way faster as you go. Yeah, it gets more and more challenging, and the background will change, and it is quite an experience. And I guess the world perspective of Tetris, we were saying like, hey, a lot of these games coming out of parts of Europe as far as what we've started with so far, and this is kind of a reflection of that in its own way. I'm not sure like okay, Gemini 96 is saying this, I'm not sure like more about this game, the visuals of the music. Tough choice,
it's
you know?
Both, they're both, you're right, it's fantastic.
Right, I mean, and it's very, because like, we're looking at this one, I'm going to show a couple of these, we'll definitely show a few of these
I love
things.
the music too. That's right.
Yeah, but this is a visual and oral feast. It really is. I mean, as far as what it is, and as I mentioned, we've seen this out of Tetsuya Mizuguchi before of other games, and the team as far as that, and think like, with the Tetris game, look, we've said this before, there's so many versions of normal Tetris. We got a couple of them, a couple big ones tonight, along with this one. How do you stand out, right?
This really stands out. You're right.
Oh my,
He's
yeah.
right about the music and the visual.
In fact, I'm going to show right now, I'm going to get a Tetris. Look at this. Boom!
Whoa.
Look at that. And as you change and you get levels increase, it changes the graphics that way. So right there, you got it. You thought that it looks great. So how do you pick just one thing that this game is doing great in terms of the look? Well, I'm not in good shape as far as what I got, but hey, you can still get a sense of that and try and stuff fine. I'm going to do that as much as I can. And like Tetris Law tends to dictate, you do want to run on the long piece and hold on to that when you really need it, but really you can have cases of running really pretty much anything or kind of balance it out specifically. But yeah, this is quite something. And if you've not played this game, absolutely take a look at this. It's on every system basically known to man as far as the modern stuff. You are not losing out on this no matter what console you got. As I said, if you want a physical version, there are physical versions around, and it is digitally speaking, and it's on sale this week on the Switch for $20. And given how much content there is, how much great looks there is to this game on top of everything else it gives you, there you go. And also it's worth pointing out, if you bought or buy Tetris Effect itself from PlayStation 4, you of course play it on PlayStation 5, this is one with everything from PlayStation 4, but if you bought just Tetris Effect normal, you were entitled to a free download of this version. So it's not a case of, hey, you got screwed out, so like, I bought this other version, I have to pay again. No, you don't. They give you enough to go along with it, so you have much more to it. You get all the extra content, and it is great extra content. And they keep patching this game, as we're pointing out, for adding little stuff, little enhancements, and also adding stuff for aspects of its online, which are really a lot of fun. And even the co-op multiplayer is like, hey, we have competitive multiplayer for Tetris, sure, but this case, the idea that, in fact, it was Gemini 96, and it was Emetics, and it was the Crusader 64 and I who were playing the co-op in this, where we basically will have like 2-on-2 Tetris, kind of clearing out one screen as it is, and it's quite something.
This original soundtrack by Deluxe.
Yes.
Actually,
we also will not get content striked on this, as we're pointing out. I did make sure to check that, especially for the other game of theirs, as we're in Da Vinci's area with the clocks going on, the cogs there. That's the other thing. Talk about how visually diverse this game is as you go along. So it's never going to get old to look at, on top of getting old to listen to.
So they're award-winning.
Oh yeah,
Japanese.
I get the idea of that. I mean,
you can actually purchase just the music as well.
I get exactly why you want to get the soundtrack for this game. Yep. So yeah, well, I'll have a link in the link list, which I'll have to.
So cool.
I'll have to make sure I don't have too massive a link list, with all due respect, just because I'm gonna have to have elements as far as all the stuff we're showing for that 5,000 character description limit for YouTube. But still, yeah, that's another thing. Like, hey, and think back to years ago, even when Tetris itself was making its rounds, the very first one, which by the way, it's worth pointing out, next year is going to be 40 years of Tetris.
My God.
Since the first version came out on Soviet computers in 1984. So yeah, back then they thought like, hey, what would you think as far as audio in a game, music in a game? What was that going to sound like? Yeah. Would you ever think we get to a case where, hey, there'd be a soundtrack CD, so like, hey, let me get a soundtrack for a video game, especially something like this, where it's not like, hey, let's have this world perspective, let's have this wide breadth of what it is, while I am also potentially going to be in a bad case.
This is neat. They talk about the music says it's intended to take players on a journey through your mind, consciousness, and emotions.
Oh yeah.
Put you in a flow state.
Yeah, indeed it does.
As a therapy for a distracted mind. Can it train you to focus, to dissociate yourself from traumatic memories and heal your mind? These aren't just ridiculous claims from a marketer's fever dream. One video game has done it all, reaching hundreds of millions of players. Tetris, and it's back again. Wow. Yeah, I mean, fine. We had Little Misfortune earlier in the show talk about, the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, fine, we're stressed out as anything on that game, understandably so for the reason it's doing itself. But then again, you have something like this, like, yeah, this Zen state. God, this game is a work. I just popped into here, Tetris. Hi, Protorova, so good to see you tonight. For our puzzle showcase, I'm showing off Tetris Effect Connected and losing, but that's fine, I'll show more. And like versus saying this, God, this game is a work of art. You were so right. In fact, I'm going to show one of my favorite levels for this when I can find it. Where is it? Spirit Canyon, Downtown Jazz. I want to show this. This game is a work of art. It absolutely is in so many different ways. Did you guys start at 5? Yes, we did, Protorova. We have covered so far on this show, just to give you an idea, we covered our looks on Strange Horticulture, Little Misfortune, Bob Is You, Battle Chef Brigade, Puzzle and Dragons Nintendo Switch Edition, Rush Hour Deluxe, Marvel Power Blast, and we're on Tetris Effect Connected. We got more going on. We just started earlier because we have 31 games we're going through. All stuff of puzzle things. Talk about your work of art here. We're in the city. Look at this. Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
And as you're moving, you have like the piano keys. Like, it's almost like this jazz odyssey. Sorry, the Wi-Fi is spotty. Oh, as far as like for saying, trust me, I understand that element. It's like, don't worry, the show is here. We got it all. You're right when you say, as far as the work of art of this game, it is. And this is one of those games, I'll tell you. We want to talk about the word of mouth concept of a game. Instead of like, somebody's like, hey, what's the case of Tetris? As far as like, I've played so many versions. What could this one possibly offer? You look at this like, oh yeah, can also new? Yes, absolutely.
So Engadget writes about researchers from Oxford University.
And I'll have a link, by the way, to what she's talking about in the link list, no question.
And the Karolinska Institute in Sweden found that playing Tetris after a traumatic event creates a dissociative state that prevents the formation of memories that can lead to PTSD.
That's for this one or just any Tetris?
It's about this game. They suggest putting Tetris in emergency rooms to help
Really?
patients turn off their active minds while awaiting treatment.
Sure.
They suggest that Tetris play can be used to alleviate traumatic flashback memories when they occur. This therapeutic power to heal broken minds may apply to other visually demanding games, but it seems uniquely applicable to Tetris. It's under this Tetris effect, where the premise is to bring order out of chaos and make things fit properly.
But it also gets really hard here, because as I'm getting higher levels, my speed is going up, so you have to sometimes be careful of that. But actually, it's funny you say that. I'm going to go into this specifically.
It's interesting.
It is,
Tetris
actually.
Effect, yeah,
I think, and you know what, I can vouch for this, not personally myself, but other people. Actually, it was not Transparent mentioned this. It was actually when Tetris was around on Game Boy. The idea that, hey, they had elements as far as elements of hospital perspective. Like, hey, for members of families, so it's like, fine, let's play Tetris. They played the Game Boy version, and then they bought the NES version later. And they said this kind of was something that kind of helped us through this perspective. Not that they were hospitalized themselves, but the case that, hey, they were like, we need something to pass the time. That was the thought initially, but they said, it almost was this weirdly kind of therapeutic game. And Jesus, look at this. Oh, right, I forgot. You hit R button, or the ZR button, you have like a freeze. I forgot that you have like zone powers. And there you go, so you can kind of hold it specifically for a brief period of time without it moving. So, I mean, yeah, just look at this. You're right, oh my god. Remember the TI-83 version of Tetris? Yes, I mean, Tetris has been on everything, AJ, that is true. In fact, actually, Monty QK was mentioning this when we played Tetris Plus, saying, playing the ZX Spectrum version. We do have a game that was on ZX Spectrum at one point we'll talk about later tonight. Which actually, aside from the place we're playing it, that's its only other port. But the idea that you're right, the fact of how widespread Tetris got, like, why did it become widespread? Why did this game itself become the phenomenon that it became? And then also, as I mentioned, something like this, something like, talk about breathing new life into Tetris, a case where, I mean, there's so many different ways you could play Tetris, and this is, when you think about one of the best ones, just for that reason alone.
Absolutely.
Because of all that stuff. And by the way, do you want to do two-player on this now?
No, this one's too.
You know what?
I just want to watch it. I just want to watch this. It's so beautiful.
Okay, fine. That's another case.
Play the other. It's just amazing. I can't appreciate it when I'm playing it as much.
Also, the other thing about this is that, also look at this. You have depth in the blocks because you don't have the same blocks going each case. It's almost 3D.
That.
You can see the fact that it's kind of rendered, and they'll do like rotating, which keep that in mind for another game we're gonna see later.
Let me ask Alec first. When you're doing VR with this, how are you clearing the blocks? You moving your hands? I'm just curious.
Feel free to go in. Do you know how much money do you know how much money the Tetris creator get for this in the USSR? Yeah, Alexei Pajitnov at the start. Actually, Alec first gave me for the link list when we played Tetris Plus, and I'll have a link element to that show we did as well. He gave me a view from the gaming historian saying that I think the idea is that the Soviet Union did have an ownership sort of that game, and it was also the question of what was the rights of him owning that? Him and Hank Rogers. In fact, there was a movie about that called Tetris.
That's right.
How was that? I didn't see that.
It was good.
It's the direct film. It was the director of Stan and Ollie, which I loved that game as it was.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
With the horse in the background. I think I made the right choice now with coming in on this
oh my gosh.
or buying this game. If you're not
I love this.
If you're not played this game, Prorova, it is on the PC, it's on everything. Go get it now. This game is amazing.
That's incredible.
I know. It's just one thing after another, and you have like the horses whinnying.
My
but yeah, to go back to the question that we've been getting, I got as far as aka Tetris, is that I think the idea is that he didn't get maybe quite the rights or the royalties that he was expecting. But remember, Nintendo came in to the Soviet Union to try and get it. Tengen released an unlicensed version. Mikhail Gorbachev was going to be saying, you're stealing our intellectual property. Nintendo got the rights because they learned that Tengen was trying to pull a fast one. And in the years that passed, Hank Rogers and Shipazhinov got the rights to the game, so now they're ones sort of in their years now rolling in the money, I guess, as far as the fact that Tetris itself is the granddaddy of puzzle games. You're going to think about it, one of them at least. But the fact that you have ones like this that are paying such reference to the original material and dancing on it, and oh my god, going fast, and the Crusader 64, the one thing he loves this game too, but also the question of saying that, oh my god, when it goes so fast, I'm getting nervous. Like, oh god, what's gonna happen? I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna get the case, especially at the end of lines. But also the case, remember, you can use that element of the hold-on piece to hit the L button for that, and also the hard drop, which you hit up and D-pad to up on D-pad to basically drop it down right away. As I mentioned, this game is tournament ready for the purpose of the connected version that you're looking at right here, which, as I mentioned, is on every console. I mean, it's one of those cases, also say this, whenever we've done the showcase programs, there's always that case of, when are we going to go with the most nuts on a game? So I was like, what's that game that's going to make us go, oh my god, that's incredible. If there's one game you should be playing off this show, it's this one. Sometimes I don't always expect what game I'm going to have that reaction to. I didn't not expect to have it on this game, but it's also a case of, this is the one that's making the elements of this. Alright, we're going to do one more, and then we have to move on. We can't completely play this game. We need to do this game as a full show. I think that's the element I think we were having as far as our chat and also you, I think. Am I right about that?
That's right. Did you ever see the world's biggest Tetris game where they put it in Philadelphia on the side of a building?
I've heard the story. I'll have a link to what she has.
It's quite amazing.
I'll have a link down to what she's talking about. In fact, we'll show one more.
It's amazing.
But okay, here we go. We're getting close to Christmas. Look at this. The lights. It's just like light bulbs.
Yeah, oh my god.
And also, by the way, it's worth pointing out, when you go through stages, as far as when you clear one stage, you'll have the blocks that you had on the last one. So this will kind of hold and like boom, 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 look at that. Yeah. Look, we can't say enough about this one game to think we've got many more coming up, and many more Tetris games. This is not going to be the end of Tetris tonight, I will tell you that right now, because...
That is amazing.
Yeah, because we'll
my
show
gosh,
the full breadth.
So amazing.
Yeah, buy this game is basically our translation. It really is amazing. It's quite something. Yeah, Checkers is probably easier to make as far as a game, but Tetris is more fun to write as far as your developing of a game. Is that correct? Feel free to go into that Proto-Rovas. We have another new face in chat. Didn't they have a human Tetris game? I think they did. Sarcasm Cupcakes. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. Welcome to our Thanksgiving Showcase program. We're looking at a bunch of puzzle games through the Nintendo Switch. We're going to Tetris Effect Connected. This should have been a whole fucking show, honestly, given how amazing this is, but we got other ones going, don't worry.
Yeah, Japanese game show, Human Tetris.
There you go. Alright, we'll have a linkless item when we edit this in a couple days. So good to have you for the show tonight. Feel free to sit back, relax, look at any memories fun, any of the games you're going to see, any requests of other puzzle games you'll want to see for the show, going forward, or any game, period. And insights on what you're seeing on the screen, because, man, we got quite a bunch of things, and we got a great crowd tonight. People wanted to see some of the stuff we got. I knew. And this is why I love doing the show. We have these annual shows, we're pointing out, weekend after Thanksgiving, showcase show of a bunch of games in genre or in a theme. Trust me when I always say, these are my favorite shows to do every year. And stuff like what you're seeing right now on the screen are the reasons why.
So, Japanese game show Brain Wall began in 2006. Is called Tetris by most non-Japanese speakers. Startling, the game is just what it sounds like. Contestants must form themselves into shapes of Tetris blocks in order to squeeze past the approaching wall that contains shaped holes or risk falling backward into a pool of water.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, there is sort of a kind of thing. Actually, I'll tell you this. Are you familiar with Just Dance from Ubisoft?
Yeah.
Yeah, because actually, they'll have licensed songs on. I think it was the one that launched with the Switch. I think it was 2017. I'll have it down here which one it is when I edit in a couple days. They have the theme of Tetris, the do. Actually, they have the dance choreography, which actually a bunch of people doing like a human Tetris take. I'll have a link element to that specifically as far as we got stuff going on chat. The Japanese television show is still marked as Bobble, by the way. Yes, the reason for that, I'll explain that why we're marked for Bob as you. I had to pick one game to represent what this show is. I unfortunately can't change that on the fly as far as Twitch is concerned. I said, I gotta pick something that's gonna represent it. I should have picked this. You're right. I should have picked Tetris Effect Connected. But I was like, which one is it gonna be reflecting the show? That's gonna be underneath, but we've got 31 games. That's the reason as to why. I'm mostly a city geo-guesser watcher. And working at a theater with stuff of Tetris, is that correct? Feel free to go with that, Sarcasm Cupcakes. Fine, one more and then we're going on. I'll put the stop, I promise, after this one.
This is just so cool.
I know it's amazing, isn't it? Feel free to go into what that is. I worked in an arcade for the entire, or a theater with an arcade for the entire 2000s, which, yeah, arcades are not a thing you see that often anymore, but still you have some cases like retro places around.
Asbury.
Well, wherever you go around, there, New York, other places in all around the country, California.
Yeah, California, yeah.
Coney Island, maybe around New York element, as far as something like that. Wherever you are, you can find something like that.
Yeah.
Like, sort of stuff with Dave and Buster's, actually fitting because there were arcade takes on Tetris. A couple which we're going to see tonight, for sure. Promise that. If I hear the DDR Butterfly song, by the way, I swear to God, I'm going to go nuts. Well, yeah, the Smile DK song, like, a little butterfly, in the sky. Yeah, there you go, because people love their butterfly, or like they heard it over and over again. Reminds me of the movie Adventureland. So like, if I hear Rock Me Amadeus one more time, I'm going to shoot this place up. It's like, okay, fine. That case of it, because they kept playing that. But yeah, we're in the forest. Oh my God. We're doing this as a full show. I'm just going to... Usually the case is I'll take chat requests for stuff, and we always do. I'm making the chat requests for us for this one. I'm saying we're doing this as a full show, and after we clear this, we're going on to the next game, because otherwise we're playing this game all night. I knew that was going to be a dangerous thing, but fine. This game deserves this extra attention. It really does.
Can we do it in VR next to it?
I'm curious how we could stream the VR. I mean, I think we could get a sense of how that looks. We could do that. The Muse mechanic is fantastic if you haven't been, as far as all classic arcades. Is that correct? If you're going to go on that. There are many Rock Me Amadeus versions, by the way, from all time periods. Yeah, that is true. Fine. Adventureland's referencing the Falco version, as it is. You ever see Adventureland?
No. Yeah.
It was the one that had J.C. Eisenberg and
yes, I did.
Kristen Stewart. I thought the movie was fantastic. Actually, I mentioned that movie a couple weeks ago when Knox was on the program. Ooh. But yeah, there you go. I mean, our talk on music. That's the other thing. That's what we do on this show. As we're pointing out, we are relaxed. For all the people who are new in the chat, because I'm seeing the best on Twitch. We got some new faces. We are very happy to have every one of you. We do this every week. We have a relaxed perspective, talking about gamings, shooting the shit, as the cool kids say. Just talking about what we got, experiences, insights, and oh my god, this game is beautiful. I want to see more of it. All this stuff. This is what we do, and we love doing it. We do it every week. I do it every week at least. We have guests in cases, as like Finn's case. And for most of the rest of the year, we're going to have guests, but alright, fine. Unfortunately, I have to hit the top.
Woo! Oh,
There you go.
look at that. Wow.
It fades away. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the megahertz version. Absolutely mad for the front man. Okay, so we're talking about stuff with the early century games as far as elements of that. Stuff for Rock Me Amadeus, but there you go. That's Tetris Effect Connect, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, this is amazing. We'll come back to this, I promise, but we're gonna have to move on. Yeah, Gemini 96, I think you picked a hit as far as like the game that got everybody wanting to say, oh my god, let's talk about this. And the one I think is the defining show for our puzzle showcase. But we are not done. We are far from done. Our next game, though, by the way, is going to be our only case of a game that I own physically, because everything else I have is digital. There's stuff that's physical, as I mentioned, and Tetris Effect Connect is one of them, indeed. This is a game I have physically this way. This is Big Brain Academy, Brain vs. Brain. This is the third game in the Big Brain Academy trilogy that started on the DS in 2006 by Nintendo. It was Nintendo EPD who developed this, Entertainment Planning and Development Division, who actually work it as far as Nintendo nowadays. It's kind of basically the take of EAD, which is Electronic
Arts
and Development, I think. Yeah, which is Shigeru Miyamoto's company. You'll find them, but also that arm of Nintendo, the big names of Nintendo, made stuff like Pikmin 4, Super Mario Bros. Wonder that's out now, Ring Fit Adventure. They co-developed Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp and Mio Festival, and Star Fox Zero on Wii U. This is, as I mentioned, the third game in the Big Brain Academy franchise. The first was on DS in 2006. Wii Degree was on the Wii in 2007. I would say it's on the 360. Like, it's not. In the name, that'll be funny. This one came out, though, on December 3rd, 2021 for the Switch. This is one that, I'll tell you, Edwak pointed me to. This is an interesting one. Have you heard of the Russian version of Rock Me Amadeus? Is that correct? No, I have not. Some of your games are on Steam, not available on iPad anymore, and I'm sad. No, I'm curious. Alright, yeah, they'll find elements of it. By the way, feel free to leave us links as far as some of these things if you want to indicate that, to share it around. And since we do edits on the program, as it is, I can put stuff in the link list. I'm seeing right there, the slot Amadeus Romanized lyrics on YouTube. I'll look for that when I edit this a couple days, because we have a YouTube site for Super Bowl Game Saturday. There's a link in Twitch area, as it is with all of our past shows, uploaded, edited with certain aspects, extras in some cases. And the links to the stuff that ourselves and the Best John Twitch talk about. This is why we have the Best John Twitch. I'm telling that. Here we go. We have Dr. Loeb. He is the big brain man. And so we have to do stuff for this. You have multiplayer for up to 4 players and single player. I don't know if you want to do multiplayer on this baby. No? Okay, it's like, she has her stuff. She's going to be running multiplayer.
I'm waiting for Tetris.
Well, fine. You're dating for Dr. Mario and the game after that, because we have that. Okay, so it is all just brain puzzles. What we're going to do is we're going to have a test. Don't worry, this is going to be a fun test, I promise. Specifically, they'll measure big brain brawn. Actually, this was part of the touch generation on DS. Remember that? When they were having these games that were kind of going to, you mentioned, like, psychological elements, specifically. So these are their 2-pack of games. Haunted Manor and the Drawn series. Like, when you say drawn or drawn to life? Because I know there's Drawn to Life, which is on DS. And keep that in the back of your mind as far as it. There are definitely ones that, if those are requests, if I can get some of these things running as far as that, actually, they're on Steam, you mentioned. We can show that. I can pull them on the master list. We have master lists. We will pull out viewer requests all the time for this program, at least once a month, to go through. And that's what this show is about, viewer requests, just drawn as it is. Absolutely. I'll take a look at some of those. They sound interesting. I love the requests. I love the recommendations, because as I mentioned, sometimes we'll have cases where we have not played everything, for sure. But the case that all of you might have played something cool, like you want to see it represented, even if you think nobody knows it, I promise we will show it on the program. That is what we do on this program as a thanks for you stopping by and hanging out with us, for sure. We have a great time as it is. Alright, so we got our test for Big Brain. We'll show you how this is going to work. They tested in 5 areas: identity, memorization, analyzation, computation, and visualization. Also, like immersive and atmospheric, there's the 4 of the Room games. I think I've heard of those. Specifically, I know the Crusader 64 mentioned the Nonary games, which I know there's a couple of those. There's like 999, which is on the DS, and there's modern takes on those too. Alright, here's our test. We got visualizing. They give you a group of mini games for certain things. In this case, shadow shift. Find the pictures matching shadows. Give you 60 seconds to get as much as you can. And I'll show you how this works. It starts easy. See the cell up, but then it starts moving. So far, okay. But then they kind of go over themselves, and you have to pick multiple ones at once. So you have the tennis racket and the retro television. And as you go, you have stuff going on with this. So, let's see. We have this, and that one. So yeah, sometimes you have to be quick as far as what that is. Or you definitely have to be quick, I should say. Set there, and I think that's it. But then we get advanced class, you get a sense of like, what are they? And you have to be really, really quick as far as hitting them and you. Yeah, so it's not always going to be easy. Saucer. Yeah, so it's... Oh, shit, that was wrong. And if you do get one wrong, they just take you to the next one. We do need the train, the jump truck, that, and I can't... Yeah, like down in front, I can't see what that is. We have that, you, Frankenstein monster, and you. Oh, it's the other one too, so it's like all of them. Alright, and time's up. And when time is up, you do have your perspective of how was your score. Well, fine, we'll see the score later. They test you 5 areas. And they randomly give you these, but you can also pick any of the minigames you want and play them in multiplayer, as is the case. So you have to do the species spotlight. What animals there are more of. So it's kind of quick bursts as far as like a logic test. So I'll show you how this is going to go. So what are there more of? There are more of, you hit the A button and got it, is these. Same there, it's those. So you can be really quick and get a sense, it's the mice. The elephants, basically just kind of rotate around. Sometimes, like, yeah, there's only one more of the hippos. In this case, the hippos as well. Just that. But they also throw a curveball in. Okay, the hippos again. That's the idea. Ooh, yeah, a lot of these things. Okay. Alright, there's the monkeys. Yeah, monkeys again. So yeah, I know Nikki's like, no monkey. He was like, yeah, sorry, we have monkeys this way, but they're kind of the cute. It's like what you do look as far as like a grade school thing. Alright, we got a friend of mine online playing Super Mario RPG's remake. Yeah, I could have squeezed the language, or played around with the language of puzzle game on Switch and said, we showed the Dr. Topper stuff off of that, but I said, no, I've been playing that game enough. And we'll play that game for the show, because I've already played Super Mario RPG on Super Nintendo, and that remake is so damn good. You absolutely, another one of those, if you've not bought that game, absolutely pick that game up, and the ants. Okay, that's not right, and if you do get it wrong, your score goes down by 1, or by a little bit. So we did identification, and now we have to compute. So yeah, this is a good compute. You have to basically choose the cards that add up to the number that's at the top. And might not always be what you're expecting for the creature. So yeah, there's 2 and 2. So they, yeah, to show me the ostriches, like, no, I have to have enough to make sure I'm adding up to 5. So, yeah, 3, 4. So it was one of those things, if you ever grew up as far as that, this might not be something you're going to like to go back to, but yeah, despite that, this game is insanely fun. Especially playing with multiple people. So we have 6. So we have 5, 6. And then there's 7, so we have 5, 6. Oh, no. Oh, it says you have to, you have to have 2. Right, I forgot about that. So, I think it's this and this. Yeah, but also, if you do take too long, it's going to be a case where they'll say, like, no, that's not right, or you're going to waste time. But yeah, I think I'm knowing what I'm not going to be that great on when it comes to this. In some cases, it's like, hey, you know, maybe you're not great on one thing, but that's okay. Just keep going at it, as we have 8 of those, so you have 6. There we go. Oh, no, that's not right. 7. Okay, time's up. Flashback to Minute Math in 2nd grade. Yeah. Or Brain Quest, which actually there are games based on the PC. As it is. It is kind of like that. You're right, honestly. Yeah, Minute Math. I will definitely have a picture referencing Minute Math. There's a reference. That's the other thing. We make these references stuff, people like, do you remember this? Like, yeah, you remember that. This game is much more fun, though, than you would expect. And it's like, it does go bring back to that. It's like, yeah, be quick as far as what they are. And this one you have to, like, this is most puzzle, like, I think, of all of them, because in this case we have to knock out the blocks that are going to be what we need for getting the picture to match what's up there. So right there, boom, toss that out. Usually only break 1, usually. But sometimes they'll change that. There we go. But it's always like, wait, what do I have to hit there? And how do I get rid of that? Basically, you have to kind of chisel out what you need, but not always easy to do that. And like, okay, that one, that one, that one. Yeah, but there you go. That is an interesting element. Say, like, yeah, the memory of 2nd grade, you wouldn't expect to see that maybe as far as something like a game. But yeah, you sometimes do, and it can be really interesting to get a sense of that. Okay. I do need to hit that one right there. Okay, yeah, in that case, yeah, that's tough, because, like, wait, there's that one in the middle. But, let's see. That should be fine. Put that down. Oh, shit, that was wrong. If you get any part of it wrong, they'll say, no, yeah, you're not doing that right. So, yeah, it does take you back to 2nd grade. I don't know, like, your 2nd grade teachers is like, would he or she be disappointed in you? Probably not. If it's the case, like, hey, you know, you're still trying to keep these things going, and that way. Let's see. Yeah, if you never played Big Brain Academy, this is an interesting one. Oh, this is Brain Age, because actually that's the other thing. The Touch Generation series, there's Brain Age. Dr. Kawashima's Brain Age. The thought of, like, Brain Age, train your brain in minutes a day to be able to get that stuff running. Okay, this I can do because I play, like, the shell game in Mario Party and a bunch of other things constantly. So let's do the, oh, at least I hope so, but remember, recording first, I might fuck this up. We'll see. Okay. So where are the birds? So I find, where's the birdies? Yeah, keep your eye on the birdie. I was thinking that from the ocean dub of Dragon Ball Z, as far as that Vegeta. It's, like, very weird when he was, like, saying that. But either way. But I like that insight as far as that, because honestly, it's the case where, you know, I get... Oh shit, I hit the wrong cage. And if you do get it wrong, they will drop your class up, because it starts at beginner class, but then it will go up as you get more of these right along the way. Especially if you're playing this with other people, this game is a blast to play in multiplayer. And it's also a cheap one. This game is only $30. And that's its normal manufacturer suggested retail price. So it's like, yeah, it's a great game. That'll be good for parties or with a bunch of people. Or even for yourself that will not break the bank that way. Like, hey, you know, I don't like that Nintendo's games are all $60. Well, fine. Or they always stay $60. I'm fine with them being $60. It's just the case, like, when do they ever go down in price? Okay, I don't think I got on time. My 1st and 2nd grade teachers have the same name, first and last, by the way. The only difference is a single letter of N versus N with the E at the end of it. Well, there you go. And that's the idea, you know, the experiences you have. Sometimes a game like this, or anything, could bring some of that out. And that's what we're all about, the life experiences we have as far as it... I guess, fine, there's the My Life in Gaming show. This is like it's our lives in gaming, but yeah, we're our Super Roll Game Saturday, which is Nikki's take. She was the one who came up with the name, as it is. So what about the test results? What do they have to say? Well, they'll put the points in everything you got for what we got, and based on that, they'll give you a little bit of an analysis. So we got 2276. That's fairly good. And we'll give us a grade rate. A+. Not bad. It can be better, but still. And they'll tell you where did you do well and where's the cases where you could work on. So let's take a look at what you got. And they give you the chart. Talk about that. Memorizing is offering the direction there. Computation, though, is my weakest. So he'll say, like, okay, memorize is where you're good. Yeah. I only tend to play games on iPad. Well, either way, it's fine that way, because there are games feasibly like this on iPad. And, like, hey, here's the other thing. I'll say this for sure. When it comes to what we show on this program, we don't have a limit on what system we show, as long as we can stream it from a device. So we could start showing iPad gaming. I think there's ways that we could get that showing. And we're also not a case of thing like, hey, you know, you're not a, quote, real gamer if you don't play on something specific. No, there's always a wide variety of platforms out there. And remember, with iPad and iPhone and iPod Touch beforehand, that was breaking into a casual market. It was getting an audience of people into gaming that never would have been. And sometimes the idea of, like, that tactical feedback. I mentioned, there's games we're playing tonight, like Puzzle & Dragons and Marble Blast. No, not Marble Blast Ultra. That's something else. Marble Power Blast. That, honestly, there are variances on, like, the mobile devices like iPad and things like that, and Android and stuff like that. Probably play better on those. I mean, I like it as far as Puzzle & Dragons, and it plays great on this console, but sometimes that tactical feedback, that's a way of playing a game that can be something very specific that sometimes it just feels right, and I get that idea. Look at Fire Maple as well. They're a developer, and I adore their stuff. I definitely will. I think I've heard the name at one point. And yeah, we can take a look. If there's anything you have to that, I'll tell you, on this program, I've always been a case like, hey, we'll take the viewer requests that we can, and I will definitely do what I can to make stuff going. So we could get to a case of showing, like, a mobile platform perspective on the show. Like, I'll work as far as kind of getting stuff set up, because we've gotten into cases like, could we stream for a bunch of systems? Fine, stuff like Switch, that's easy. But stuff like Sega Saturn, that's a weird one as far as how to make sure that stuff runs. Stuff like PC, which Nikki helped me with as far as that. And even recently in cases with stuff like PSP, we did PSP stream with, Castlevania Rondo of Blood and PlayStation 5, which I don't have PlayStation 5, so the Crusader 64 got that element. All right, I did this element for Big Red Academies.
Woohoo!
I'm like, you have the answer on how we can do
Yep.
VR streaming? Okay,
On
at some
Twitch.
point we'll have to figure that. I guess Tetris Connected VR stream confirmed. That's the idea. I think so. You have a working Saturn? Yes, I do. I have a Saturn I picked up a couple years ago that is, it was a modded console as I found it where it has a Switch on the back and played Japanese imports. We have played games on Saturn before. In fact, Dolly Finn, you were in on one of them. We played Christmas Nights.
That's right.
That way, but we've also played, so far we played Guardian Heroes, we played Rockman X4, we have played Sonic 3D Blast, we have other ones as well, and Kazum22 in the chat tonight, he's got an element of Sega Saturn as far as collecting going on for that, so we can show that stuff off. So for Saturn, we're trying to figure this, because I know there's stuff that costs a lot of money, but Kazum22 has stuff that costs a lot of money, I've got some stuff that's a decent amount, so there's Nocturne, who's been on the show before. We'll figure some of this, as far as it, we'll figure for some of those things. We're trying to see about Kids Good Saga. Eventually, maybe, or maybe they'll remake it. We'll figure. It's a lot of money. Like, we can feasibly make some of this stuff happen. We've had stuff with Saturn. We have working Saturn. We've shown it on the show. We've got other stuff we're planning for running Saturn as well. So, we have connections specifically for that. So we can make stuff you want to see happen. And we're a totally independent program, so that's the idea. Like, we're kind of a small show, but as I said, I take that as a perspective of saying, you know what, I'm okay with that. I'm getting a sense that, I just like I'm someone who's been playing games for years. It says on the screen, like, I'm a 37-year-old man who loves playing games. I've been growing up in games my entire life. And it's a case where I said, I want to see stuff, and also people said, hey, here's a game I love that means a lot. I don't think people know this. I don't think people represent it. I said, let's get those names out there. Let's put the game out there. Let's talk about it. Let's play it for show. So the sky's the limit. And I said, I hope to keep doing this till the day I die. I really do. And I'm going to keep doing it for that. Just for fun. I said, I'll put as much effort into it and as mentioned, we've had shows we've gotten that go back to some of this stuff. And hope you're enjoying the show tonight, but thank you for stopping by Sarcasm Cupcakes. And welcome to Super Game Saturday family. When you stop in the chat, that's what happens. The best chat on Twitch we mentioned. Okay, so we did an element as far as memorizing best.
Okay.
So you're memorizing my friends' birthdays. Yeah, you mentioned on the test audio check last night, you probably already have that set.
That's right.
But I could do computing better.
Okay.
Flex and stretch there if you so desire. But if you answer faster, big brain bronze score will improve. And this is good, but you can go higher.
Alright.
Keep on your scores in practice. And your big brain type based on the score you had is unmemorized.
Okay.
And you get coins. And you do that, you get coins, which will unlock presents that you put as far as avatar on yourself. It's not quite the Mii's of the Wii and the Wii U and the 3DS, and this console for that matter. But it's kind of getting there. You also changed up. Fine. Let's put on the sports sunglasses. Looking smart.
Looking cool.
Yeah, looking cool. That way, I wear my sunglasses at night. That's the idea. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Okay, so I think with that, there's Edwack. By the way, hi Edwack. He's watching YouTube stuff. Yeah, he's been on the show. He has games he's requested as far as this for tonight's show. In fact, we got one coming up too from now. Dolly Finn.
Yep.
The time has come. I think this is a game she's going to do.
Time has come.
It's for the best, I know it. How could I guess that you and I, somehow, some way, we have to say goodbye. That's a reference that's going to come into play 2 games from now. We're booting up the Nintendo 64 Switch Online Expansion Pack app, and I'm giving Dolly Finn the Super Nintendo controller.
Yay.
And the reason why, like, why not the N64 one? I only have one, but
B. Dolly Finn loves this controller.
it's a great controller. She's not the only one. And I have all the controls. We swap them
This
off.
is my controller I like to use.
The time has come, the walrus said. But yeah, we'll get into that in just a sec for sure. Okay, we have 2 games we're going to be looking at as far as puzzle games. Also, we're pointing out updates coming on this system soon. Devil's Gemini's coming out for this in a couple of weeks. I was surprised when they announced that. But alright, puzzle game stuff. We have 2 on tap. We're going to be playing Dr. Mario 64. We're also going to be playing Pokemon Puzzle League in Francais. But first playing Dr. Mario... Yes, we are, but first, Dr. Mario 64.
Awesome.
You wanted to see this one. I said, what version of Dr. Mario are we playing? On Switch, there's the NES version, and there is the Nintendo 64 version right here. She said this one. This came out on April 9th, 2001 for Nintendo 64 in the US only. This was never released in Japan unless you count the Nintendo Puzzle Collection on the GameCube that had a version of it within there along with versions of Yoshi's Cookie and Tetris Attack. Or Pale Pawn as it is. Yeah, this only cost $30 when it came out. And here's Chasm22 playing Super Mario RPG's remake. I had that on the original Game Boy. And the Game Boy version is... Well, it's on the Game Boy. It was on Virtual Consoles that it's no longer available for.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was the Nintendo 64 version.
Sorry.
This was the second last game on the system for
Yeah.
Nintendo in the US. We're playing this one, which has a 4-player mode, but we're going to be doing 2-player for our perspective of Dr. Mario. So yeah, we have not shown Dr. Mario, and me having that icon of Dr. Mario up in the corner was not an accident for the purpose of that. So yeah, feel free to let your memories fall on the Game Boy version and the other ones. My experience is mostly with the NES version and also with Tetris and Dr. Mario on the Super Nintendo, and this one, which is up here. And your multiplayer, you can do up to 4 players if you so desire, and 1 player of stuff with story mode, flash game, marathon, and all that. We're playing 2-player. Do 2-player versus flash and score attack. So we have our counts. I am Sogs. In case of this, she is Dolph. By the way, it's also worth pointing out we're hearing the music, which is by Seiichi Tokunaga, which is based on the music by Hirokazu Tanaka from the Game Boy and the NES version. Of course, did the music for Earthbound. We'll come back to Earthbound next week for part 3 with Gemini96 in the chat tonight. Alright, we are going to get set. And your selection of characters, a lot of these enemies come from Wario Land 3 on Game Boy Color, which is also on Switch Online's service as it is. Who plays Appleby? Alright, so I'm going to be Wario! I gotta win! So alright, here you go. So you have your virus level you can select. So for each player, what are you going to go down to 4? I'm going to go down up to 9. You have your speed of low, medium, or high. We also have our music. We're going to run Fever and Chill. We're going to do 2 runs of this, but first, Dolphin, what's your choice as far as where you want to go for background? We're going to the country. Alright, so let's go, and I'm hearing Fever. So, okay, here we go. So, Dr. Mario, match up the pills of the 3 colors when you, the 3 colors of blue, red, and yellow. Match up 4 of the same color to clear the pills out and stop the viruses. If you clear them and change, you'll send viruses out to the other player. You get the siren going on when it's going up the top, going woo woo woo. It's like, uh-oh. And we get a chain like she just got the for player 2. She sent that those garbage pills onto me. Like, oh shit, I'm gonna hit the top. Alright, I lost already.
Well, to be fair, I am playing at a very low
Not necessarily. I hit the top. That was my fault. But yeah, you're going to continue. It's best of 5, which we're pointing out. So this now we're going to get going. And this is a great version. As I mentioned, it is 4-player compatible. It is the only 4-player version of Dr. Mario on this system. I think there are other ones specifically that have had 4-player to them. Yeah, this is a great game, and it is a timeless one for a reason. The original game came out in 1990 on Game Boy and NES, as has been mentioned. It's definitely a classic. It's simple, but it has so much depth and so much intrigue and value to itself, it doesn't get old. And the dreamy aspect of the music, God, I love the music of this game so much. It's terrific. And you see, now we're getting to the retro stuff. Like, yeah, we're doing some of the newer stuff as it's been. We cover the gamut on this program. This is admittingly a show that focuses on retro gaming, yes, but it doesn't mean that, no, we don't touch newer stuff. We definitely do. Because sometimes, like, hey, finding that new classic stuff like Tetris Effect Connected, or like with Strange Horticulture, as we've shown so far on the show tonight. Also, it's worth pointing out, if you hit the C down button, if you're running the Nintendo 64 controller, you do get the little bit of a guide of where the pills are going to go. I actually hit that by accident, so I was like, yeah, I'm not going to use that, because it's not fair. She's running the Super Nintendo controller that does not have the C buttons on it. As it is. Yeah, clearly, Dolphin is fixated. I'm not going to necessarily break that as it is. And it's one of those cases mentioned. You can definitely be playing this game forever. And going to, the Sarcasm Cup case is saying in chat there, hey, I had this on the Game Boy. We were saying earlier, the idea of a portable gaming of your puzzle game being something that can be, you'll sink hours away. Indeed, that is true. And yeah, stay tuned. We got more of a through line for that going forward. I do need to clear this out, drop that down. And we're going to come back to Dr. Mario itself as a version. You said you wanted to do Tetris and Dr. Mario on the Super Nintendo, is that right? That's what we want to do? Dolphin?
Yeah.
Okay. And she'll be involved for that. She's called dibs on the program for the purpose of that one. And we'll figure we can do that as it is. Because that's a good one. Actually, I would not have known of that one if not for her either. I do love how you get the great percussion going on, which is like the Game Boy and the NES versions, but they do kind of emphasize it more for Nintendo 64. And I got the combo there, the chain, the digga-doo-doo-doot, which is differently sounding for the player depending on what player activates it, to point out. lucky to be able to do the squeeze in. Sometimes you do some fancy movements in order to get your stuff going. Whoa. Dang it, I'm also in a bad case too. Let's see if I can feasibly redeem myself. Oh shit! Oh yeah, that's what I want to do.
I think you're gonna win this one.
I don't know, I mean...
I think so.
Look how dug in I am. It's like, yeah... It's one of those things that's kind of be tough to see, can I pull this one out? Or find if you will. Ah, crap. Yeah, because I did some bad movements early on, so that might be the death of me, perhaps. Because, by the way, win condition is either if she or I get rid of all the viruses on screen of ours, or if the other player is the top.
Right, just kind of might be the,
Oh, shit.
might be the case here.
No, you got it.
Oh,
Yeah, you feel that satisfaction where you're like, oh yeah, finally. And she's 2-1 on me. So yeah, if she wins the next one, she wins the set. And we'll do another set as well. In this case, you're also hearing how dead silent we are, because, like, yeah, it's stayed focused. You mentioned this puzzle game. That's the other thing. Something like this, it totally gets you into a zone. It's like, yeah, the world...
into a zone, but it's, like, not...
Yeah, this is gonna sound horrible. I'm gonna say it this way. Your house could be on fire. You could be hearing, like, the smoke alarm going off. You're in such a zone, and it's like, I don't want to leave. I don't want my system to burn. And B, I don't want to stop playing this game. Like, if I have to die, so be it. That's feasibly how entranced in a game like this you can get. Fine, as I said, that's not a good case to be. Case like, fine, you probably should be leaving your house in a case like that, but still,
That was wrong.
that's how insanely compulsive and amazing a game like this can be when you're really in a case of it. Okay, so let me put something down here.
Sometimes you just can't get them right.
Yeah, I mean, that sometimes is the case, but it's also the case of, hey, you know, you can rally too. And in that case here, you go, yes!
No.
Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, not agreeing with Wario there. Because Wario's supposed to be kind of the bad guy, or the anti-hero, as Wario's become, as it is. Although, actually, here's the thing, I don't know if for the continuity of this version of Dr. Mario, I don't know if Wario even got his doctorate. Because, fine, Mario, I guess, did, sort of, kind of, but, I mean, honestly, knowing Wario's actually probably been, and this is going to the Wario games in particular, the thought that, hey, he'd get it, and then he'd be able to, like, I don't know, he somehow would screw out, you know, the medical association to be able to pass the exam, I don't know. That's just how it go, or, like, try to, because, like, hey, I can make tons of money, because that's the idea of Wario. He's always about, hey, can I make money off this? And the answer is usually yes, he can, but the question of, is he going to be able to make the money? Or is he going to have the plan blow up in his face spectacularly? Either way, he keeps coming back for more, as is the case. Which is why we love him.
no.
Alright, this is gonna be interesting. But she's ahead of me on viruses cleared out. So yeah, this could go either way, honestly.
Could it really?
I don't know.
You can. It's gonna go
I don't know.
one way only.
How many times we said also with the puzzle game, like, hey, it's never feasible.
Jeez,
They're really
forget it.
okay. All right, so I would say it's feasibly not over until it's over, but fine, it's over now. But we do have one more. Fine, we still have to go through the set. Or actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm gonna end this, but we will pull one more up because we're gonna listen to Chill. We're gonna give Chill and that one their due.
All right.
As far as the music, and then we'll move on to the next one, which is Pokemon Puzzle League. Alright, so yeah, you still could go on Virus level 4. It seems like it's a good element. You do have an element to be able to kind of balance that out. Running Chill. Let's go to the Abandoned Castle. Or like the Star Castle. There you go. Get to hear Chill, the other great piece of music out of this game. And the one I absolutely remember adoring when I played Dr. Mario specifically. Actually, my experience, Dolly, feel free to go into this. What's your experience mostly with Dr. Mario? What version?
I don't remember. I mean,
is it the Tetris Dr. Mario, or is it something else, perhaps?
I think it's this. Yeah.
Which is the one on the Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo.
Okay, so that's that one. Yeah, in my case, my experience mostly is with NES, although actually there's one other outlier I forgot to mention, which is WarioWare Mega Micro Games on the Game Boy Advance, because you can unlock Dr. Wario, which is a single-player version of the NES version in the game. I played the ever-living hell out of that. I was like, that's kind of the game, admittedly, WarioWare, that got me in love with Dr. Mario itself, and I bought the NES version years later. It's like, fine, let me play this because it's only single-player. Let me just have experience. Let me also build up the NES collection, because honestly, I don't have a whole lot of NES to mention when we played NES last week, and somehow that thing cooperated. I don't know. I was going to say, the thing was going to not load games, but somehow it worked as far as it. But also because, like, hey, I don't have much on NES, and it didn't cost a lot of money, so it's that case as well, because sometimes it comes to collecting on a little console like that. It's expensive. Sorry, my iPad and this hotel Wi-Fi don't seem to like each other. Well, don't worry about that. I mean, I've been in that case as well. We do, as I mentioned, we do have the show that's going to be archived on the YouTube site in a couple of days, so you will not have missed the show. The show will still be here, I promise you that. Because, like, hey, we've run into elements of tech as well. Sometimes, hey, we've had the tech go down on the show. So we'll do what we have to do to make that for the purpose of it. So yeah, sorry for the purpose. Yeah, we appreciate you being here for sure. And like anything you get is anything you have here as far as it appreciating that input, that experience, what that's all about. And it's also the case like fine, we've been playing this game, we've been so transfixed. It's been a case of that too. So that idea. And I mentioned the reason I'll do that as far as like the way the show is, like where's the direction of this program gone. It's mostly been a case of, as I said, I started this in 2020 when I was not seeing people because of COVID. So I said, how can I replicate people coming around? How do I get an outlet of all the stuff I have to say about games, my experiences with them, but also then I realized, wait, chat's coming in. Like, they have the experience about stuff. And I said, okay, this is when I realized this is something different. This is something more as far as, and I said, that's where the show then went. I said, fine, this is what Super Bowl Game Saturday is now. As people like you out there make it happen, for sure, and also the great guests we have.
That's right.
And again, thank you, Dolly, of course, for jumping on with this one, because I knew when it came to puzzle game stuff, I knew she had to be in on this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And fitting, I guess, because, of course, I mean, this also, as mentioned, interesting enough, I guess fitting to mention that all, because this is the first show, or the first showcase show I've had with a guest. I've not been able to have guests the past couple of years for various reasons, but like, yeah, this is the case of that. And we definitely have other cases as far as guest stuff going on. I mentioned every Thanksgiving weekend we'll have a showcase show like this. I got an interesting one planned for next year. I'll talk about that a little later on. But of course, I'll be here every week, except in certain cases. But of course, I'll tell you schedule. We'll have stuff running the schedule. I'll have an easier way to be on the fall schedule as far as the show. If, say, I have to cancel for certain things going into the new year. I'll talk about that briefly later. Either way, yeah, we're at the mansion here. It's like, yeah, we got to get this taken care of. One of us has to win somehow.
One of us has to win. Somebody has to win.
Yeah, I know. We're playing. It's like that's the idea as far as what this is. Yeah, damn, we're even on viruses. Crap. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So the question, yeah, can we get through. By the way, in this version, when you are down to your last couple of viruses, you do have the music speed up.
Yep.
Okay, what's he doing with the apple? Okay, I never actually saw that. I not played Dr. Mario 64 admittedly that much. I played a little.
Oh, that's terrible.
I haven't played much of Wario and 3 either, so that's the other blind spot that way. Alright, hello. Hello.
So I can get this one down. This one down here. Alright. That's not gonna work there.
Yeah, this is gonna be close.
Oh no, well that's good. That'd be helpful to me. That would be helpful with that.
I was like, yeah, Ooh, there we go.
Oh,
That was close.
Oh, that was close.
That was so close. Alright.
Alright.
There we go. So that's 2 and 2. I think we were evenly matched. Or fine.
Yeah.
To quote the Angry Beavers, this is no good. We're 2 evenly matched. Alright, we will come back to Dr. Mario, no question.
Yes.
We come back to this one, she'll be involved with Tetris Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. Alright, with that, let's get our next element. We have Nintendo 64 going on. I'm also going to mic mute because we have a cutscene without vocal or without subtitles. I'll in just a second. Because we're playing Pokemon Puzzle League, which came out on September 25th, 2000 for the Nintendo 64 by Nintendo and Nintendo Software Technology. And by the way, we're the team who made Ridge Racer 64, Wave Race Blue Storm on the GameCube, and F-Zero 99 was on Switch. But they made this version of Tetris Attack from the Super Nintendo, which she was in when we played that version. This is the Nintendo 64 take on it, which unfortunately didn't sell that great. It is perhaps the best puzzle game on the console, although we're going to play another one from the console in a couple weeks, the Tetris Sphere. But have you ever played it in French?
Oui.
Well, non, but you are now.
Yeah.
So, Nintendo. So, okay, this game does have FMV cutscenes, as we're pointing out. It's one of only 5 games in the N64 that have that. The other 3 being Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, Gex, Deep Cover Gecko, I think Blast Core sort of kind of. But yeah, we have a FMV cutscene here, this voice. I'm going to let you hear it. We'll be right back in just a second.
Bonjour, professeur Chen. Bonjour, Sacha. J'ai un message important pour toi. Un tournoi officiel de la Ligue Puzzle va avoir lieu et tu as été sélectionné pour y participer. Je vais aller m'inscrire.
C'est à payer.
Je suis très fier de toi, mon garçon. Être sélectionné pour cette compétition est un grand honneur. Mais trêve de bavardage inutile, tu dois te dépêcher. Oui, allons-y. Attendez, n'oubliez pas de venir me voir dans mon bureau au village de la Ligue Puzzle. D'accord. Tu as entendu, Sacha?
Impatient de se mettre à l'épreuve dans ce nouveau genre de match Pokémon, Sacha et Pikachu courent au village de la Ligue Puzzle.
Nous y voilà, Pikachu. Tu es prêt à relever ce nouveau défi?
Yeah, you never expected to be hearing that cutscene in French. Actually, I said to her, I was like, hey, what language do you want to play? He's like, let's play this. So yeah, except for Pikachu, everybody else's voice is in French, although some of the Pokemon are not voiced in French. Some are, some aren't, but we'll indicate that, because we're playing Two-Player Stadium. This is Tetris Attack from Super Nintendo. It's also pointed out,
Bonjour.
go to the Pokemon Center with Nurse Joy and Chansey. One thing I made sure to have set for this, you can turn on the Pokemon blocks for this, but we're running Super Nintendo on this baby. This is one Edwack loves specifically, and when we play this game, I think this could be his. We'll run those blocks then, I guess, but fine, for us, Super Nintendo. Also, we are feasibly fixing one of your problems with this game on that. What is that?
Are we?
Yeah, what? Yes, what's... Because when you played this game when it came out, did you not?
Yes.
You like Tetris Attack on Super Nintendo better, yes?
I did.
Why?
Yes. Why did I like it better?
Because of what you're holding in your hand.
Yeah, because I like my controller.
Yeah, but I have to run the Nintendo 64
I
controller
know.
that is, curved that way.
I don't like that.
Oh shit, I have to go back and... I have to make sure I got the right... Oh, hit A on yours, sorry. Yeah, but on Switch you can play it with the Super Nintendo pad and play it like God intended. Alright, I'm playing this way. 2D. Your player 2, we'll go to 9.
Oh
Any of your selection characters, we have everybody unlocked. So who are you going to play as?
I would play as... Where am I? Why am I...
You're J2, or 2P.
Yeah, what am I making? I want to play as the young man. What's his name?
Gary.
Gary. What? They don't call him Gary.
They call him Regis.
Reggie. There he is, Reggie.
So he's like... So yeah, she's going to be Gary. I'm going to play as... I'm gonna play as Erica, the leader of the Seldom City Gym.
Brigitte. Oui, Brigitte.
It's specified in this when you pick your Pokemon. They are named in French, so I was like, yeah, they're. So you're gonna take it's Nidoran, Growlithe, and Krabby. I have Sacadeno, Buciflor, and Ortiz. So it's Tangela, Weepinbell, and Gloom. We're gonna run Gloom, so we're gonna make it like the TV show. So yeah, Gloom has the odor that everybody's like smelly. All right, we're gonna play.
Okay, no talking. No, I can't talk now.
Okay. It's worth pointing out, though, quickly, you're hearing music that is takeoff of songs from To Be a Master from the Pokemon anime, including What Kind of Pokemon Are You from this one. But that's also why I was doing this thing of The Time Has Come earlier, because we're getting to this game. There is Din playing Super Mario RPG. The remake is amazing. Just keep going. Feel free chat to go in memories on Pokemon Puzzle League and Tetris Attack and anything paneled upon as is. And also tell us if you ever played this game in French, which if you have the Switch Online expansion pack, you can do that, because you can just turn on the alternate language versions. And I'm always one of those people who's like, yeah, I want to see that, yes. It does give new life to this game, for sure.
You're gonna already get me blocked up there.
Oh yeah, you're coming back.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Really coming back.
Yeah, when you hear that, you're like, oh shit, she's said
no.
something bad. Good job.
No, it's not good. It's not good. I didn't send enough back though.
Uh-oh. I don't know, maybe you did. Whoa.
No, not enough. Not
This would be
enough,
close.
Not enough. No. Not enough. No.
No, you were enough. You won. Good job. That's the thing about Tetris Attack or Panel Upon, or any case of it. You can almost, like just when you think you're gonna lose, no, you can pull off a chain like that. Good job. Alright, and now we do use a Pokemon. It is best of 5 for this version, so I'm running Tangela.
But you are playing at a higher rate than I am. So
That's true, but then again, as I said, you kind of balancing that out. So it's like, hey, you're still pulling off with those chains, or you're still the one that pulled off the 5 chain. I didn't pull that off. But honestly, it's like, you pulled like the 11 chain, or no, the 12 chain out of Puzzle Dragons. So it's like, I would have expected out of this game feasibly. Like, yeah, first try on, one of the first tries on Puzzle Dragon, you pulled that out. But then again, fine, that's a feed compilation thing right there as far as your 5 chain on this one. Oh shit. And what are you whistling, by the way, for the audience?
this game. One of the tunes that make me a nervous wreck when it starts.
Oh,
when it starts up.
Oh, from the Super Nintendo game. Oh, right, the music from Flying Burger Steak.
Yes.
But in that case, I'm thinking like what kind of Pokemon are you? I don't remember the lyrics of that. I'll put them in the link list because that is one of my favorite songs from the anime.
Is it?
Yeah, it's amazing. But then again, I love that to be mastered up because it's going to the Pokemon anime, which this is based on. It is, I believe, the only game that is explicitly based on it. So you do have all the voiceovers from the TV show, and you do have Ash Ketchum, who, of course, with the anime now, he's retired. So him and Pikachu are going to be having their life away as far as that. It's like they went on their great Pokemon journey, and I lost. So, yeah, they're retiring to that. It's like, after all that time, it's been so long, but actually, I don't know what Gary's doing. And I guess
Gary looks pretty mad.
Well, Gary always is mad, because remember, Gary Oak is the rival of Ash as it is, and he always seems to be one step ahead, saying like, Ash was here, no, Gary's here, Ash is a loser.
He just does not look very happy, Gary.
Yeah.
Just like...
But remember, this is also going in Indigo League continuity, because years later...
Get over it, Gary.
He did, well, actually he did, as far as later on in the series, he then became the leader of the Viridian City Gym for the Johto elements. So yeah, they had like the growth of Gary. Yeah, the grandson of Professor Oak. Where initially it was like, yeah, like Professor was saying, yeah, my old grandson. But it was like, yeah, you used to be friends specifically, but he's saying like, yeah, keep on trying. Except in this case, we're running him in Francais.
I can't even get anybody to get down. Wait a minute there. Wait a minute.
Of course, fine. It's show no mercy. Fine, you're in that case as well for that.
I am.
That's what happens with a game like this. Any friendship you have, yeah, there you go.
Nothing you can do.
Yeah, any friendships you have are tossed off the table for like however many minutes.
That's right.
And then it's like, yeah, you need to go down. And then when you're done, it's like, okay, fine. Then we come back together.
That's right.
As you said, we played Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey. Said we're still friends when I checked you by accident. The first game we played.
Take no prisoners.
Yeah, take no prisoners. Take no shit for all of you Megadeth people.
Oh, what the heck is this? Okay. Oh, crap. No, come on now. We can't have this. We cannot have this happening.
Well, we'll make it
It's not happening already. We cannot.
Maybe, maybe not. Like, that's gonna be the idea.
It can't. It can't happen already. Can't.
Yeah, I was trying to get that pull down as far as it, but it's not always easy to do that. Nothing else, we got a tight game going on here, no question. That's what makes this go. I mean, look, we were...
Holy crowley.
Well, I mean, for this, I mean, I'll say this, we were gushing over Tetris Effect Connected for sure, and rightly so. But when it comes to, like, the best multiplayer take of a puzzle game, this might be the best one. It's that good. If you've never played this game before, or never played this game with friends or family, you owe it to yourself. This is one of the greats. Like Tetris Effect Connected, this is a puzzle game I recommend all the time. People, even like, I don't know if I like puzzle games, but play this one. This is absolutely one of the greats. And we've definitely got a lot of the greats for you tonight. Already we've got tons. We have Dr. Mario, we had Tetris Effect Connected, we have this, and we have many more to go.
Essaie encore. Très bien. Très bien.
I get the shock blocks over. Whoa!
No!
Très bien.
Whoa.
Oh no 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 no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no 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 no.
I push you to the 10th stage, like, oh god, I'm gonna
No,
lose,
no,
but
no,
maybe
no.
not. We'll see.
Shoot, yes you are. You are going to lose.
Uh-oh. Can we hear the echo? By the way, that means that
No,
they've
I
got
don't
a
like
shock
that
block going.
noise.
That was your noise.
Don't like that noise at all. I'm done.
Okay, there we go.
Oh.
But we are down to our last set. So fine, it's all coming down to this.
No.
So we each got one Pokemon left. It's like, fine, to go to Pokemon Stadium, it's just one Pokemon aside now. This battle is coming right down to the wire.
Alright.
So it's Krabby versus Weepinbell. Whistlefour or Weepinbell. Yeah, Krabby's the same.
Alright.
Also, by the way, type matchings in Pokemon do not take effect, so it's not a case where I have advantage because I have a grass type against her water type. She can still kick my ass with Krabby, that's absolutely true.
I could, but I...
Yeah, we'll see. Well, good luck to you.
Tu abandonnes? Très bien.
I don't like laughing. It sounds like something out of Batman and Joker.
You say that.
I do.
Yeah, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there might be a through line to that.
Très bien. Très bien.
Oh no, come now. Come now.
Très bien.
Please. Please don't.
It's like, yeah, just to say, Krabby, come on. Yeah, you have, I don't know, you have something.
Très bien.
Fine, you have Thunderbolt. I don't remember. I don't know if Krabby can learn Thunderbolt. Maybe he can. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. I don't think he can. If we're going that Pokemon element, but like, fine, we're in the stadium, we're battling.
Tu abandonnes? Essaie encore.
So basically, yeah, we are answering the question of what kind of Pokemon are you in more ways than one.
Yeah, what kind of Pokemon are you?
I guess right now I am, fine, right now I'm Weepinbell. I mean, I love my Victor Bell in Gen 2 in particular. In your case, I don't know. Fine, you're Krabby in this case, but hey, Krabby just evolved into Kingler. Kingler's amazing. Especially when you have stuff going on with its attack and just crush shit. Including like as Guillotine was like a one-hit kill attack and you hit on that. Yeah, your friends and family are not gonna have fun when they get hit by that.
Tu abandonnes?
That's the jokey mom. I don't know why.
And that's the French version. So like that is exclusive to this one.
Scary French version.
So that's exclusive to this because
Scary laugh.
Okay, so what this game is doing, it is also fixing the other problem I know you mentioned to me off screen before that you had with the other one, which is.
It's a creepy version.
Well, fine. This is the creepy version. This is the horror version of Pokemon Puzzle League. But it's also the case that, remember, the voice samples. Anybody who's played this game will tell you, you hear Ash saying, "I'm gonna win," like 30 times within 30 seconds, or in your case, hearing Sabrina, the leader of the Saffron Sea Gym, going, "I told you so." Not in this French version, she's not, but she's telling you so in French. So it's like, maybe it's better just to like, hey, you're fine. You might be hearing it a lot the same way, but like, fine, maybe it's better. Although, actually, I'll mention this in a sec. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
No.
No.
Are you gonna give me? You're gonna get me. It's gonna be me. You're gonna get.
Oh, no.
Shit.
No. No. Yes, remember, this is adult slave program. If you want to. Yes, let it be.
No
Shit.
swearing, Wendy.
Oh, shit. Who won?
I don't know. You did.
I don't know.
You did. Yes.
You did. Oh, damn, that was close. Wow. Oh.
What's his name? What's her
Gary.
name?
Erica.
Oh, I did not call him Wendy.
Well, Erica.
Erica. Okay. He's egregious.
Actually, as far as
He's.
I'm trying. There's a character. Oh,
Whoa.
wait, hold on. Wait, I won. Wait, I did win. Hold on. Wait, I won. I thought
Yes,
you won.
did. No, you won.
Okay, I did not know I won. Okay,
Yay.
actually, it's worth pointing out one thing before we go to the next game.
Go ahead.
With this version, when I was doing unlocks of all the characters earlier today, because I was like, we're gonna run this French version. I said, which one? You said that one. I said, I want to get all the characters unlocked for multiplayer. I noticed a weird glitch in this game. I'm gonna edit that in about here. But what it is that I was clearing blocks.
Yeah.
The screen just stopped. I couldn't clear anything anymore. And the other player's screen, the blocks kept scrolling up past the point where they were hitting the top. They never hit the top. I had a dead game. I never saw that in the English version.
Did you see what? Yeah, that was. But what just happened was weird too.
We'll have
what's that?
Talk about the photo finish. Like there you go. See, that's what happens as far as something like that.
Replay? No. No.
Yeah, we're gonna go on to something else specifically.
Yep.
But said,
that was great.
I will have the edit in here, by the way, of that footage going on about.
I want to watch that.
Yeah, we'll have that the footage for what we just saw. Fine. We'll look at it on playback, but also the footage of the dead game perspective about here.
Je te l'avais dit. Je te l'avais dit. Je vais gagner.
Why did I think her name was Winnie?
I
don't know.
Well,
somebody named Winnie.
Winnie went. I think there's characters based on that in the anime somewhere, but this is Erica. As far as it. Also, the other thing as far as that glitch I saw, I don't know if this is the case or not. As we go home, I don't know if because I've sometimes said when it comes to the Switch Online expansion pack stuff, especially for Nintendo 64, Nintendo has not always emulated this stuff properly. I mean, there are game-breaking bugs or soft locks in Kirby Crystal Shards and in Paper Mario specifically. They were not in the original versions. Right. I don't know if this is the case of that. I don't know if the European version has it, but you'll have seen. Why do they add in a couple of days?
Okay. I want to watch.
I'll show that element.
Yeah, I want to see that again. That was funny.
Okay, yeah, there you go. All see, that's the best thing. That's also why you record yourself as far as gameplay, because you can see stuff like that.
I really? Oh, wow.
Okay. Woo. So, with that said, we're going to go on to more classic gaming. This is kind of the classic gaming portion of the show. We're on the Game Boy. We talked about Tetris Effect Connected before.
Yep.
But let's go back to where, for the United States at least, and Japan, Tetris began here.
Yes.
We were playing Tetris on the Game Boy. This came out on June 14th, 1989 in Japan, and July 31st, 1989. It launched with the Game Boy. You're looking at it right here.
From Russia with fun.
Yep.
Yes.
Remember, Nintendo flew over to the Soviet Union then and said, we want to get the rights to this. They could have feasibly been locked in the gulags, as they were saying, because of the thought of what Tengen did with making an unlicensed version. Nintendo got the rights, which they held for many, many years, as it was. They said for the Game Boy, there are 3 games launched on the Game Boy, which were Alleyway, Super Mario Land, which we played before for the show, neither of which are on this service yet.
Yep.
I don't know how the fuck they got Quest for Camelot in here, by the way, just aside to that, because I haven't shown this since they added that. Or, fine, Castlevania Legends, they added that recently, and, yeah. I don't know how this happened. This, I kind of understand. But the other game was Tetris, and Nintendo said, we're bundling in this with Game Boy.
Yeah.
That turned out to be the right decision. Also, one thing I'll show you.
Absolutely.
In Game Boy, because we're not showing the Game Boy app yet for this program, you have options showing the Game Boy look, the Game Boy Pocket look, or the Game Boy Color look, where when you turn it on, it gives you the default little color palette. We're going old school green and black Game Boy.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Back to 1987.
1987 for Elord for
and
that.
1989 for oh my.
By Alexei Pajitnov. Here it is.
Oh. And
It's
look, it's the landscape of Moscow.
Yes, it is. It's worth pointing out there's 2-player in this version. You do have to have separate switches to play the multiplayer, but it's because it replicates the game when cable play.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
I know. Takes you back, doesn't it? This was my first experience with Tetris, playing it on Game Boy of a cousin of mine. I don't know what your experience on original Tetris was. Was it this?
Yep, it was this.
As I mentioned, Nocturne's Paris, it was this and the NES version, which, the Nintendo NES version specifically, but alright. So, of course, yes, you do get the Russian dance. I think there's actually a name for this music. We were playing A-type game, we were playing with that music. You bet your ass we're playing with that. There you go. So, unlike Tetris Effect Connected, say, you don't have that hard drop, so you can't hit up to drop the block right away. You only get one preview what the next block is. You can't hold blocks. So this is it. This is it. I remember it. Okay, yeah, Protorova, you remember Tetris Game Boy. This is it. We're going back to the start. So we had Tetris Effect Connected, which is awesome. And then we have the originals. Like, that's what we do on the show. We go the whole way. Feel free to let your memories on original Tetris go. Or what was the first case you played original Tetris? Was it with this one? I'd assume yes, but feel free to correct me if that's not right, because there have been so many versions. But yeah, if you had a Game Boy, you had this. I'm gonna try and see if I can't get Tetris. Okay, unfortunately I got 3 lines, but yeah, as this case is before with Tetris, one for that. Clear your lines out to get as many as you can. Get yourself going, increase your level. You hear that great Russian music as far as it's the kind of thing that is you do remember it. It's fantastic.
The Tetris theme is Korobeniki, the Russian word for peddlers, and it was initially created as a poem by Nikolai Nekrasov in 1861.
Perfect. I think we might be. We're not going to see the Tetris. By the way, it's clearing out 4 lines in a row. Because yeah, these are the Tetraminos, the name of the blocks specifically. So yeah, drop them. Simple concept. First came out in 1984 in the Soviet Union. But for US, this is way I had this and the NES version. So Protorova, your case is like Nocturne's specifically playing those. Yeah, good versions. I guess with NES it's Nintendo's, not the Tengen one. And if you're like, how do I know which one it is? The Tengen one had 2-player simultaneous multiplayer. So that's the way to tell.
In 1989, Hirokazu Tanaka remade
You did the music
song.
for this. Yeah, right. Yeah, because you did the music for Dr. Mario and Earthbound. So fitting that way. We mentioned him for a reason outside of what we already had.
And actually, it was remixed for Nintendo's Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
Yes, it was. There are multiple remixes of this. I mentioned
And
Dance
Luigi's Mansion stage.
What?
And also in the background of Luigi's Mansion stage. As
Which
opposed
one?
To the standard Luigi's Mansion theme.
Wait, which Luigi's Mansion was that? We played the first one.
Yeah, in addition to the backing of the game's custom stages. Yeah.
I'll have to look back at our and play on Luigi's Mansion just to get a sense of that, but fine. I'm going to do one more run of this because I want to show a Tetris going on. Because you have to do those 8-bit sound effects.
Very cool.
Specifically. Alright, so yeah, short for Super Bowl Game Saturday is SOGs. But yeah, this was Tetris. This was what it started as. Fine, the A stuck, so I finally start at level 0. We're getting Tetris. We will not stop till we get Tetris. Just to show that, because you have to hear that sound effect, I will indicate as far as what that is.
Go for it, Sog.
It is also worth pointing out, also, like as I mentioned, there's been multiple versions of Tetris. There's Tetris DX, which is on Game Boy Color, as it was. It was kind of like this, but they changed the music. It was like, hey, we want the old music. Fair enough that way. And there's also Tetris DS on the DS. that Nintendo made, amongst many others. So let's see. I'm just gonna go online. That's it. All right, get ready for Tetris. Get that dude. That is Game Boy right there. You want to talk about your experience on Game Boy? That sound, that kind of 8-bit sound. I mean, fine, it's similar to NES, yes, but also the case of like just has that sound like dude. Like, oh boy. But it also means that when you hear that, you're like, okay, boom, boom, boom. You got something. You feel satisfied. My God, same way you did with when we played Tetris Effect Connected. It's gonna come back to Tetris Effect Connected basically the whole night, as it is. Even though it's like fine every time we play Tetris, which we got more
variations on a theme here.
Variations on a theme, but as I said, it's also something that. Then why is Tetris held on? Like, why are people all over the place? Remember this game, other games,
and actually like Kirby's Avalanche.
Yeah, which we got coming up a little later.
Dr. Mario, they're all variations on a.
They are. Remember, we said this when we played Tetris 2 on Super Nintendo, which is fine. That was a take on Tetris 2 was a take on Dr. Mario, sort of, kind of. But it's also a case of fine. Nintendo had free reign on the Tetris license in the 90s, so it's like getting a lot of attention. And same with Tetris Attack, where they named it that way as opposed to Pan Upon for us. And even Hank Rogers said, "I love this game, but did people miss this because they thought like, hey, it's Tetris and it's not that?" But I mean, either way, it's like no, people did find it, even though, as I mentioned, Pokemon Puzzle did not sell that great on N64. Fine, it was late in the system's life. As I mentioned, also, it's a case of fine. There were a lot of big games coming out. Majora's Mask was coming out at the time. Ninja Tui's coming out. The PlayStation 2 was about to launch. So I kind of get that, but maybe it's also my case, like, hey, you know, it's one of those Pokemon spin-offs that's really, really great. But fine, as I mentioned, I should mention when we played Pokemon Puzzle League a few minutes ago, I went to gaming conventions. They were like Smash Brothers numbers being saying, we want to play the tournament of this.
Right.
And I get it. I mean, I was in a connection or just met people I'd never met before. Like, they said, do you want to play Pokemon Puzzle? Like, do I? We just were kind of going into this and someone never plays. Like, ooh, you come to the right place. You have to play this game. It's like, yeah, this game is really fun. You're right. As we're going to hit the top, I think. Fine, okay. Game more, please try again. But they give you a little heart so, you know, you have your perspective. So fine, let's...
so nice.
So let's do Ba. So Ba. So we're going to be Ba to Tetris eventually. But yeah, there you go. This is where it's starting. So here is Tetris Game Boy. Okay.
Okay.
That's what we do. We have the classic stuff and we have the new stuff. That is what we do.
To go from that, think about that to Tetris Effect.
Tetris Effect Connected, I know.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
And fine, I'll tip my hand of the Tetris games we have. I got 3 other ones. Specifically, we're going to have 99, Grandmaster, and Puyo Tetris 2. We'll get to those in a little bit. Okay. But next on our docket is going to be going to the Nintendo Entertainment System. Proto mentioned playing Tetris on NES. That version's not up here, but here's the NES controller, playing the OG way, because we have 2 puzzle games on NES we're going to take a look at. First up to play, we're talking Pokemon. This is also by the people who made Pokemon. It's worth pointing out the first one when it pops up.
I think it's a cute controller.
It is, yeah. And we do have the specific controllers when it boots up. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time.
Lets you to appreciate the controller.
Indeed it does. Although some people's like, hey, you know...
I think it's good.
Perfect. And also when you have that, you get the Super Mario Brothers sound. Okay, these are the 2 we have on tap. First up, we have Yoshi. This came out in 1991, December 14th, 1991 in Japan. In the US, it came out on June 1st, 1992, and July 10th on... July 10th it was on Game Boy. It's also on NES, which we were playing it. It was called Mario Yoshi in Europe, by the way. It's from Game Freak, the people who made Pokemon. And it does have music by Junichi Masuda, who did the music for Pokemon, amongst a bunch of other things.
You gotta love Yoshi. You have to love Yoshi.
We do love Yoshi, but of course this is Yoshi before Yoshi's Island or Yoshi Safari. It was right after Super Mario World came out, as it was. Here he is on NES. This is his NES debut.
Baby Yoshi, look. Aww.
Yeah, Baby Yoshi and normal Yoshi. And you can play as Mario and Luigi for level. I'm going to run it level 3. I'll run it. Let's show high speed just for the purpose of that. You have your element on that and low. Hit the A button.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've never played Yoshi before. Let's tell you how it works. You have the enemies coming down. You have bloopers, you have Goombas, you have Boo Buddies, and you have Piranha Plants. What you do is you match up 2 of them. Seems simple, and it is, but you're also seeing that eggshell. Like, what's that about? Well, if you have the eggshell, the bottom eggshell down there, and then you get a top one come down, which in my case is not yet, and maybe Dolphin will show that off in a bit. basically cover the egg down, and it creates an egg. You go boop boop. And it will give you extra points if there's any enemy icons in there. In fact, I'll show that this way. But I will also try and get that spin in that way. So in that case, we have down there, they'll cover down and they'll get rid of all the enemies that are within the shell. You do have to have the bottom on the bottom and the top on the top in order to make that happen, though, by the way. So you have to be careful and move the blocks around. Basically swapping the stacks, pretty much. That's kind of how this game works. It's definitely a nostalgic favorite with a lot of NES players. A lot of people I know who definitely fell head over heels on this one. But it's not one I really grew up with. I knew the name. I knew seeing the commercials saying like...
I don't know this one very well.
I don't either, honestly. But I mean, I always remember seeing the commercial. See if I can find a link list for this where it says like, yeah, the dinosaur's coming to eat everything. It's Yoshi. And it was like right after Super Mario World came out. So the question was, what was Yoshi's role of gaming going to be? Where is he going to be starring in games? Because the question of what some of those things were. Because you had this, you had Yoshi's Cookie on Super Nintendo, which Electors requested the Super Nintendo version up to play, which we will play. I do have a copy of it, so we will definitely show that off on the program at some point. And then Yoshi's Safari, which is a light gun game, it's worth pointing out. That is Yoshi, I'll find Mario on the back of Yoshi shooting with the Super Scope from the Super Nintendo for the purpose of that. And then Yoshi's Island came out, and that changed the game as it was, because yeah, that game is awesome. And that was the one people were like, oh wow, that's cool. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yoshi? What's going on here, Yoshi?
Yeah, although, yeah, in this case, we're not playing as Yoshi, we're just helping him. What did you say?
No, he's the Yoshi with the mostest.
I'm thinking like, oh shit, I hit the top. So, oh no, and very good for Luigi, so go, Luigi. And chat, feel free to go to memories you have on Yoshi, as it is. I'm going to assume there are people who have some memories of this. Because this game, from what I understood, so decently, and for late in NES's life, that's always a question how that was going to be, because Super Nintendo was already out. So you think, oh, would they go back to NES for this? But apparently they did. And it's a fun one. It's simple, but it's fun. And it's also something that, yeah, if you're wondering, like, what were the people who made Pokemon doing beforehand? Fine, we've been showing Earthbound, which is Ape involved with that, who were involved with Game Freak as it was, or find what Game Freak eventually became. That was Creatures Company, as far as Ape for making that game. You get a sense of what were they doing. So this gives... I'm always fascinated by that. Maybe it's me, but it's also the case of when you have a company that is now known for something massive like Pokemon, you get the sense of, okay, what did they do before? What are the other projects they did that are not this franchise? Which is why I'm always curious in stuff of theirs like Tempo the Badass Elephant, or Pulse Man, which I watched Pulse Man from Sega for the Sega Mega Drive, and Drill Dozer, which is on Game Boy Advance, which is another really interesting one too. Because yeah, we know them as the Pokemon House as it is now. That's what made them their name, and still do, specifically. But yeah, this was some of the early stuff. Very cheery case of this is for sure. Oh, you got a Yoshi, fantastic. Oh no, I think I do want to put that down so I hit the top again. Oh, so yeah, you're killing me on Yoshi as it is. Specifically, so you're doing a good job on this one. I think for the purpose of this, I think we can do one round, or one set of this as far as it, before we go to the next game, if you're okay with that, unless you want to do another round.
Sure.
As I mentioned, so that's the case. Sometimes you want to keep going on some of the stuff. As I mentioned, anything you're seeing tonight, we can and will do a dedicated show on if you want to see it or when you want to see it as well. And some, as I mentioned, like Tetris Attack, we've shown before. We've shown variants of Tetris with Tetris Plus. And yeah, connected. We'll come back to that, I promise. Although we have to do this game for dedicated show games, that is probably the top of the list, or one of the top of the list, let's put it that way. Oh yeah, so Gemini96, you're loving the Yoshi perspective as far as the chat's concerned. Like, yeah, have you ever played this? I don't know if I've ever asked specifically if you have. I love this game. Okay, so Gemini96, you're the one who loves Yoshi. Is it this version? Was the Game Boy version? Feel free to go into that, and also any other perspectives you have or memories on this one. So yeah, there you go. I told you, yeah, there's people who are going to be in a case of that. It's simple, but it also has this compulsive perspective that you could, again, like a lot of these games playing them all night. It was NES I played it, specifically. Yeah. As I mentioned, it's on Game Boy as well, though I've never played the Game Boy version as it was. Yeah, and it is a fun one. Shit, I hit the top again. So yeah, you did it. So yeah, there you go. So there's Luigi on Yoshi. Yoshi looks a little weird, but there he is, and great job.
Pixelated, yeah.
Pixelated, but it's an NES case of Yoshi, but there you go.
Cute. I love Yoshi.
Yeah, there you go, which is also the element of Tetris Attack that way. So there you go. So that is Yoshi for the Game Boy. Yeah.
Yay.
Gemini 96 approved. And Gemini 96, you want to call dibs on Yoshi? Feel free to do that. We can do that.
That's a great game.
It's a fun one.
Love it.
Indeed. So hit the hit the both of the trigger buttons on the NES pad. Go to Game Select. We're gonna take a look at another game. This is a game, by the way, that if you're going for this physically,
oh yeah, this was something.
this costs like $300. This is another late one for NES. I'll show you a little bit of the details.
This is Dana, right?
Yeah, Dana's the. Yeah, we'll talk about this in a second. This is
I
Fire
remember
Nice.
Oh wow.
This is from Tecmo. This is the prequel to Solomon's Key. I don't know if you're familiar with Solomon's Key.
I don't know.
Actually, is Solomon's Key on this? Let's see. Hang on.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. You know what? Where is it? Yeah, right here. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I said 31 games. I'm making it 32. I'm going to show you a brief thing on Solomon's Key afterwards, which I did not plan for. But this is the prequel, although it's called Solomon's Island 2 in Japan for some reason, even though it's a prequel to it.
It was an ice island far to the north.
Yep. This is one, by the way, Nocturne wanted to see. She loves this game, playing it through this.
Island.
Yeah, so this is our plot. We do have story.
Peaceful island inhabited by the winter fairies.
Yep.
And this was Dana, right? But one day,
Well, Dana's our main character, but bad shit going on. Flashing warning as far as this.
an evil wizard named Drew
Yeah,
sent
Druidel.
flaying
Yes.
monsters to the island. Yes, flashing warning to everybody.
Slight. Like,
Something
it's not
is
Wizard of
done.
War, but still.
Coolman Island will melt away.
So yeah, who's going to come to the rescue?
Dana.
Yeah, you mentioned
In
Dana the
response
Wizard.
to this crisis, the queen of the winter fairies called upon a wizard.
Okay.
She chose... Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Novice wizard named Dana. Well, I think it's supposed to be female, I think, although if it's not right, I'll put an edit down here saying that's the case. But well, here is the Winter Fairy as it is. It's also a good segue to the game we would be doing in between these. I'm going to briefly show off us Solomon's Key just so it's a context.
Been chosen for your wisdom and courage. We trust you, Dana.
Yeah, I trust her as well. Like, Dana has a face I think you can trust, as it is.
She does. Dana's trustworthy. You can just tell.
Alright, as I said, this came out very late in the life of the NES. This came out, by the way, on March 18th or 11th in the US and 18th in Europe. For NES, if you want to get this physically, this is you're going to have to spend $300 on this, but it is on Switch Online expansion pack. It is also on ZX Spectrum. So you're a ZX Spectrum person,
gosh, yeah.
like
Montag.
UK is. Yeah, you might have an element of that. You do have continuous running on password. You have edit mode where I believe you can edit your own puzzles specifically, so you definitely have a lot of replay value. So Grandma's telling the story. We'll start from the beginning.
All right, Grandma, go for it.
A very good place to start. So let's go on World 1. And there's a second reference to Sound of Music this month. And that same one we did Mega Man Legends 2 a couple months ago. Okay, so here's how Fire and Ice works. You're Danny, moving left or right, you've seen those ice blocks. You have to push them. Get rid of the fire. The goal is get rid of all the fire on the screen.
Dana looks like a leprechaun.
Yeah, a little bit. Basically just walk into blocks and push them. So far, so easy, but there's more to this that you're not seeing.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see in just a second.
Dana's happy now, but you just wait.
Yeah, by the way, Dana can climb up block length, or walls like 1 block length. By 2 of this, I can't do that. So starting and just hit right. It's like Sonic game, you basically press right to win. To start and crush all the fire. That's the goal, you gotta get rid of all the fire.
Hello, Dana.
But to start, that's only to start. In this case, you need to go up here. It's also pointing out, you hit the B button or the A button, you put ice out. You have to be standing above where you're going to be dropping it. So if you're on the floor like this, I hit A or B, it doesn't do anything.
Right.
So you sometimes have to do this in order to make platforms. You also have to hit that in order to get rid of ice. You're like, hey, I need to pick this up or move this. You only push blocks. You can find yourself in unwinnable situations, it's worth pointing out. So you have to be a little careful. And we'll see that in just a second. If you do get in trouble saying, like, hey, I can't beat this, hit the select button, you start over. Right now, it's okay. Dana's holding this up, but I have to move that way, drop those down, boom, 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 and win.
Yay,
And Dana's hitbox turns off, by the way, when the level finishes.
Okay, Dana.
This is where it gets a little tougher because, yeah, you're seeing right here, it's like, I can only climb 1 block, so what do? Well, you have feasibly a couple ways to do this, but yeah, okay, so you have to kind of push the blocks this way. And you also can use that to drop the block, because also if you do that way, it'll drop the block that way and drop on the fire.
Okay, Dana, and this is a tricky one.
This is tricky, because yeah, you do have to get a sense of the climb case going on here. You have to push that, drop that down, And now, also as we're pointing out, it's going to hold on the wall. So basically, if you fill the ice in the wall, it'll hold in place. Now for this, you have to drop... I think it was this one. Shit, it was not that one. So actually, if that's the case, we're done. I can hit select to quit and restart, but I'm going to walk in the fire, so yeah. Dana's burning.
Dana!
So yeah, try again. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately that's the case. And yeah, if you hit start. You hit start brings up the menu, you can hit try again, or new game, or hit start to come back out and play. It's a simple game in some ways, but it is a case of, it's the block manipulation, really. It's like we said with a couple of games we played tonight. Yeah, in that case, I have to hit that down. So I have to drop that down. Make sure, since that's connected to the wall there, get rid of the one in the middle, so that drops, and shit, it didn't work either. So I have to hit start to try again.
This one is...
What's up?
Yeah.
But how to do this, or elements on your thought on this game?
This has to go.
Chad, if you have experiences with Fire and Ice and Solomon's Key, I'm gonna pull out Solomon's Key just because I think it's worth giving a brief look to. Feel free to let it flow. Yeah, I think that... Yeah, so I have to drop that.
You have to make another one, right?
I drop that. Drop on that. And also... But in that case, I have to push it to get to the wall. I don't have a choice. But the good news is that then I can step on this one, create a flow here, and then basically just get rid of the one right there. Push it.
Yoo-hoo.
Got it. Yes, Nocturne's put tons of time on this specifically. I think... Except for maybe Super Mario Bros. 3, this is the game on the Switch Online for NES that she's actually put the most time into, which... I would not have expected that it would be this one, but sometimes the case that, hey, you come to a game like this, it sometimes seems really, really interesting, and it kind of takes hold of you, you know? Also, one thing I think I have to do is, I think I need to... I do have to go down, but I think I need to push block down there for this.
Right.
Yeah, we were doing this, we were doing the practice on this one last night, as it was. Also, sometimes be careful with the case, like, yeah, I'll keep that one in the corner so I have something to stand on. So I can get up here, put more ice... See if I can't push that down. I'll try and see if maybe I should push another one. Take advantage of the fact that, yeah, that drops, that's there, that's there. Also, by the way, when there's fire, you can't just put ice on it willy-nilly like that, so...
No, you can't. You have to divide that in half, don't you?
I do, but it's also the case of...
You can't get the hot... Oh.
Yeah, I can divide it in half, but then the question is that...
Yep.
Okay, I have to divide that. I have to hit that there. And hit the one on the bottom, since remember, the wand will collapse that way. Specifically, or actually, no, I'll tell you what I gotta do.
You have to do another one there.
I have to do this, and then get rid of this one. Push
first.
that, then get rid of this one on the end, push this into the fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now, as far as what I'm gonna show with this one, I'm gonna show up to the end of World 1.
Okay. One more to go.
And then there's also a boss. I will show how the boss works. This is a little more obscure, so that's the idea that I don't know if people know this game. I mean, I know it's about Solomon's Key because I've heard the name. But even then, I haven't necessarily played it that much, just to indicate that way. I don't know, yeah, you've never played this one, Mr.?
No.
Is it, given how much money this costs, I don't blame you. Like, I absolutely don't blame you. I didn't know this game existed to put it on here. And I was like, okay, how expensive? He's like, okay, it's $300. I mean, fine, remember, late NES, there's stuff on this that costs, like, thousands of dollars. Panic Restaurant, anybody? And I also am stuck. Fine. Panic Restaurant, Little Samson, these are games like over $1,000. Actually, no, Panic Restaurant is like $3,000. That's how insanely expensive that is. There's also like the Flintstones Surprise Dinosaur Peak, which is a rental-only game. So you're gonna spend a lot of money on that unless you import it. And with a title joint as it was, so they kept putting stuff out on that system, but man, it costs tons. Also, I think I'm gonna drop that.
Right, you only have that's pretty good.
And then
drop that one.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, drop that and then we cut it in half. Fantastic. Okay, at first I was like, wait, am I doing this right? Sometimes it's that question, you know, are we gonna be okay for this? But we got
I think that's it. You got it all.
Okay, so one more. We're going to World 9. Well, fine. World 9 and then we'll go to the boss.
Oh my gosh. Yeeks, yikes.
I think I have to hit this off, so... Oh, wait, okay, so what I have to do is I have to hit that. I have to pull this off of the wall. So boom, 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 boom. But, if I have that, what was that gonna leave me with? Oh wait.
You're gonna have to make another one?
Yeah, I think so.
Just to get rid of the little ones.
I think I'll do that. You drop that. Now,
Gonna make a path across.
I'll tell you what I think I'm gonna do. I think what I can do easily is just disconnect part of that from the wall.
Yeah, that one over there.
Sorta, but. So I can get rid of that one. But then the challenge is gonna be, okay, I can do this now. Or, oh fucking hell, did I ruin this?
No.
Yes, I did.
How about, no, push that thing down. Get that one from up there and push it
I
down.
can't, unfortunately, I dropped.
Why can't you make another one? Make another one. Can't you make it?
Unfortunately not, I fucked this up, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So, fine, I'll have to get a sense of that, so fine, we'll do that way. So yeah, that's also, you have to be careful a little bit. So fine, they're all dropping, so we'll do the same thing. I know what I have to do now.
Yeah, you gotta
I will...
Gotta keep that one at the top.
Yeah, keep that there. I can't get rid of that because it's going to drop. Oh wait, I have to put this, this, and then drop that. Down it goes. And now then I have to go across the way.
And you have that one there.
But before I do that, what I'm going to do is, since everything's going to be connected to the wall, I'll keep that connected to the wall.
Oh yeah, you can just cut that one piece off, it'll fall right on.
Cut this off. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to go in here, do this, push this down so I have a way up feasibly. And then, fine, I'll cut from here.
Yeah,
like,
let's cut a piece off. Yeah, you go back up a little bit. How come it didn't take that off?
Because I think it's still connected to the wall. Okay, so that's... Okay, what I can do then is I don't want to get rid of this, but I also think I can push that flow into that, I think. No?
That whole big piece into there?
I'll try it, let's see.
You could, maybe.
Okay, fine, I can at least climb up, so it's like, fine.
Can you push it?
I couldn't, I basically did a climb up, so basically it's gonna be... Let's see, do that. Actually, no, fine, I can do it this way.
That's right, you cut a piece off now. That's right.
Oh, right, I can't do that. So, yeah, cut a piece off, and then push. There we go. Okay, so next is boss. I'll show the boss, and then we'll have a brief look at Solomon's Key, because, yeah, the castle opened, and we have to go in.
Go on, Dana.
Yeah, let's see what Dana's got. So, yeah, we have the evil thing.
Ha ha ha.
So, look like the gesture sounds like something out of Nights.
Get out of my labyrinth. Can you get out of my labyrinth?
No, but fine. Yeah, they played dirty, specifically, so I'm gonna have to fall down.
Oh, Dana.
Right, in this...
There you go.
Shit, no! I'm already fucked.
Dana.
Oh, no, I'm not. Never mind.
Build it. Yeah.
I'm fucked. Okay. So fine. Because of fire.
Dana.
Dana's gonna die, unfortunately.
Dana.
So Dana, unfortunately, is gone. At this point, it doesn't matter if I do that. We have to climb to live. So, yeah, yeah. You have to climb the... Oh, wait. Shit, no, I think I do have to do that. I was wrong, I think.
Just drop. Yeah, you just push there. Then you can cross there. That's it.
Got it. Okay, so yeah, you do have to do it before the fire comes up. So yeah, that's where it's getting challenging. So don't dare think you beat me. Yeah, we haven't specifically, but yeah, we'll be back. So there we go. We got our bell. Roll 1. Ice Rock Island's clear.
Yay! Good job, Dana.
Good job.
Dana the leprechaun.
There you go. So yeah, you can continue the story or quit. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna put a save point down. So in that case, I'll have that set. Go back to game selection. I said I was only gonna... I didn't say I was gonna show this, but just for the purpose, since we're playing Fire and Ice, I'll show this prequel, or sequel, as it is. The first game that came out, but this is the sequel. It's the sequel to the prequel to the sequel. This is Solomon's Key. It came out in 1987 from Tecmo. This is on a bunch of systems as well.
Dana's back.
I guess it's Dana. I don't know if that's the case, but this is...
Yeah, it looks like Dana.
The difference in this one is that, yeah, you can put the blocks down while you're on the ground. Unlike in that one. You hit up on D-pad to do jumping. You're like, wait, that's weird. But for this game, it's okay. Also, you have to just get rid of the blocks. You can't push, you don't push inside.
Please.
So basically what you gotta do is you gotta go and get the the key over there. It's also worth pointing out that when it comes to hitting the blocks, hit up and or fine. When you hit it normally, as far as the standing still, it's where you are. If you hit down, that's when you hit the block down at you. So at that point, it's kind of the same, a little.
You need to get the key.
Yes, you gotta get the key, and jump and get it. So yeah, you have a jump ability unlike in Fire and Ice. It's worth pointing out.
That's good.
And you can do that in order to get to the exit and jump.
Alright, sounds good.
You release this room, try the next room. Oh,
Thank
it is Dana.
you, Dana.
So it is Dana. So Dana is the same character. So we're giving you the background into the Solomon's Key lore specifically. I don't know if Nocturne's played this game. Oh, I mentioned her. She was like, I love Fire and Ice. I said, you ever play this? I was like, yeah, because this is the. Actually, I don't know if I even said specifically. This is to see, you're looking to see if she's a female or whatever that was.
Yes.
Remember, yeah, the Solomon's Key perspective. In this case, we got enemies that are coming out of enemy-generating things, so it's almost like Gauntlet a little bit.
Alright.
And chat, feel free to let us know memories you might have on Solomon's Key. Shit, no. If you get hit, Dana's dead, unfortunately. I don't know, what's the lore on Fire and Ice and Solomon's Key for Dana the Wizard as it is? This game might not look like much visually, but fine. This is NES look, but it's also the case where this game has it where it counts in terms of its gameplay. It is a fun game.
Dana is the protagonist of the Solomon's video game.
Solomon's Key, yeah.
Solomon's Key video. Okay,
He, okay. I wasn't sure because I thought I heard that.
there's a different picture of him there.
Okay, so it's almost like Link. I'll have a picture of what that is.
It looks
Link
like
from
Link.
Zelda, and
It
this is
does.
like the year before Zelda came
does,
out.
and yeah. Let's just make sure.
Unless maybe Fire and Ice changed that?
I don't know.
Because I mean, remember, going back to NES days, we mentioned this before. Remember Birdo? You remember Birdo as far as Mario? That was a case of that change too.
Let's check it out.
Because actually, yeah, Birdo was transgender actually in the original version.
The game involves
Anyway.
Dana solving puzzles. The game involves an edit mode. Okay, let's click on Dana and see what they say about Dana.
Yeah, we're getting into the lore of Dana the Dwarf as it is. Who knew? It was like, yeah, this is one from Tecmo. It is an interesting one as
No,
far
it
as
says
Tecmo.
Dana.
Oh.
It brought me right to Dana on Solomon's Key, so it's got to be the same one. Let's
Okay.
check one last time.
Oh, crap. I have to also get up there because, yeah, that thing that's shooting the fireballs is destroying the blocks. Yeah, I'll try this level and we'll go on to the next game, the one I planned. So fine, I'm giving you a bonus this way. That's the other thing, is that since it's a totally improvisational program, I sometimes like, fine, you know what? Do we have to hold the schedule completely? Not exactly. We're gonna play whatever the hell we want. We'll show off a bunch of things. And in the case of Fire and Ice, I said, you know what? It's worth, I think, talking this, quite frankly, so I think it's fine. Also, because there's a lot of enemies here. No! Let's put that down so that, yeah, you know, Dana will be safe.
He has to push the jump of his
Okay.
wrist. Yeah, Dana.
I know I heard that Dana was female, but fine, I made that mistake with the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Shit, no. Unfortunately, I got a game over, so I'm dead. So by Grand Adventure 48. I guess that's what GDV is. Alright, there's your brief look at Solomon's Key, though, by the way, from Tecmo. So yeah, prequel to Fire and Ice. So yeah, thank you, Nocturne, for the element on Fire and Ice.
Very cool.
This is prequel.
Yes.
Alright, there you go. So we have our Super Mario Bros. 3 run. And we'll go back to... Okay, I'm not trying to save a clip as far as this. The one thing I'm not trying to... But I have to hit a home button on this. Okay, so next on our list, we are out on NES case. Alright, I have to turn this controller off as is now. And I have to switch out to the Switch Pro controller once more because... We're going to Super Nintendo now. So fine, we're not doing that. We're using the Super Nintendo pads, both of them. We have 4 for Super Nintendo. We're going to be showing it tonight.
Well, I love... Okay, so it is Dana. I just want to make sure Dana...
Alright, so yeah, there you go. You'll learn stuff about Solomon's Key in this program, and
Yeah.
a little bit of a preview to both games.
Yeah, I wanted to just make sure it was the same on both, so...
Alright, so...
My favorite.
We're on Super Nintendo. There's tons of stuff on the Switch Online for Super Nintendo. Including stuff we're playing, like with Earthbound, and thank you for Harvest Moon coming back. I'm amazed they were able to get that. Some we're not showing as far as puzzle games. We're not showing Super Puyo Puyo 2. We do have other stuff of Puyo Puyo, don't worry. There's also Panel to Pond, which is the Japanese version of Tetris Attack. We'll show this eventually, don't worry, we'll show it. But I said, I have to make a cut somewhere.
That's right.
So, and Solomon's Key was short enough, I said, fine, I can put this in. We have 4. So we're talking about Kirby. We love a Kirby on this program. We got 2 aspects of Kirby starting. First up to the plate, we have Kirby's Avalanche. This came out in 1995 for the Super Nintendo on February 1st in Europe. A voiceover there of Kirby's Avalanche. Came out on April 25th, 1995 for Super Nintendo. In Europe, it was called Kirby's Ghost Trap. We talked this game before when we played Tetris 2. It was developed by Compile and Banpresto. It is Nintendo's version of Puyo Puyo, which was owned by Sega. So they were able to get licensing going to make a version of it with Kirby that we got. In the US, we got Dr. Robotnik's Mean Machine for the Sega Genesis. We played it before.
Right.
Which is also why I'm not showing it tonight. We could come back to that for a purpose. It's showing you, like with Dr. Robotnik's Mean Machine, how Puyo Puyo works. This is our first look at Puyo Puyo. We got a couple looks at it. You basically line up blocks of four the same color, but don't hit the top, otherwise you're gonna lose. The ground will fall out from underneath you, and there you go. By the way, this game being on the Switch Online service is a fucking miracle because they had to go back to Sega to get the license. I said, no way in hell they can never get this re-released because it wasn't on Wii U's Virtual Console, on Wii's. But I said, are they gonna be able to get this? They did, so it's another take on Puyo Puyo, the one Nintendo had on Super Nintendo. And it's a great version. Love Kirby? That's the idea, although, as the Console Wars program put it, Kirby is kind of a dick, let's put it that way, because of the fact that in the story mode starts with Waddle Dee, the cute little foot soldier, King Dedede, saying like, hey, I'm scared, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. This Kirby's like, sorry, rules are rules. And like the song they put together, it's like, he doesn't care if you're scared. He'll make fun of you. So it's like, I guess Kirby's kind of in a little bit of an antagonistic stuff with the story. And we'll show this game off specifically because I think it's probably going to be worth going on. And I'll show you how chain reaction go. An avalanche of garbage blocks, or boulders as it is. You have to get rid of them as they are, that way when they drop. That is how your Kirby's Avalanche is going, and here's your records. Okay.
Kirby's Avalanche.
Kirby's Avalanche.
And the voice synth, by the way, is amazing in this game. It's so insanely cool, and I believe that's Robin Krause. We heard we played Blast Core and Warriors Woods for Super Nintendo as far as Warriors Woods is concerned, who's voicing that, I believe. Some of the voice samples in this are unbelievable. Okay, as far as the multiplayer is concerned, you have your options of speed, of mild, medium, spicy, hot, and Cajun. I'm going to run spicy. And what you do is, as mentioned, match up the 4. We've shown Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine on the show before. It's like that, except it's Kirby flavored. And Kirby's in this one. It's not like Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine where Sonic is not in that. Or fine. Well, I first came up with the great alternate fan canon perspective, which is who's controlling the beans as far as the movement. It's probably Sonic on the joystick. The game doesn't confirm it, but fine. Super Game Saturday narrative is that fine, Sonic's behind the scenes in that game. And we're getting stuff ready to go on this one. Whoa. Whoa. This game is hard to play though. It's fine, but it's fine. Okay, it's easy to play. We're gonna take that back. It's easy to play, but it's also something that it's very specific and exacting. And if you're good at this, I really respect you that way because I've got my aspects of like, am I really that good at this game? But we see. All right. Yeah. I do just say that. I know it's Kirby's game. But every time I just have to say that from Robotnik's Mean Machine, oh Jesus Christ, you got a good combo on me. Or chain on me, shit. Yo. So yeah, I'm in trouble. Jesus, you're kicking my ass now, look at that.
I'm generally not good at this game, so...
But it's also one of those things that, the one thing I'll say about this game is that it's something that, yeah, you can be screwed with small stuff easier than you can something like Tetris Attack. I'll see if I can't redeem myself. I don't know if I'm going to be able to come back from this. Yeah, I'm not. I'm losing. Alright, so that's my, yeah, Kirby's mad, but that's fine. Like, there's of course a squishy, which is actually what the game says. This game explicitly states that.
Squishy.
Uh-oh, hold on a second. Well, I had this a couple weeks ago where it says that OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting. I'm going to hold to this. I'm going to see if I have to split something out. I'm also not going to do what I did last time for this. I'm going to see if, fine. Reconnection successful. I think we're still set. Chat, are you seeing us? Fine, me dying is fine. I need to check the chat. Check the tech.
Okay.
I thought the tech went down, but I don't think it has.
Okay.
At least I don't... no, it seems like we're okay.
Going.
It seems like it's good. Okay.
We'll do that over then.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about that.
Because I wasn't paying attention either. It was just doing its own thing.
But see, sometimes that's it, yes. I said specifically, hey, you know, sometimes you run into cases where the tech might go down. Or looks like it went down, but fine. We had that same thing happen. We played, what was it? We did Mega Man Legends 2 last week. The tech was technically fine, but I disconnected because I said, wait, something's wrong with this. But I said, well, no, all the footage we had was still okay. So fine, if it did go out, Yeah, it's good. Thank you, Gemini96. Thank you for confirming that. I don't know if we lost anything. Okay, just to give you a context of what happened, like, wait, why was that? It kind of came out of nowhere. I saw on the PC run this on, it said OBS reconnecting. I was like, wait a second, did the tech go out? It's OBS. That's one broadcast, I think. Or one broadcast system. I'll the name of what it is. It's the recording software I use for the purpose of the HD60X we're running for my tech. I thought, like, hey, there's something good. It buffered a little bit, it's fine now. I'll find out then in the playback as far as the raw footage. And if there's something weird to that, I'll put a linkage. I'll get something. Maybe here's the thing. We had that happen with Mega Man Legends 2 a couple weeks ago, as I mentioned. But what happened was that the video was fine. I think it did buffer on chat's end on that one as well, but I looked at the footage. Sometimes you're like, in case like, we've had this before. I've had to edit around stuff like, hey, the video buffered and like our voices something went out, or the game audio went out, something, or it stuttered, something. Which chat saw, or they'd hear this, like, hey, it seems like it's down, but I looked at the video footage, and for some reason, it was fine. As far as how the recording was, I was like, okay, fine, I can get the recording fine this way. And I don't know why that was. The point is that it happened, and I was able to feasibly salvage that, so it was not a problem. So, the point is that we're good. Now that, I was like, yeah, just a question, just make sure that's set. But thank you, Gemini96, for confirming that. Because sometimes it's a question, like, hey, and look, Dolphin, you've been in the chat on this one, so you know what it's like as far as that end. Like, what is that like? What is it like on the end as far as like the difference that way, and also then what you're doing now for being on the show? So it is an interesting case that way. It's like that's why we're the best chat on Twitch. They'll help out. They'll give a sense like, wait, what's going on this? As we get another chain. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Like, there you go. Yeah, that felt good. Oh no, but I fucked it up. I did, but I fucked it up with the blue Puyo blocks.
No.
Alright, I'll see if I can't salvage this one. I need blue. Fine, I'll go. In case I probably should put that there.
Oh no.
Oh, that was close. Alright, so fine, let's do a tiebreaker round. Because, yeah, you got one, I got one. Hit the start button quickly.
Start? Oh.
Yeah. There we go. And then we'll go on to the next Kirby puzzle game. We have another one. One we never got here, as far as the US, but it is one that is very interesting. And one you also showed a lot of skills on when we did the practice on this. Or on that one. Same on this one, but case on that one too. See, that's the other thing as far as the showcase show. Because, like, yeah, we're coming up on 4 hours of the program, but it's also something that, yeah, we're very into stuff like, yeah, it's flying by, isn't it? It's quite something. Alright, so. And chat, feel free to go to Memories on Kirby's Avalanche if you have that, or anything with Puyo Puyo, because we're not quite done with Puyo Puyo, we're done with this one, just to give an indication. Fine, I think we already said what we're playing as far as the other one, but, yeah, we'll see that a little later. Getting there specifically. Awesome, okay. Yeah, also I think we're kind of evenly matched. In some ways, I think that kind of helps with this game, because like I said, like, I don't know if I'm good at Puyo Puyo, honestly. But that being said, it is still a fun game, that's for sure. It is a very good version, so yeah, Super Nintendo fans are not being left out in the cold as far as this. Yeah, as I also mentioned, in Japan, they had that one, Super Puyo Puyo 2, which weirdly enough also starts with, I guess because it was the 90s, it starts with the perspective like, yeah, let's fight AIDS, weirdly enough. I guess the perspective of what that was, as far as like the little heart symbol. Let's see what's going on. There's also a case, I'll say this with Puyo Puyo, it's one of those games that oftentimes you need a lot of setup to get it going really, really well. As you showed, awesome. Oh. Now, oftentimes, where can those garbage blocks pop that are going to be in trouble for you? Uh-oh. Oh no. Yeah, I think Dolphin, you have this one. Good job. Yeah, you know, he's Waddle Dee. So yeah, we're getting the revenge as far as like, yo, Kirby saying like, I don't care if you're scared. Fine, now Kirby's really mad. So like, cause we mentioned this sometimes with Kirby. He's this cute character, but in the marketing for the U.S., he was often would be angry.
He does, I know.
But that was later. That was after this game.
Yeah.
He's happy in the box of this one. But either way, there you go. So good job as far as that with Kirby's Avalanche.
Okay.
All right, so next on the docket for Super Nintendo, because yeah, he looks happy there.
He does.
And also on this one, this is a game we never got until technically last year, but more technically a couple months ago. This is Kirby no Kirakira Kizzu. It translates out to Kirby Sparkling Kids, but it's also known as Kirby Super Star Stacker. It is the Super Famicom version of Kirby Star Stacker from the Game Boy, which came out in 1997. They were going to bring this out to the U.S. At least that was the plan. Nintendo of America said, no, we're not doing anything else for Super Nintendo. We're not shipping anything else on this console. I think they translated the game specifically. But no, that's the case. Yeah, there are I think Miyazaki references in some of these, including Kirby's Dream on 3, which shares some of the same graphical style as this one. Yeah, this is a unique puzzle game, as I mentioned. When they put it on this service, they only put the Japanese text translation to it. This is fully translated online. There is an online fan translation, but I think it's based on... I believe they did translate this. They said they were translating this for the purpose of localizing, but Nintendo America said, no, we're going to focus on Nintendo 64 in 1998. The last game, by the way, Nintendo published was Kirby's Dream on 3 in 1997. So I think it was a case where they did translate. It's like we meant, well, Gemini 96 and I were mentioning this with Earthbound, the fact that Mother, the first one, or Earthbound Beginnings, that came to us eventually, they did translate it, but they said the Super Nintendo's out, we're going to focus on that, we're not going to localize it here. But that same translation was used for Earthbound Beginnings when that dropped on the Wii U, and then when they did fan translations before that came out, it was the same one. So I think it might be the same with Kirby Super Star Stacker here. Now, how this works, you've seen on screen.
Yep.
You have blocks coming down that have stars on them. You also have animal friends. You have Rick, Coo, and Kind from the Kirby's Dream games. You have to match 2 of the animals up, but the thing is, you're seeing right there, there's Rick and there's a star in between. That's a wild card if you have it in between and then clear out and you have a chain going on specifically. And when you get a chain of at least 2, we have stars come down, stars go down, and something in the middle. They can also have a clearage going on. Now, we're going to do verses on this. It is right here. And so I'm going to be and I think that's ow, I think, on the bottom, but you can select either one of the profiles you want. You also select your difficulty, or number of rounds to 3. Difficulty of happy for easy, medium for normal, and the freaky Kirby face for that. So you're gonna play as Kirby. I'm gonna play as, you play as Waddle Dee, you play as Poppy Brothers Jr.
Aww.
You play as the flower whose name I don't remember, whose name will be below when I edit this. Knuckle Joe, Cook Kawasaki, Meta Knight, of course, and King DDD. I will be, we were talking Pokemon perspective. I'll be, fine, let's play as Meta Knight, because in the show, he was voiced, in the Kirby Avalanche anime, he was voiced by, I always made the mistake if it was Ted Lewis or Eric Stewart, because we played Shadow Hearts, or the Crusader 64, and I played Shadow Hearts, and he's in that game too. Fine. Suck up this torch! Actually, on that show, he sounds almost exactly like Antonio Banderas, like the accent he's going on. But alright. There you go. This is a fun one. RB Super mentioned loving this on the Game Boy. Fine. He didn't play the Super Famicom version either, because we didn't get it, and I guess he didn't try emulating the original, or emulating the fan translated version, which I didn't either. But it is on Switch Online. It used to be only on the Japanese app. It came out that way July of 2022. Actually, when we played Tetris 2, I brought mention of that. But they then released it on the US app this year. So if you don't have the Japanese app accessible to you for the Switch system, you can drop the, you pop up the US app and have it. Also, you have bombs there, which, by the way, if you clear a bomb with something, it'll get rid of the entire row that's in the line.
I think I'm completely not doing well on this one, I'll tell you that much right now.
Maybe, but who knows? You might have something. Oh, right, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, look, it looks like Skull and Crossbones.
Yep, that's the idea. So, yeah, Kirby can be that element of cuteness and badassery, but... Yeah, but it is a fun one. This is a unique one, and I never played Kirby Superstar or Kirby Star Stacker, the Game Boy game. You ever play that?
I think so.
I didn't either. That was another one that was late for Game Boy, old Game Boy, black and white Game Boy. This was like a little over a year before the Game Boy Color came out that released. So it kind of got lost in the shuffle, but it's something that
How do you get rid of just stars on its own here?
You basically have to balance
You
it.
just
So you
have to get those other things.
You have to have the animals in between.
I see the stars.
Yeah, you have one star between two animals at least. So like that. I got rid of Kind the fish. There was a star there, so it went away. And there's Rick the raccoon, and Who the owl is who the other character is. You also have those blocks that way, like the pink ones, which I think you need bombs to bust those, if I remember correctly. But I'm not. Despite what I'm saying, I'm not necessarily an expert on this game or the Game Boy game. Chat, feel free to mention any indication you have. Actually, I know I first mentioned he played the Game Boy version because it was on the 3DS's Virtual Console before they shut it down last. Oh no, yeah, it was last year. Was last year? Yeah, well, yes, it was last year because it was after we played Star Fox on the Super Nintendo that happened. I remember that.
I'm gonna definitely go to the what do you call it here? 'Cause
Well, we'll see.
no,
You never know. I mean, it's close.
No, it's not. No way.
Well, let's show a bomb going off if I can. Actually, I think you do need a star clearance when it comes to the bomb, I believe. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think she got a good combo. Yeah, I'm gonna win. Or I'm gonna lose, I should say. Good job. That combo really saved you in the end.
Yeah, because it was up pretty high there.
Alright, so yeah, it's best of 3, so yeah, one more.
One more, alright. I think I'm gonna lose this one though.
I don't know, we'll see.
I just get lucky every once in a while.
But it's also the case that, hey, you know, sometimes you get that set, and this is an interesting one as far as how it's kind of easy to figure out, but then when you also get a realization of, okay, how's the system working with the stars and stuff, it's quite a blast. Also, you can also clear the box, by the way, in a corner. I probably should have mentioned that.
Stars next to each other don't do anything, do they?
Not on their own, but you have to, if you have an animal in between, or one animal, or two animals on each side.
I see.
Yeah, you get rid of Mike with Rick there. Unfortunately, okay, there we go. Move. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. You get oh shit! Yeah, you. Okay, yeah, you kicked my ass. Good job. Yeah, just pull out the broom. It has no effect on the sword of Meta Knight. So yeah, we're got that one. Well, fine. That's usually the case. Although, as you said, Meta Knight tends to be, in some cases, a little bit of an anti-hero. In some cases, more virtuous than Kirby is, just by the fact that Kirby's sometimes aloof. Like in Kirby's Adventure, he's very virtually the villain in that game. Because Meta Knight's coming and causing trouble, but say like, hey, don't do stuff with the Fountain of Dreams. He then does something with the Fountain of Dreams, and then he has to clean up the mess as it is. And the enemy coming is gone as well. But there you go. That is Kirby Super Star Stacker.
Okay.
One we didn't have for a while. It's a good one. And yeah, it's one that I think we should show off. I mentioned this game multiple times. That we're going to show this off at some point. Yeah, that's why I pulled this out.
Alright.
Alright, next up on the list. Playing with some with Data East. This is Magical Drop 2. This was developed by Data East in the US. It was published by SNK in arcades in May of 1996. I got ports on a bunch of systems in Japan, specifically the Neo Geo, the Neo Geo CD, the Sega Saturn,
I remember this.
and the Super Famicom, which, unlike Kirby Super Star Stacker, there was a translation of this for English, and for this ROM they uploaded for the Switch Online here of the Super Famicom edition. It does have the English translated version, so I don't know why they didn't do it with Kirby Super Star Stacker, or Kirby Sparkling Kids, or Kirby no Kirakira Kizzu. But they did for Magical Drop 2, where we have these elements of the world, these anime characters, and yeah, kind of jiggle physics with her as it is, specifically, so I don't know if that's the reason we didn't get this. But remember, Super Mario RPG, the remake takes out the jiggling breasts of Valentina. It was on the Super Nintendo game, which came out at the same time this game did, as far as the element to that. Fine, we have her. She's going to tell us how this game works a little bit.
It's a one player, isn't it?
It's two-player, yeah. No, you play two-player. If you want on this two-player, you want to sit back on this one.
Yeah, I'll sit back because I want to watch this. I never...
Yeah, you basically hit the B button to pick up the marbles, or the drops, I should say. And you can pull them out at the same color at the same time, and then you toss them back in the A button. There's ice drops, they come out, they can't be shattered unless you have a color drop next to it. And there's special drops which have the little chalices on there. When you have that, that's a special attack or special move which can get rid of stuff on the side. And And this is the idea of what the 2 players looking like. So in fact, I'll let the demo play a little bit to show how this is working.
Oh, I know this one. We did this. Okay, I'll play with this.
You want to run this one?
Yeah, let's play.
Okay, but if nothing else, we also got to see the
Try.
intro because those are questions. What does the intro look like?
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna look back on.
It's almost like Zuma. What is this?
It's Zuma meets Bust a Move
Yeah.
a little bit, and we're gonna have that with Bust a Move coming up. Don't you worry. But yeah, we're seeing how this is working and what that's gonna be for it. So yeah, fine. That's showing what the computer's working, but alright, in that case, we're good. We'll show this off. Let's get started with the Mode 7 perspective of Magical Drop 2. Okay, so you can play this in multiplayer of self-challenge, friend challenge, puzzle mode, story mode, playing friend challenge.
Aww,
We'll do the...
friend?
Yeah? Well, you said as far as Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey, we are still friends even though they check you in the face.
That's right.
But then I was like, I got it later. I was like, fine, I deserved that, as it was. You can play as a bunch of characters. You play as the Devil, the Fool, the Justice, the Star, the High Priestess, the World, the Magician, the Chariot, or the Strength.
Roman numerals. Ooh.
Yep. And you do have perspectives on magic and they'll also factor in on certain icons. I'll play as the Star. And you pick your difficulty, super easy, easy beam, hard, super hard, or 2P. You pick what you want to do. I'll do it on medium. I haven't played this game much, but it's also one that I said, hey, this is something different. It's also something for, also she's like pouring water out. Yeah, pouring one out for our homies, I guess.
How do they do it again?
I hit the B button to grab the marbles and then toss them back with the A button. You pick up multiples when it comes to colors as far as the same type, but not of, but you can't clear the ice block specifically. But I got that, so let's see. Yes, you have the anime flares is, yeah, you hit me with something, and when you do that, usually you send ice blocks out, I believe. I see some magic over there. I gotta see if I can't clear that out. There we go. So there's some magic for you.
Oh boy.
Don't ask me what it does, because as I mentioned, although I have played this game, picked this out for the program, I haven't necessarily... I'm not necessarily the expert on Magical Drop, any of them. But as I said, that's also the purpose of the showcase program, which is the fact that, fine, so we're giving a little bit of a taste to everything. It means that, with all due respect, I don't have to know everything on it or come with notes that much. Except, fine, the only reason I came on notes in this as far as certain things, fine, not the only reason. I came with information on when it came out and consoles it's on. Like, hey, if you're liking what you see. And if you are liking what you see, it's worth pointing out, it is on Switch Online for this. The arcade version, I believe there's also an Arcade Archives release on this console, and I believe it's on PS4 as well, I think. Don't quote me on that.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna be nailed on this one, I can tell.
Maybe, but maybe not. You never know.
Yes, I am. I'm not doing very good about this.
Oh yeah, that was close. We did go a while, though. As far as just on one. And it does have very clear voice samples. Because the Super Nintendo did have better audio quality than the Genesis.
Yep. Oh. Uh-oh, hey.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, wow. Doesn't help. Sometimes it doesn't help because you don't have enough.
Or sometimes you hit with magic, as you mentioned, like, hey, it's gonna hit you on the top.
Oh, I'm just learning how to do this, so it's not...
I mean, to be fair, as I mentioned, I'm kind of the same way too, even though I played this, because I'll tell you, whenever they do these Switch Online releases, no matter how obscure it is, I'll always take a look at what they are. I'll see what we got. Oftentimes, and people sometimes say this with Super Nintendo, it's like, why are you not putting out bigger stuff? Why did you not put out the Super Nintendo version of Super Mario RPG? I think maybe licensing reasons, perhaps, for certain things, is why they made it.
This is not good. I'm not doing well.
But people's like, what is this weird shit? I was like, look, I love the weird shit because I play it, I do, but also because of the fact that I've played tons of games before. It's like, stuff I've never played before. So not all great stuff, mind you. And this is a pretty good one. You want to do one more run or you want to stop for it? We'll do one more. But it's still something, it always seems to be a fascination, just like, hey, something I missed. And also, it's always the case that I institute Nintendo Switch Online Day as far as my work break, whenever they have something new released. Joe96 and Kazoo22 in the chat can attest to this. And they don't hate me yet for it. Although, fine, when they released the games that came out along with... Because actually, when Kirby Superstar Saga came out, that's when Quest for Camelot came out. I said, I don't know how they got this back. I said to Gemini 96, have you ever seen this movie? He's like, no, I haven't. And then we seen the intro, which is no sound, by the way, so I thought the game was broken until I looked at it and said that, no, the Game Boy version's like this. He said, I think I vaguely remember seeing this movie in the theater when I was like 2. I was like, okay. And then I looked, it's like Zelda if it sucked. And I think then, Kevin 22 just constantly, his right answer on some of this was like, I hate it. I was like, yo, fine. We have Kirby Superstar Stacker. That was the gem to show off as far as that. There was this weird, like, running game. Oh, yeah, I got hit. By the way, thank God you won because you get to show, you know, her. Yeah. So, yeah, this is your 16-bit perspective of your jiggle physics. It's interesting, though, to see that, isn't it?
That they would do that stupid thing.
Well, fine. I guess it's the idea of... Well, fine, remember when we did World of Illusion, you were looking up as far as other games based on Fantasia. You're like, fine, I found an anime porn game that was Fantasia's. And even, I remember Luck was saying, it's like, I didn't expect we were going to go into that. I was like, I didn't either, but sometimes the case of, fine, you go with the, look, we go with the flow on this program when it comes to, like, yeah, this is weird that way. And, fine, I guess they're of age, I don't know. Well, yeah, we're not going to touch that element right now. Specifically, but the point is that fine, the game does that. Maybe that's why we didn't get it, but I don't know if that's the reason why we didn't get it. Because I don't know. Cause, fine, 1986 for Super Nintendo. I mean, I mentioned Super Mario RPG came out then. Donkey Kong Country 3 came out then. There's a lot of things that released, and some weird stuff. I know Titus was putting out stuff like Artie Lightfoot, and there was a game called Wiz, which is a very weird thing with a bunny. Like that's a name. Like, wait, what the hell is that name? I have a picture of what Wiz is, and you're like, what the fuck is this? But this seems maybe more normal than some of that, and pretty good, but I think maybe it's also the thought that, hey, remember, the PlayStation had just come out, the Sega Saturn just came out. They're probably like, hey, let's move on to a new system or something and get a market share that way. Although, fine, this was on Saturn, so in that case it makes sense with this one. Okay. But we do have one more, so it's like, yeah, we have one more shot. We'll see who wins.
Do you take them and move them as well to get them
I
out
try
of the way?
to, yeah.
When there's nothing to do with them?
Yeah, that's what I tend to do, only because I said, fine, I have to do that, because otherwise, yeah, like right there, I couldn't get rid of the blues and things.
Get this one.
I knocked down something, don't worry. That's normal. That's also why, as I said, this is a totally unscripted
what
show.
happened? Some fancy schmancy thing happened here for me.
Oh, the magic?
Yeah, magic.
Yeah, I think you cleared one of the magic orbs, which actually, now looking at that intro, I kind of understand that aspect more, which I didn't really think. So like, wait, that's what's going on here? Yeah, right there, yeah. So would you see stuff that has, unique little indications on them, on the orbs, try to clear those as part of your chain to get your magic running. And it's different from for character, I believe, as far as what it does. As far as what it does, I mentioned, yeah, I'm not quite the expert, but yeah, Chad, if you want to see this game at some point again, we can definitely show it. Hell, as I mentioned with Saturn, I can import the Saturn version, assuming it's not like $8,000 or something, to, you know, show that one. Or show the arcade version, which is that. There's an arcade archives version, I believe, on the same console. Uh-oh. Yeah, but something I never heard before is like, yeah, this is kind of fun. I mean, it's not, look, it's not going to replace Tetris Attack. It's not going to replace Tetris and Dr. Mario. It's not going to replace Tetris 2 or Warriors Woods. But yeah, if you played those to death, like, I want something new that's still pretty good. This is actually not a bad choice. And honestly, I'm having more fun playing this than I think I thought I was going to have playing it. Not that I said, oh, this is going to be a bad game, us playing it for the show, but also the case of...
close, though, in that one.
Yeah, it was close.
Okay.
Not bad. Okay, so there's Magical Drop 2. Definitely a little bit of an interesting case to that.
Yeah.
And something different. But we have one more. This is a single-player case, so I'll show you what this is.
Okay.
This is Mario Super Picross, or Mario no Supa Pikurosu. This came out in 1995, September 14th, 1995 as it is, for the Super Famicom. We didn't get this version here, and the reason we didn't was because Mario Super Picross came on the Game Boy in 1995. That was, I think I have the date on that one. Well, it was 1995 as well that came out. Nintendo marketed that game quite a bit. They said, hey, this game will be a big thing perhaps, but it wasn't, unfortunately. So they said, fine, we're not going to localize this. This game actually did not get released over here until Switch Online. We'll show what elements of Picross are. This was the one I gotta thank St. Aspartame for, specifically the Game Boy version. Because, like, yeah, he swore by this. Like, this is a great game. I played it. I downloaded on 3DS Virtual Console. I said, yeah, he's right. This game is awesome. It's kind of a Sudoku, like, knockout puzzle game. It's co-developed by Jupiter and Ape, so the people who made Earthbound were involved in this game. We'll come back to Earthbound next week as is, but yeah, another game by the Earthbound team as well, and around the same time. So let's give you a look at how this game works. And we have a little more of Picross, so I'm going to show a little bit of this one and then a little bit of the other one later. They're going to be kind of two sides of the same coin, just to go in the aspect of that. Let's show you a problem. And they also give you a sense of, do you want to hit? You can say yes or no. For the purposes of the demo, I'm going to show yes. I'll show one with no. What it does, it will give you a random perspective of revealing where the field is. So they gave us that. So here's the deal. Never played Picross before. Let me explain how it works. Take a look at the numbers up here. They give you a sense of what you need to knock out in terms of number. Here it says 0. So what that means is there's not going to be any items or any things to chisel out on this row, or on this column as it is. You have rows and columns that way, and if you want to mark stuff to make sure you don't knock it out, because you knock it out, your time goes down. And if it goes down, you know, fine, I'm going to show it going down. It'll keep going down by multiple minutes. If you hit 0, it's a game over. So there we go. So I got a game over, but I just want to show that idea. So let me show you how you're supposed to do it. Because you chisel out with the A button, you hit the B button, do a markdown. You put an X on. So, like, give yourself a mental note saying, like, hey, you know, I don't think I should hit this. So right here, here's your indication not to hit this. It says 0, so I know there's nothing here. So, mark them down. Now, for 8, this is 10 across, so that means that of the 9 blocks I have here, because I marked this one down, 8 is going to have it. So I don't know where they're going to be. So you have to kind of use process elimination a little bit to understand this. So what you do is, you look at this like, you have to kind of take what you have as far as your position. You think, okay, there are 9 squares here, there are 8, and they're all going to be a row. Whenever there's a number, it means that it'll be 8 for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like that. So what you do is, so they're all going to be in line that way when you have a single number. You pretty much take the perspective, okay, what are the shared spaces for any possible combination here? So I said, this could be these 8, or it could be these 8. We don't know, though. So, basically want to knock out the ones that you know it has to be. So, it could be this or this, we don't know. So basically knock out everything that's in between, because they're all covered by this. So at least it gives you something to work with. And then you look at the other columns and rows to get a sense of how to build to understand which of this is going to have 8. And also take into account of this with number, which is, you see 2 numbers up there. You see 2 and 3. That means you have 2 numbers, you have to hit 2. When you do those 2, like I did right there, I know they're there because that's where the 2 were. Starting up there. The next space will always be blank. So you do a markdown. Then the question is, where is the third? Where are those that set of 3 going to be? I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing. It says there's 2, and 2, 2, 2. There's 5, so I know I can go down all the way here and still be safe and do a markdown. And do markdowns this way, just so I have a bit of a mental note. In fact, actually, at this point, I was able to understand it on this, because all of these can't be that, based upon how the combinations were there. So I need 2. So I have 1 here. I know it can't be this, because it's only going to be a row. And since I have all these marked, and I know that that's eliminated, it's going to be here. And then when you have all the rows set, you can get rid of it, and you know you're done. Now for 2, you don't know, I don't know where this could be. They could be here, or they could be anywhere down here. So what do you do if you don't know? Well, you keep building as you go along, and see what you can find to get a sense of anything that's going to give you a clue. Specifically. And sometimes you might have to take a guess on this, or try and see what can you work from where. So it's not always going to be easy. So right here, this is a case of this. So I know there's 3, so the third one is going to be either here or here. Unfortunately, I can't really divvy anything out, but I know everything else is going to be a no. And in the case of this, I know there's going to be 3, because that's going to be blank, so it's 1, 2, 3. So I know we're set here. That's there. Can't have 2 here, so mark that down. So, in this case, it also is helping me out, so I know that now, with this is going to be the third one, so you hit that, and we'll know we're safe without running out of time. And now, also with this, I have 2 and 5, so there's 2, 3, 4, 5, and I know I'm done with this column. Okay, so, It is that question, and yeah, Dolphin, to you, what's your experience with Picross?
Just watching you play it and last night, and I'm just really trying to get my head wrapped around it personally.
Yeah, I made a mistake as far as hitting that. It's not an easy one to get my head wrapped around. I said, I gotta thank St. Aspartame for this one. He's the one who pointed me this game, said this game is awesome. I did take some time to understand the machinations of this game. And we got other versions we're gonna show a little later to give an indication to kind of understand how is this gonna work. Because it is kind of a question. And I mentioned, it's kind of a bit of a process elimination in the sense that, okay, fine, I know there's nothing there. As far as 2, okay, based on how this is, I know there can't be there, so there's gonna be 2. Oh shit, it's not. Yeah, that's not right.
Is it timed?
Yes, but unless you make mistakes, you have half an hour to do everything. So unless you keep making mistakes, it won't necessarily run down. If you make too many mistakes, yeah, it's not gonna be good, so don't do that. Since I hit those wrong, by me making a mistake, I do know then that they're here. So fine, I was able to get that process set, even though that was not the way that the game wanted me to do. Oh, right, because it's only 2. So fine, I know the 2 are down there. So I was thinking preemptively.
So now, the numbers...
Yes.
3, so let's go to the bottom. 2 and 2.
Yes.
What is it telling me?
It's telling me that there are 2 clusters of 2. So there'll be 1, 2, and they'll always be in line. And then after each of those clusters, there's always going to be 1 space at least. So then there'll be another 2. So actually, let's take this one right here. So 3 and 3. That's telling me we have this 3 thing, and there's always going to be at least 1 space with its blank. So you'll know the mark on that element, either there or there, and then you don't know where they're going to be. They might be here, they might have been over here. In this case, they're
X's mean you can't. That's not a chiseling spot.
Yeah, basically you hit the B button to do markdowns. So basically you mark this as you go, so you get a sense of what's there.
Okay, so you're 8 and then the 2 X's. The 8, the 2 X's.
Pretty much, yeah.
There's only 1 place for a 3. There's only 1 place for a 3. There's
pretty much.
1 place for a 5.
In fact, you had it right there.
I'm not sure which one the 5 is. How do you know on number 5?
You don't, but what you can do is you can then mark down where you know it can't be. So since I have 3, it could be here and here, or it could be here and here. So
you know the other one isn't.
I know it can't be this.
Okay.
And as far as this, that's the other question, which is I know from 2 and 2. So there's 2 and 2, but they're all marked down. So I know this is where the 2 is going to be. Starting here, there's 2. That's 1, 2. I know that's that. That's there. So now.
You started with some X's though, right? There were X's on there already. Those.
Oh, because I know I unlimited up stuff. So actually, right here, then I know at this point because there's 2 and 3. So I need a cluster of 3. Where's 3? That's 3. So I know it's that. And then as far as here, there's 2 and 3. I already have a 3, so it can't be that. It's going to be that. And we got it. And in this mode,
a picture of?
It is a picture of a Japanese symbol. It's a katakana symbol.
Alright.
As remember, we didn't get this version in the US. We got Mario's Picross on the Game Boy. And now we got tons of Picross games, and this is available this way.
Okay.
I remember the symbol is, Kazuma is doing Japanese stuff himself. He would know what the answer is like right off the spot, I think.
Wow.
And I'm back in my days on that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show one more picture, and then we'll go on to something else. We'll go on to the next set of games. Actually, it's something AJ wanted to see, and I guess I made him wait about 4 hours and 30 minutes for it.
What is this one? This is good.
Okay, so fine. Let's take a look at this. Fine, let's date ourselves even more for this case.
Okay.
And fine, for the purposes, I'm going to have us give some hints. Now, you can not take the hint. I tend to not take the hint just because, like, I want to be man-damn it and just figure this, but fine. They'll randomly mark stuff off. Also, one thing I'm going to do is hit the start button. You can change the background music. You can also do stereo, mono. I'm going to do stereo, but I'm going to change music to this one, which is the doot, which actually is the Game Boy game. Okay, so let's get to work. So it's 15. This is a 15 across, so I know everything there is there. Same here with 15. We see those big numbers that come across. You love seeing that because it makes it so easy to understand where everything's going to be. In this case, also, it makes it easy to understand. I can do 14 here, leave this one at the end, and then there we go. So we have all 14 there. So we can work on the outside. So it works great. And then you can go from either way you want. We have that set.
1, then 9, then 1. Oh,
yeah. The other thing you do is also take a look at the bottom. So it's like, hey, there's 5, 6, 7, 8. It says I have a 1 already. I know that's there. So it's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 8. 6, 7, 8. And that's the thing. When you get into the zone on this one, it's like, oh yeah, I'll mark this. Bump, 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 bump. It is so satisfying. My God. All right, done. There's
This is a different puzzle?
Yeah, that's 1 and 11. Actually, if you hit the A button on that, I think you could do mark-offs as far as a focus on that row. But fine, I just was looking at what that was. It's 1, 11, and 1. So actually, in this case, I know it's just going to be straight across. Other stuff it might not be. So in this case, that's 4 1s. That's good. That's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I have enough? Yes, I do. So that's 7.
If you're wrong, it tells you.
It'll give a boot, and it'll also, you run out of time. There's other modes where it doesn't tell you you're wrong. So you basically go through the entire puzzle. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I have a mistake till the end. Like, wait, why did I not win? So that's the idea of it. As I said, it is very imposing when you first look at it, but it's also something that it's one of those games that I don't know how you're with puzzle games or other things. You sometimes said this, the idea that when is a puzzle game either too hard that you're gonna not want to play it,
Right.
or when is it hard that you don't want it to be, you want to make sure you can master it.
It's like Sudoku.
Or Sudoku, absolutely. It's exactly like that. This is in the latter category. This is absolutely one of those cases where, and as I said, San Aspartame, I trust him completely when it comes to stuff with gaming, because I made a mistake there. He vouched for this game. He's like, he has not steered me wrong when it comes to stuff like this. I said, I'm going to trust that judgment. He was right. This game is awesome. And this was for you, my friend out there, as it is.
It's very cool.
It's really interesting. I said, we never got this version, so it's kind of a vital case of that, to get the sense of, okay, fine, what did we miss? Okay, there's 2 there. That's just 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's good. There's 1, 2, nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be that, but I don't know. And same with that. But I know it can't be that. So let's see. 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so it's not that, because that's all. I mean, we get those big numbers, like, uh-oh. How do I count that? Remember, there's gonna be space, but actually, that could also be good too, because sometimes that spacing of numbers can add up to the total length or width of the puzzle you're working on. So then you could go, oh, it's like having 15. So you know if there's gonna be a spacing between each of these, that means that you'll know, oh, I can just skip these each way and then clear it out and make it much easier. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4,
I want to see the picture.
5. Yeah, I picked this picture for a reason, as it is. 1, 2, 3.
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I know that's 5. I know that's 5 as well. We got it. I hope you remember floppy disks.
Oh my gosh! It is a floppy disk.
3.5 inch floppy disk drive. Remember those? They were everywhere.
I remember the little black. They were black, right? They were floppy.
They can be, but there's also
the gray ones.
The ones that were floppy were the 5 1/4 inch ones, the ones with the circle in the center of them.
Yes, with the circle. Remember the gray ones then too, the smaller gray ones.
Yeah, which were like these.
Oh my god.
Which these held 1.44 megabytes of data. Think about that nowadays, where we have cases where you have Blu-ray discs and hold multiple gigabytes.
I know.
Or fine.
External hard drives.
External hard drives and stuff like that, which can hold tons of stuff like that. Or Montic UK has always mentioned running ZX Spectrum. I believe, I remember ZX Spectrum ran on discs as well, but I also know it ran on cassette tapes.
I remember having discs in. Remember the discs hold? I don't know if you remember the disc holder.
Yeah, I have one of those still, actually myself.
Still? Oh my
I've held on to stuff
and
as far as.
What do you do with it?
What you can do is actually they do sell. I'll tell you this, as you show the disc this way. They do sell USB 3x5 floppy disk drives, so you can feasibly get stuff loaded up DOSBox, which is basically like a DOS emulation perspective. Take your old PC games, play them. I got tons of stuff that we can do that with for the purpose of it, or basically burn or copy the ISO of a CD. It's like, hey, stuff I had on like Windows 3.1. Let's play that. Yeah. So yeah, we can make that happen with the program.
This is a good game. Who recommended this game?
This is St. Aspartame. You know him by another name I will mention off screen.
This is super.
Yeah, so this one's for him specifically as it is. But alright, we are done with our Super Nintendo perspective.
Yay.
But, okay, now we're going to get to the game I know AJ in chat wanted to see, and I know Emetics wanted to see this one too.
What is this?
It is the game he was really excited to see. One, I said, I wanted to show this for you. I know you love this game. They kind of were the reasons that I got that. We're going to have to boot up Capcom Arcade's second stadium for the purpose of this one. And if you want to play this as 2 players, well, as far as how to play this, you can use the Super Nintendo controller feasibly for the purpose of this one. Let's talk about what this one is.
I like it already.
It is Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so this is from Capcom.
Wow. Oh my
We were using the
gosh.
Capcom Arcade Second Stage to play this. You can download games into this or on this that are there for $2 a pop. This is on sale 1 week for $1. Actually, the app is free. It's on Xbox One, PS4, Switch, and PC, and PS5, Series S and X as it is. And basically for $2, and when it was on sale, $1, you basically buy games for this free shell that then you put into this. That's one of these games. Super Puzzle Fighter Trooper itself came out in May of 1996 in the arcade from Capcom on their CP System 2 board, which ran games like Super Street Fighter 2, X-Men Children of the Atom, Mega Man Power Battle, and Giga Wing. And you have games for this. In fact, you can show this. Like, I'll show some download case. If stuff you can download here, like Savage Bees, Gunsmoke, Speed Rumbler, Hyperdyne Sidearms, Isatsu Buraiken, Black Tiger, Street Fighter the original, Tiger Road, 1943, Last Duel, Rally 2011, LED Storm, Magic Sword, which you played Magic Sword for the show before. That's a very good game. Three Wonders, King of the Dragons, Block Block, Knights of the Round, Eco Fighters, Pnickies, I believe, Darkstalkers, a lot of the Darkstalkers games, Darkstalkers Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Revenge, Street Alpha 1 and 2, Vampire Savior, Capcom Sports Club, Street Alpha 3, I will get to the second, Hyper Street Fighter 2, Hyper Street Fighter 2, the Anniversary Edition,
Savage Bees, I see.
and for us, also Sansan, there's also Sansan, there is, let me get the stuff I own, you can go based on what's playable. Sansan's a freebie, but you have Mega Man Power Fighters 2, Super Gem Fighter Mini Mix, Saturday Night Slam Master, which is a wrestling game. Yep. Mega Man the Power Battle, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. That is this one.
Right, okay.
As far as home versions, it's got a bunch of them. It was on a bunch of systems. In fact, we'll get in the case of this. I'll let the track play as I go in the spiel. This is, it came out, as mentioned, 1996 for the arcades. It got ports to the Sega Saturn, the PlayStation 1, as well as the Game Boy Advance, and is on the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3 as Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix. That version is backwards compatible on the Xbox Series S and X and Xbox One, by the way. We have that. This is the port of the arcade game, as it is. As you're seeing what we got here, we have, Dan, the joke fighter, as far as Street Fighter. We talked about Street Fighter. We played Street Fighter 2 as this program is concerned. It's also a case where Street Fighter is one that tends to be a little bit iffy one for people, like whether they like this game or not, or the other fighters they like. Well, if you don't like it as a fighting game, maybe you like it as a puzzle game. As you have the idea, you're dropping gems, so it's kind of like Puyo Puyo a little bit. But unlike Puyo Puyo, you have those little glowing circles there. And those are what you use to clear the gems out. What you do, you basically put them into a square as you go along with this. Just to give a perspective of that.
You try to do the same thing, like it's almost like a Tetris thing?
A little, yes.
One.
You have two normal gems put together like that. They'll go together, and they'll get destroyed at once. But if you put them into squares or rectangles, they'll turn to big gems, and when you clear them out, you can decimate the opponents for that. As mentioned, Emetics and AJ are the ones who wanted to see this one. This is for them specifically. It's a great game. It's also something that they were in college specifically together, and I know them as far as my work's concerned. They bonded over this specific game. It's like, oh my god, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. And here it is. Okay, so let's give it a sense. You press in the right analog stick to put a coin. Yeah, right there. You're seeing right there. You can put them into like a square like that. And we get them into gems like that big, and you can clear that out.
How?
With the flashing yellow circle. Like that. There's a great effect here, that clacking, like the cracking of the crystal. Yeah, that is what you want to do. And if you can get the combos like that, boom, 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 the other player is going to be pretty much dead right away if you're not careful. But you also have counter gems. I'll show this, and then we'll start on this. Yeah, when you get hit with, these are the garbage blocks. They're counter gems. When you go down and drop blocks, that counter will go down by 1. They will then turn into normal gems after that case, but also if you have something to clear them out, you can get rid of them that way.
Wow, that's going to take me a while to get to do.
A little bit, but it's also something fun. Compared to something Street Fighter specifically, or Street Fighter 2 as it is, it's a little easier, but also if you have counter gems form square when they change, yeah, they'll turn into a power gem. In that case, boom, boom. So you can create more opportunities for you, specifically to cause more damage. Alright, so yeah, there is Dan gives. Let's move on. Alright, we will. Let's press the right analog stick in. To do that, I'll put in 2 credits. So hit the minus button. Let's do player versus human. And you have your selection of character. You want to have Ryu, Chun-Li, Sakura, Ken, Felicia, Donovan, Senko, and Morgan. There's also even characters I don't know how to lock them. I'm sorry, but you're playing as Ken. I'll play as Chun-Li. Alright, so yeah, they're cheapified versions of the Street Fighter and Darkstalkers characters it was. So we have 3-round match. Alright, ready? fight. And the
How do you fight?
controls are a D-pad moving left and right. You drop them down like Tetris, pressing down, and hit A or B to swap the blocks around and rotate them. And when you also see the next thing, whenever you see the one with the circle, you line up with a color that's the same type, I should say, and you get rid of them. Yeah, like that. There you go. And you see the caution in my case, that means that, yeah, I gotta be careful as far as blocks. Or gems, this is. 'Cause yeah, it's a gem case as far as like the gem fighting case. Alright, so I got a gem that way. And you do get remixes of the Street Fighter 2 music. Including Guile's theme. I think Guile's theme is in this. I got chained, boom.
Oh wow. Okay, I definitely don't know what I'm doing here.
This is not an easy one, and I'll tell you. I mean, look, I'm an amateur on this one too myself, as is mentioned. It's AJ and it's Medics who know this game really, really well. And seeing them play this game, let me tell you, that is a thing of beauty. Is absolute thing of beauty watching them play this. So as I said, yeah, don't take this by the way with the purpose of like we're intentionally trying to show a weird element of skill, whatever, for a game like this. But as I said, we can come back to this. I mentioned them specifically before. If you want to call dibs on this game, come in for it. Do ahead. Do that. It's all yours. Also, you do get the flashing gem this way. But okay, you do have a lot of gems. You can get something to clear out on that. Like that green. If you can get that green of the green ones, you can decimate me.
Oh, I can't. No.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you got the green there. And that's the strategy, by the way, as far as what the strategy scheme is. So I said, what do you want to do on this? I did kind of pick their brain a little bit on this a couple of months ago when actually I was at a party with them, saying, okay, what is the method of madness? What do you do? And the reason is build up the gems, pretty much get them up as high as you can, and then wait for when the like the circles come down in order to clear them out. So yeah, I see the red. I was like, I could hit the red there to get rid of it, which I just did. But it might pay not to. It might pay to...
In the red thing here? What do I do? Just let it drop then?
Yeah.
Use it?
Well, you can't... Well, right now you can't use it.
I can't use it.
Because there's no reds. But if there is another red, and it's to be a red block, it can't be one of the counter gems. In that case, yeah, I got that set, so I was able to drop that into
I
green.
can't. This doesn't do anything because it's...
Not yet.
No.
It does take a little time. There is a learning curve on this one. I will not lie to you.
Okay.
But it is also something that is easy to pick up.
Yeah, when you learn it, it's good.
It's easy to pick up, so if nothing else, there's that too. But fine, it's also the case of fitting, I guess, the Street Fighter thing, which is that, hey, you know, the idea of being tournament ready with your game this way, that's an interesting sight.
Yeah.
It is a great game. So it is our only representation of Capcom this year, as it is for this program.
You can't remove it once you have the damn thing. I think those two things I love to get the blue one.
Oh, I do have gems over there. That can kind of help. Oh shit! Unfortunately, yeah, you did thwart my plan, or did you? Whoa! There you go. So warning. Yeah, that's what can happen. Okay. We'll do another set after this, just because I think it might be worth going to that. Because like, yeah, with all due respect, I know I'm tossing kind of the wolves on. Well, okay, yes and no, I am tossing the wolves on this one because. We did do, I did make sure we did practice play on all the stuff we're playing for tonight. For the purposes for our audio checks and all that. But yeah, it's not easy, and to be fair, I'm the same case. Like, yeah. AJ and the Medics kicked my ass at this game, and yeah, they should because they've been playing this game for years when they were in college. Like, this is that game. I mean, I'll tell you what it is.
You never get a green swirly, do you?
We got a red swirly. That can help. If you have like another red, you can be in the case of that.
All that hard green. And yeah, I could see this is really going to be a good game.
It's a great game. Yeah. But it's also one of those things is that, I'll tell you, here's the thing with this, and this is also why I'm showing this. Actually, fine, continue. Let me make sure that you're actually playing, are you? Press start, just want to see that. You're still controlling, right? Oh, no, hit start, I want to see something. Oh, hit minus, sorry, select, I should say. Yeah, here comes a new challenger. Okay, continue, so hit the A button. So yeah, new challenger appears. So alright, fine, now who you want to play as? Ken? Alright. As I said, with the Medics and AJ, just to give that... This game is to them what Tetris Attack is to us. Just to give you a sense of that. So, and that's part of the other reason I included this. Also, because I want stuff from everybody. I want everybody to be represented in a way for the purpose of the show. Like, what's their level of puzzle game? Where is it? Why? I said, I want to indicate that. But I said, that's the thing. With how we are in Tetris Attack, they are in that game. And it goes to what I think part of the point of some of this show has been tonight, which has been the puzzle games that mean the most to us, yes. And the ones that we'll discover, but also, what is it that gets the hooks into us on certain games? What is it that gets in it? I think, on their case, part of it, I think, is because they're big into some of the Capcom stuff, because they love Street Fighter. I know, Medix loves the Capcom fighting game, stuff like Marvel vs. Capcom in particular. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, he loves in particular as far as that one, and others, and Street Fighter 2. And sometimes you think, wait, puzzle game Street Fighter, what's that gonna look like? But then you play it and you realize, okay, this is an interesting twist. This is something fun.
Why does that happen?
And I'm giving you the thunder kick as far as Chun-Li, so it's like, okay, fine.
Oh, that's not okay now.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, Chun-Li is definitely one of the good people as far as Street Fighter is concerned, as far as the lore of this. There's also weird when you see like the Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li movie, where she apparently practiced. She apparently went to Juilliard, which is like living in the streets, when she goes to Hong Kong. And I did say at one point, I said Ryan Reynolds was in that. I was wrong when I said that, so I want to correct that record. It was actually Chris Klein from American Pie and Say It So was in that. But I was complaining that with Fast and Furious, which Ryan Reynolds from Deadpool and Proposal was in. But yeah, that was not a good adaptation as far as Street Fighter. Fine. The 95 version, that's the one you want to see, with Jean-Claude Van Damme and, of course, the late, great Raul Julia.
Oh.
One of his last performances, sadly, before he passed that year. Yeah, he was great as M. Bison, of course. Oh, fine, as the movie goes, of course! Oh, he's great. Oh, he's great in that, too.
He's a great actor. And,
of course, don't forget one of the other cases, the Addams Family, of course, as Gomez in both of those Addams Family movies, Addams Family Values and the Addams Family Is, which there are games based on, so we can play them. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our ode to Raul Julia amongst many other things as far as it. Actually, and the other thing is, there is the game based on, you follow me on this one, it's Street Fighter the movie, the game. Mm-hmm. It is a game based on the movie, the main arcade version of, which is by Incredible Technologies. Capcom didn't like how that arcade version was, so they ported it to home consoles, but it wasn't actually a port. They said, we're going to develop this game ourselves, we're going to do our own version. And then Capcom developed it, which was then pulling off on Mortal Kombat because it's all digitized actors. So it's like, okay, that was strange.
So how do you get rid of those numbers?
You basically have to have one of the circular color things to get rid of them. Or after the amount of drops you make, they'll turn into regular gems.
Oh. So bad.
Of course, you're saying, let's go. I remember that as far as that, for that Ikuyo and Konewa. Oh yeah, sorry. Hadouken! So like, yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, that is required, probably recommended. Recommended, but probably required to do that whenever you do a hit. So like Hadouken! Or Shoryuken! So yeah, she does not, I don't know how to pull punches, yeah. I guess she doesn't. As mentioned, you do have other characters in the franchises, fighting Chun-Li against herself, but also stuff for Darkstalkers. I think we showed a good amount of this. I got like 15 minutes out, but it's an interesting one because it does have a learning curve, but when you get used to this, it's a pretty fun. No, it's fine. You got it. You're good on that.
Fantastic.
It's just one to get used to, and it's been ported a lot, so if you're liking what you're seeing...
Yeah, I'm liking it.
And
That's
actually,
great.
it's also one of those cases where all the ports they made in this game, there's not really a bad port in the bunch. Even on the Game Boy Advance, you think that, how would the Game Boy Advance handle this? But it's pretty close to this. Honestly, all the ports is really, really good.
Yeah, I think this is a good game.
And any console you got, it is on Xbox One, Series S and X in this, and also the Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo HD remixes back to the PAL that way. So you have your ways to get this game if you like your perspective of Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. But yeah, there you go. AJ and Max, this is for you. We will come back to this game, I promise. And if I said to them, I said, I'm not touching this game without them if they want to be involved. If they do, they will be. If not, we'll figure that. But
thank you for the introduction.
Yep, there you go. And that's it. This is a collection of ideas as far as the show. Hence why we got so much. And yes, look at all the stuff we've had for this as we'll go into our next set. So yeah, we are getting... Okay, we got another one from the Crochet Nerd 64. This is also one that has an insanely long title. You're seeing it on the screen. I have to tell the entire title. Also, I have to get the volume on this game set, because this is one that's kind of loud if I don't turn it down. I think there might be cases where I've not been doing this correctly with certain games, but I think we're good on this one. Okay. This is a release specifically called, quote, Puzzle Bobble 2X Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition and Puzzle Bobble 3/Bust a Move 3 S Tribute. This came out February 1st of this year for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, and of course the newer Xbox and PlayStation consoles. It is porting Puzzle Bobble 2 and 3 and their home versions, which actually these are porting the Sega Saturn versions, we're pointing out, from Taito. You were saying?
See, when you look at these kind of characters, right, they look, it takes off on some of the other ones, right?
Oh, a little bit. We saw that with Magical Drop a little bit, but Bust a Move did on Puzzle Bobbles is known from Taito. Came out before that, as it was. Yeah, this is a collection that's both of them. It's worth pointing out on the Switch, there are Arcade Archive releases of both Puzzle Bobble 2 and 3, but this is all of them, and as we saw at the beginning of this, they are emulating the Sega Saturn versions of Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition and 3.
Okay.
Well, I think it's the Saturn version of both of those, but it's also another thing is that this is the first retro game thing that was announced this year. We'll show off a little bit of each of these, and we'll play on this one, feel free. I'll take a look at Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition. Okay. I remember the Crusader 64, he said, this is the first retro game thing of anything that was announced this year. I said, specifically, hey, you know, I was telling other people, I was saying, like, hey, they announced this. He came up, he was on his lunch break, he has his phone, like, right near the table with this. I'm going to reenact it with this remote control. He said, like, you know, he's talking to his phone, I was like, you know, I wish there was a home port, another port of Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition from the PlayStation. I said, Taito just announced that they're re-releasing it and it's coming out next month, and he just did this. And he said, shut the fuck up. I was like, yes, they are. We both went nuts. He said, they're releasing this game, which is $15, by the way. It has both variances of Bust a Move 2 and 3. And you have Bub and Bob, the dragons from Bubble Bobble. We're going to see in May when we play Title Legends for Xbox. They're in this game as well. Yeah, he and I bought this game day one. We were like, we're not leaving this on the table. Because this is Bubble Popping. We're going back to Magical Draw 2 a little bit, as we have Bub, I believe, is the green one. I think Bob with the blue one. If that's not right, I'll let it down here below saying me dipshit, that's wrong. But, well, fine, I'll have the right answer when we get to Title Legends, because they're in the Bubble Bobble, which is in that. And Title Legends 2 has, I think it's the original, I believe, in this. Okay. Fine, they're going, like, he's confused, like, where'd the girl go?
What? So who is he looking for? The girl there? On the?
I guess so.
Who is the girl in this thing? Let's see.
I'm not sure. This is one of those cases, like, do we have the element of Dana, like, with Solomon's Key and Fire and Ice?
So how are they 3 or more color balls? By eliminating many balls at once. Oh, you have to have 3 or more, and you gotta shoot them with. How do you shoot?
You shoot with the arrow. You move left and right with D-pad. She's using Super Nintendo controller for this one, and using the A button.
Perfect. Yeah. I love this Super Nintendo controller.
It is versatile, isn't it? It's also the case that, since I have all these retro controllers, we can use every damn one of these for the purpose of the show. And on Switch, that's the hidden secret when it comes to this.
She's still looking for the girl?
Or he is.
He is.
We learned that in the sequel to Bubble Bobble, as it is. He's like, get out of here. You're stealing my stuff.
What was she stealing? What was it stealing? Oh.
I don't know. It looked like it had a money bag or something. Okay. I don't know. It's like Nabbit from the new Super Mario Brothers games, perhaps. But alright, there you go. And you have elements of cat stuff.
Am I going already?
Not yet. I'm just looking at the demo. But I'm going to hit the start button.
I was going to say, it's pretty
good. To get going. Yeah, this is Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition. As I mentioned, it has 2X and 2 and 2X, which is different elements of its graphics. As we're pointing out with Bust a Move 2, it was on a bunch of systems. It was on PlayStation, it was on Saturn, it was on Nintendo 64, it was on the Game Boy. Do player versus player, hit the start button. Game type select, we'll do normal. And you have your element of difficulty, so you can go up that way. It's insanely cute. Yeah, Bob and Bob, of course. We do love them. Hit the start button, hit start on the purpose of that. So normal's the best, but you have to hit start. Easiest victory.
Good.
All right, let's see.
I've never played it before.
So we're at not Mount Rushmore.
Shooting balls.
Yeah, shooting bubbles.
Oh, okay. So I'm shooting green, but I don't have any green. So how do I change the color?
You can't, unfortunately. So you have to shoot it off. You basically just shoot it off so that you basically prepare for later to get a sense of shooting it down.
Oh, I see.
The other thing to keep in mind is when you have the bubbles popping that way. I'll try and show this with the green one if I can.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have bubbles below it, they'll drop down. If you hit a good combination that way, you can get a nice chain going to me, feasibly. That's all you got to do, but there's a lot of hidden depth to this game. It's one of those, we always say this with puzzle games, easy to learn, hard to master. That's absolutely what it is, and there's a reason why This is a long-running franchise, still going this today. But we were talking about the idea that we're going to do a VR show for Tetris Effect Connected. You were the one who brought it to my attention. I did not know this existed until yesterday. VR of Puzzle Bobble. Like, wait, there is? Right. By the way, also, if you get down to the line there, you're going to lose, but I might be in trouble. I'm worse off than you are. I'm worse off than you are, honestly, for that.
So I'm gonna... No, I'm getting
okay,
down
that's...
to me.
This is gonna be, okay, you got. Oh, that was close because I thought A, I'm gonna lose as well.
Okay, I get it. I think I get what I'm trying to do now.
And you have the kids going on as far as ready, go. And feasibly, it also doesn't have the weird sexual elements of magical drops here. Just go on that if that's the case.
That's good.
If you don't know like your lolicon perspective, and I'll let you. Fine, I'm trying to think of a game we'll have to talk about the perspective. I don't know specifically. But that being said, fine. I guess that's the idea, but you'll have like the cute fairy stuff as far as it. Fine, they won't emphasize the sexuality. Let's put it that way. As far as this, from what I've gathered, but then again, I might be talking on my ass here because I've not played much of Puzzle Bobble or Bust a Move as it tends to be known in the U.S. myself, or either just to give the indication shit, and I lost.
Okay. Yeah, I like this too.
It's
good.
fun, yeah. Like I said, the Crusader 64. He always says like, "Hey, it's a joke" when I say something and it ends up happening. He didn't technically will this into existence, just in case. Like he's thinking to himself like, "Hey, I want this game back." Taito must have heard like his hopes and dreams at some point in his life, saying, "Hey, you like this game?" and said, "Go get this." And by the way, on Switch, as I mentioned, there's releases of Puzzle Bobble 2 and 3 as far as arcade archives. Skip them. Just get this because it's $15. You're saving a lot of money. You're getting all the games that go with it anyway. This is everything you want for Puzzle Bobble 2 and 3 or Bust a Move 2 and 3 as it is. Which, as far as Bust a Move 3, weirdly enough, when that came to N64 and PlayStation, that was called Bust a Move 99. I don't know why they changed that name. It was almost like a Madden game or something. It's like, why they...
Madden? Oh.
Yeah, like Madden Football. It's like, the Madden Football for the year of 1999 for Bust a Move, which is very bizarre the way they marketed it. But the game is the same as far as what it is. And I'm not showing the skill on this one as it is.
Either.
They said, it's another one, hey, come back. Another case of wanting to come back. And I said, I bought this release because they said...
Oh, I'm a goner.
They said, hey, I like...
Oh, I won!
Oh, you won. Good job. And you won total because it was best of 3. Okay. Let's give it another shot, so we're going free play.
I gotta do the same because I'm
Alright, normal's best. Yeah, normal's best. I'll step it up a little bit myself. I'll press the start button. Oh, by the way, we'll still minus the select button as it is, so just hit the B button and then hit start. And weird enough, we don't. Fine, we have them sort of on the side, on the edges there. Alright, so let's see what we got on this. Actually, fine, just to go back to this, the other reason I also bought this collection right away, as I said, we were talking Saturn on this show, saying like, hey, I have Saturn. It's, from what I understand, I was like, when they said they're porting this, like, what version are they porting? I think they said it's sort of porting all of them, kind of, sort of, but they did say specifically, like, the way we emulated this, we were able to emulate Saturn on this. And I said, how many times have I said, I think it's like almost every show, how Saturn is insanely hard to emulate. I mean, I first mentioned a couple weeks ago with Manual Legends 2 for the finale, he said, hey, I'm doing, emulation for this, trying to emulate this on my Steam Deck. I'm playing Burning Rangers. The fire in this firefighting game is not visible. I'm dying. So the fact that there's a commercial product that this way that has Saturn emulation in it, and this on point with the original releases from what I've seen of it, is something to celebrate. And they can feasibly leverage this for other stuff. I'd love to see that. Yeah, so points to City Connection who released this, and also to Taito, because yeah, this is a Taito franchise. This and Bubble Bobble, as an example. And we'll have more of that going on for our next compilation program. Because for the new Faces Chat tonight, we had a great show up as far as people want to see the stuff we got tonight. Told you people want to see some interesting stuff here. We have our annual compilation program. It's kind of an in-between, honestly, of the showcase programs, just to give a little bit of an indication. We'll look at a compilation, look at everything in it as far as the games are concerned, and some of the extras. And we got Taito element going on for May of next year. Alright, so there you go.
You got it.
And give you passage time, we get that going. Okay. And also, you can do bank shots. I don't know if I mentioned that. You usually shoot, if you want to shoot direct, you can do that, but you also shoot it against the wall. So yeah, if you like, fine. It's a pool game in disguise, really, when you think about it, because it's a sense of
It is a pool game.
you can bounce it right off the wall, saying, hey, I can't get this. Well, if I bounce that, or bounce it this way, except miss.
You're right. It's where you have to figure out how to hit it, because
it's not easy, but,
it isn't.
But when you get it, man, it's so satisfying.
What do you call it? In the right pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, get the, yeah, don't get the cue ball in the side pocket. That's something you don't want to have happen.
No, it's right.
Actually, we have not played a... Oh, fine. We haven't played a pool game on this show yet or anything. Actually, wait. Have we played something pool on the show? Do you remember if we played something that has pool in it?
I don't remember that. No.
I remember we haven't played Shenmue.
Oh, come on now.
We haven't played Shenmue yet, because remember, we're going to have we have pool in Shenmue. So yeah, when we play Shenmue 1, we're going to have that going, as I'm going to try and find, like, where are the sailors in Yoguida who run with Chinese ships. I'm going to try and get that game running at some point next year. I'll figure that.
That's three blacks. They should have hit together. Why didn't they?
I don't know. I'll be curious to look back on the playback, honestly, just for that very reason.
91.
Alright, so there we go.
Won.
Player 1 lost.
That's cool.
Alright, so yeah, we are even as far as that, but we're not quite done as far as this. In fact, I'll let the continued perspective go down. Yeah, we're going to Bust Move 2. What was Bust Move 3 like? Because we're going to show both of these as it is. There's your game over, and there's Bob in the Bobble there. Like, yeah, he wasn't involved with that footprint. But either way, it is very cute, but also something that, yeah, adults specifically can come to this too. Like, children and adults can come to a game like this, have a great time. It's not Little Misfortune specifically, but
gosh, that is a creepy game.
I know, but see, it also shows that wide variety as far as it. And something like this, like, yeah, it looks like something for kids, and it is appropriate for kids, but for this. But then also, like, yeah, adults can be picking this up at any age and have a great time, understand how it's working, do a little dance with dinosaurs. Yep, the Casey and the Sunshine perspective as they fade away. So if you hit the select button, you have a lot of options, by the way, in this collection. So this is the other reason to run. You have reruns if you want to use them. You can remap the bunch you want. You can put on anti-aliasing for graphics, run with scan lines if you so desire. Change language version of game, so you have that going on, as well as other features as far as the Another World mode, bubble effects as far as how they pop. And also quitting game, which lets you switch games right from here. So you can do the 2 arcade versions, which are basically negligible. They are in Japanese, so I said I'm going to run the console ones. Here's Bust Move 3. So yeah, it is the same deal as the other one, but the next iteration.
It's okay.
Also, you can use L and R, which we're pointing out to adjust the arrow to the left or right. And when you're running collection mode, it's a menu show, but that's later. Alright, so... And there's the wallpaper case of that. It's kind of being covered up as far as, like, yeah, the anime girl over there. Then you have to do, of course, the element going, Taito! Yeah, I do love that hearing that. We're going to hear that a lot in May. And you're not going to miss when we get to that case for Title Legends. Lifers want to see that, and I'm happy to be delivering that. And chat, feel free to go on the memories you got on Puzzle Bobble and Bust Move as it is. We're looking at Bust Move 3. We also have other characters, including this character who looks almost like Ryu out of Street Fighter, but it's not. I swear, otherwise get sued, I guess, feasibly. You have Arcade Challenge Mode, Collection Mode, because they're porting, as mentioned, the Sega Saturn version. We're on Arcade Mode, and we will do 2-player once more. Same song and dance as the last one, as we go to player versus player. But different characters and different stuff, so we'll run on normal. And you have selection character this way, that way. So yeah, you want to play as whoever you want to pick. Plays Bub. I think it's Bub. I'll play as her, who your name will be below. As is also, I forgot to mention this.
Okay.
When I edit this, I don't know why I went 5 hours on the show without mentioning this. When we have head-to-head stuff, I'm going to have the names of both of us, so you'll know who's playing on what side.
Oh, okay, alright.
I did that with Tetris Attack and with other stuff with multiplayer.
Is it the same kind of a game?
Yes, it is. Controls are exactly the same, but you also use the... Fine, you can use L and R. Fine, you can do it a little more exacting, I guess. Also, by the way, you do have a limitation. Let me show this. So yeah, anime girl with the bathing suit is that way. It says hurry up. If you don't shoot after a certain amount of time, it'll shoot automatically.
Oh, okay.
You're not necessarily going to be that much of a rush, and it'll tell you, so like, wait, you gotta shoot this off eventually. And usually, unless you wait, you're not going to be in a case of saying, oh, I'm not going to know as far as what that is. But you do have a little bit of a time limit you have to handle, so just keep that in mind. Fine, knock that down, and if I can knock this one down... Whoa, okay, now we go.
Oh, you...
Get the bank shot. And when it's doing a rumbling, it means more bubbles, more bubbles are gonna come down. Yeah, just bubble, because fine, it's connected to the bobble, as it is. I feel like I said like bubble, like the drinking game is how many times I've said bubble already. I might have a count down below just because it might be funny. Fine, I'll have a count when I edit, I should say. That's always the clarification. But yeah, fine. I now do the show as it is on the assumption that, fine, we're going to edit the show later just because of the fact we had so much and put it up there for future posterity as it is. So that's that idea. Ooh, there we go. That's the bank shot. It's not easy to get that down, but when you do, it is absolutely going to make the difference. Uh-oh. And yeah, by her getting the combo that way, or the chain that way, it drops more bubbles on the side of the screen. Uh-oh, but I think... Alright, where's something I can get rid of here? Oh no, there's nothing blue, or red, or yellow. The gray's over there, uh-oh. Yeah, she's confused, she doesn't know what to do. I don't know. And I got down below the line, so yeah, I lost. Ready? Go!
Not really.
I know, you're doing pretty good as far as this. There is the purple. Okay. Let's try to do a little more. Okay, yeah. So yeah, using the L and R buttons, it does let you move the pointer very slight. So like, hey, I want to make a very minute shot. You
Yeah,
can feasibly do that, but it's also it moves very slowly, even when you hit just once. So it's worth pointing that out. There's also a case like, yeah, you can't dawdle too much because, hey, you know, your opponent could be shooting or playing something else that's going to cause you trouble. Or if you're really good, then you can kind of just gauge it based on the arrow. And there's also certain modes in this one in particular. I thought 2 had this, but don't quote me on that.
Crazy.
Where they'll give you a line as far as where you're pointing.
Look at this. It's making it...
Oh, you got. Oh, I got you. Okay. All right, that was close. Okay. So I think this is the one that's going to be deciding. I think at that point, then we can move into the next game because we definitely got a good case of must move as it's been, and yeah, more cases as far as being able to come back to this. Because yeah, this is fun. Actually, that's the thing I've noticed as far as a lot of the games that I curated for tonight, and a lot of the stuff that chat and the great guests we have came up to, like, I'd like to see this. Even with Marvel Power Blast, there's not... Even with the things I can say about that one, there's not really a bad one in the bunch, so we've gotten into good cases, and like, yeah, you know, not really too many bad ones. Although, as I said, there's stuff I didn't pull out, specifically not for that reason, necessarily. But other stuff that's there, I'm fine. Remember, Wiz, as I mentioned, from Super Nintendo's not on this.
This is bad.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not looking good for me either. Uh-oh. That's red. Uh-oh. I think I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble myself here.
I don't know. I mean, I'm right down to the line. I had to basically shoot around it because I shoot right at the one in the center. I'm gonna lose instantly. I think I'm screwed. I think you have this. Okay, you do. Good job.
Well, we won against one?
No, yeah, it was a 2-on-1 or a best 3. You got me. Okay, so yeah, there you go. So there is
So you won Bust a Move 1, I won 2.
I won 2, you won 3. Alright, actually, I think we tied on 2. As it was, but alright, fine, there you go. So yeah, swimsuit girl's on the ground, very sad, but Bob, as it is the blue one,
he's happy.
He said that.
As long as Bob is happy, I'm sorry, I'm happy.
Well, hey, I mean, that's the idea. We'll get into that more in a couple months when we look at Bobble for that Title Legends collection. But alright, there you go. There's your look at Bust a Move.
Liked it.
It's fun. Definitely so. Alright, so, no, we're not playing Ghost Pilots. That's a flight shooter from SK. That's not in scope of this one. We can show Time Flights later if you want to see it.
Where are we now?
We're Tetris 99 next. We're both going to take our turn at this one because let's talk Tetris 99. This is a game, by the way, where's on my notes? I'm following where my notes are on the lists. Tetris 99 came out on February 13, 2018 from Nintendo and Akira, who developed the Street Fighter EX games, Mega Network Transmission on the GameCube, the Endless Ocean games on the Wii. They co-developed the Nightmare Duraga Fushigino Dungeon on the PlayStation 2, and they're co-developing Tekken 8, which is out in 2 months. And they also made the game we're playing next after this one. This is a free-to-play game on the Switch, but you can also buy DLC for this that goes for 2-player local shared combat, local arena CPU battle, and marathon mode, and there's also a physical version on Switch that has all that stuff on the game. You also get customization as far as skins and things and themes. They have events going on in this game, by the way. As you go along and get tickets from daily events you have, you can unlock themes based on a bunch of things like Pikmin 4 and Kirby, Super Mario the Origami King, Xenoblade Chronicles, Animal Crossing, Ring Fit Adventure, Pokemon, Luigi's Mansion 3, you both really do Luigi's Mansion, and they're porting 2 to the Switch, so you can definitely get to come back and play that. I think there's Kirby in the Rainbow Curse, or it's Star Allies, it's one of those two. Fire Emblem and a bunch of other things in Splatoon. I missed the one for Super Mario RPG's remake, and I'm kicking myself that I missed that one. They'll sometimes put in rotations, so you can have an element to that, and the Game Boy one, which is one I unlocked. But alright, we're going to play this game, we're just going to have our turn at this. I'm going first. We're playing online with 98 other people.
Oh my god.
You might be playing against us right now.
Oh no.
As far as we are recording this at 10:10 p.m. on a Saturday night, you might be playing against us right now without knowing it. Or you might be watching the show, it's like, hey, let me get in on this, and they teamed up with us. We're just gonna take our run. We're gonna see how it goes. And it has Tetris Effect connected rules as far as how the game is controlling. Just to let you know. Mostly, but the other thing is that as the enemies are going, you have the right analog, so you can point that in direction and say, where's the garbage gonna be sent when you do clearages of lines? You have to be quick, you have to get the stuff going, and make sure that, hold peace, hit L to do that. Like with Tetris Effect connected, you're seeing watch out, like, uh-oh, what does that mean? It means that they're feasibly clearing lines and doing stuff, and they can aim their garbage at people. I can shoot at people with badges. I messed up shooting that out. But I was gonna say, fine, screw you, boom, there you go. We almost got a Tetris, got a triple. As you mean, this techno version of the original Tetris theme from the Game Boy game. As I mentioned, there's a theme for the Game Boy game in this one. Boom. But they also extend it out with an extra verse. So what you want to do, just to give a sense of how this one works, is you want to try and get lines and chains. That's what I've tended to notice. You don't see it over there on the side, there's like, what's that gray line? Like, it's going beep, beep, beep. What's that about? Well, you want to try and keep line chains going as much as you can to keep your attackers at bay. Like that, because then what happens is that they'll give the garbage lines that way, and you have to clear other lines to get them out. Try to be the last person standing. That's the goal. Boom. Try and get them out and knock that away. And when you see those line blocks, try and hold on to those, because then you can use them when you're in a jam later. Or like, hey, there's an open area. If I can get that there, and then get that line over there, I don't want to actually clear that way. But I might be dawdling too much. It might get me in trouble. Potentially. So in that case, I'd say, fine, I can't really do much about it, but it worked out in the end that way. And let's see, right there. Okay, I want to put this in because I'm going to have a line piece come up. Boom. We're each going to do one run of this, and we'll see how far we get, as far as how do we fare against the random people we're fighting against online. So yeah, we do have online gaming going on, as far as I do love that. This game is awesome. It's just a case where, if there's any game that's going to humble you as far as what your Tetris skill is, it's probably this one. Because you're playing against a bunch of other people, but also a case of, like any good case of puzzle game, Tetris included, you want to understand what is it that you could do better for next time. which is, I think, the best compliment to pay it. And sometimes also you get cases like, fine, you know what, I can't make an easy line running that way, but maybe you can kind of say, okay, fine, I'll do something else like that, and that'll last 50 people. And the music speeds up. And that's probably not a good place to put that, but I gotta put that there somewhere. There. Oh shit, that was bad. We are coming up to line piece. Yeah, you're gonna love those line pieces. When you see those, hold on to them for dear life. That's my strategy I'll give you. It's usually that way with Tetris anyway, as we mentioned before when we played. One of the ones we played tonight, but still. Yeah, this game in particular is imperative you keep an eye on those. And in this game, the good news is they give you a large number of preview pieces. Like, okay, this is what's on the way next. That's not good. That's fine. I'm basically trying to get myself out so I can get to another line piece. That's my goal. Yeah, I want to go that way, so go that way. And bump. And you also might hear KO. I don't think I got a KO as it was. That means you knock an opponent. Basically, you send them lines or garbage lines and it ends up killing them. Or knocking them out. Uh-oh. Yeah, Donovan, what are you thinking as far as the Tetris 99 experiences from what you're seeing? Because I mean, you're getting your turn at this one.
No way am I doing this. There's no
I don't
way.
know.
I am too slow. There's no way I could do
We'll
this.
see.
No, this is amazing.
Okay, I got, let's see what
my
place
God.
was.
28 out of 99. That's excellent.
Well, it might, here's the thing, it updates dynamically, so
Woo,
for the purpose of that, we find 29. Alright,
That's
so
excellent.
not bad.
What's the number on the right-hand side?
The number on the right-hand side, which one? Those?
Yeah, so it says 29, Captain D-Track 23.
That means that's the number of lines I completed, I believe. I think it tells you up here.
That is so
And you also hit
good.
X button to look at stats. The KOs I got, I didn't get any. Experience
I can't
points,
believe that.
single line clears, doubles, triples, Tetrises, which I got none. 42 T-spins you've done. We haven't talked T-spins. That is a very advanced technology, or a very advanced technique.
You did great.
I don't know. My max combo is 2. And that was without Tetris. So
How far have you ever gotten that up high in the rankings?
I've gotten into the top 15, I believe.
Have
but
you?
I've never won this.
But I don't blame you. Jeez. Now, what's happening here with the lighting up all over?
The game's still going.
Yeah,
they're playing.
They're playing because
they're still in it.
They're still in it.
So
we're fighting for the 18 to 1 to 18.
Yeah. So
slots.
feasibly, what we can do is, if you want, there's Dad and NK. We can follow all the people as far as what they're doing, what's going on, all the people down the list. So here are all the people I fought.
And they're done.
They're done. As far as like where were they, who got out first, in what order.
They're in different countries.
Some are in different countries, because remember, the Switch is a case
so
where you got
cool.
people who can just go online, play this thing, and there's a lot of these 99 games, there's F-Zero 99, which is amazing. I don't think I've got to really talk that game enough, which is a fantastic game. They do that for F-Zero, and it's great. And they did one for Pac-Man, for Pac-Man 35, they turned it off, unfortunately. Super Mario Bros. 35, they turned that one off. That's the one I won. We played it for the show before we got rid of it. But,
Talking Dog 11.
Talking Dog is number 11. So yeah, you can wait here, you can spectate, you can see what are they doing.
So now those bright, what's those things shot
They're sending garbage lines.
to each other?
That's where that means. And because of the way I had the aiming going on, that meant that I was basically aiming at people who are trying to attack me by shooting lines out. I can shoot random people I want. I can shoot at people who are going to be vulnerable to die to KO them. Or I can just, I think there was another setting. We'll see it when you have your turn.
Wow.
But fine, we're going to see who's going to win.
I'm not doing this.
You are doing it.
There's no way. It's too fast.
I think you can, though. I mean, you played already 2 cases of Tetrises tonight. All right, so who's going to be the victor?
Kind of touches. Oh my gosh, look at this. Wow, it's too. You know what it is for me? It's too.
Tell me.
It's too much going on.
The sensory
It's
overload,
just,
perhaps?
Yeah, it is. It's too much. I think that's what it is.
Do you really not want to do this then?
Mm-mm.
You don't. Okay, fine. In that case, I will compromise. We'll take a look at what we're seeing here for that, but we'll play because we're playing another Tetris game now. So Yankee
won.
So
Congratulations.
good job to Yankee. There you go. It was a well earned fight as far as how it was.
Well done.
But it's also it's fun though.
That is like unbelievable.
It's insane.
It's
but
mind blowing.
It is.
It just is mind blowing. I just.
You also have stats as far as things. You also have daily missions. Pressing the right analog stick. As you have certain things, you can get KOs. They'll basically have daily missions. They give you reasons to come back to this game. Feasibly play it every day. As you get
it's
tickets.
very distracting.
Really?
It's distracting as too much going on for me.
Really?
Mm.
Actually, it's interesting because this is interesting in comparison to Tetris Effect Connected, because that's a case where there's a lot going on in that game, but I know what you're saying because
This is just, whoa.
we're not playing against multiple people. There's online for that game too.
Yes.
But it's also a case of where's the sensory element going on that game and this one.
all different ways.
This is Tetris Extreme, I guess, that way, as far as how it is. But it is a lot of fun. It is free to play. If you have a Switch and you have a Switch online account, you can go on and play this game right now.
You did great, though.
I'm amazed I did that well, because I've sometimes gotten cases where I was like amongst the first to go out.
I was watching you go 99, 96, 60.
Like the countdown, the numbers.
Yeah,
it was really
I love
interesting.
it. That's what I was watching.
No, I get that, but all right, fine. To compromise for the purposes, we're gonna play the next Tetris game. You'll be involved as far as the two-player on this one. This was a game we mentioned we played Tetris Plus last year, because like we're just saying specifically, can we get an arcade archives release of Tetris Plus, and it's unreleased in the US sequel outside of that arcade machine thing that Games made. Alas, no. He said, for God's sake, we can put Tetris the Grandmaster on here and its sequel, playing the first of the Tetris the Grandmaster games. Yeah, we're not losing hope like first. We're pushing still, but we did get this. This is Tetris the Grandmaster. What did you say?
That's so cool. Tetris. I just can't believe watching that.
Oh, 99.
Oh my gosh.
It is an interesting one. It really is.
It is really, really impressive.
Okay.
Honestly.
Indeed it is.
It really is.
Okay, so before Akira made Tetris 99, though, they made Tetris the Grandmaster. This was an arcade game. And this is the Arcade Archives version. It's $8 down on the Switch. This is its only home port, I believe. It might be in like an arcade one-up thingy. I think. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. That might not be right. I'll put down here saying, no, it's not. If it's not, or I'll say which one it is when I edit. But they put this on here. They also put Tetris, its sequel, which was Tetris the Absolute the Grandmaster 2.
Okay.
That's also on PS4 as well. Actually, I think this is on PS4 as far as the Arcade Archive stuff. We're going to play, we have the Tetraminos going on here. So the controls are basically the same as normal Tetris. So it's basically rotating with A, B, or Y, and dropping down. Not like Tetris 99. It is Akira who developed that game, who made it. This is seen as one of... I'm going to let the track play. Actually, I'm going to put coins in on this.
Arika.
I'm going to hit L for that.
Who is Arika?
Arika? I said Akira, I think I said. Arika. They're the developers of this game, and they made Tetris 99. They also made the Street Fighter EX games, as I mentioned. Made Mega Man Network Transmission, which was on GameCube, as well as Endless Ocean on the Wii, and Tekken 8 they're co-developing.
But everybody's allowed to use Tetris?
Well, they have to license it. They have to license it. They have to license it from Alexa Paginoff and Hank Rogers.
I see, okay.
Specifically. But this is a game that came in 1998, so feasibly Hamster Company, which does these Arcade Archives releases, and they do these like every week. They've been doing these like every week for the past 6 years, pretty much, as far as arcade collection, arcade releases of everything under the sun you can imagine. This is the case of that, so we're both going to be playing that. So what I'm going to do is, hit R. Hit the R button on your controller. Here comes a new challenger. She's on the left, I'm on the right.
I'm over there?
You're on the right. Over there.
What's the picture down below supposed to be?
I don't know, it looks like blood platelets or something, except they're blue.
Why am I getting...
What's up?
It's like showing me something down below.
It's showing you the preview where the blocks are. So you're dropping blocks down, so like where are they going to go? Actually, Tetris Connected has that, as did Tetris 99. Actually, that's easier because it says like, hey, where's my piece going to go? You'll know where it's going to go. This is a game that tends to be used as far as a lot of stuff with tournament play for Tetris as it is. When you do clearage of lines, you get that great 3D effect of getting knocked out of the way. For the purpose of this, the way it goes is that when you're playing in single player, you have a ranking system that goes like martial arts. So you're like first, like 10th, 9th, 8th Dan. You also get item blocks. I think at some point it would drop that down. I think if you use that to clear a line, something happens. I think I've actually never played this 2 players, so we're kind of going on uncharted territory. Boom, like that. Oh, okay. So it clears out parts of the line. So we see a piece that looks funky that comes on your side as you get your item gauge up. Right, that's it. You have an item gauge in 2 player. So as you do line clearages, there'll be any case of that. Well, fine. Remember, it's the way old Tetris worked. You have to put them in the lines across.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's weird that you can kind of
see the peer review below.
It doesn't work right.
I mean, see, it's interesting that because it sometimes makes it easier, but it's also a case of, I don't know, maybe it's a case where it almost, you mentioned with Tetris 99, maybe it's a bit of a distraction.
It is a distraction. Although
it's weird because there's certain Tetris games where like you don't notice as much. Like with Start with
You have
99.
the same thing happening on
Oh
yours?
shit! What happened? Oh shit! I put you upside down. Christ. Okay. I didn't know I could do that.
That was great. I love that.
Okay. You want another go?
Yeah. All right.
Hit
Yeah.
R. Yeah. New challenger appears.
That is too weird.
But yeah, as I mentioned, if nothing else, and this is why we're showing this mini version of Tetris. Like, why we have 5 versions of this? Well, to show what our company's thinking when it comes to rethinking this game, or as we showed on Game Boy, delivering it to us for the first time. And of course, fine, I guess we have the mecca of this, which was Tetris Effect Connected, just because of how beautiful and artistic that game is, while also giving you options of this, and feasibly the other thing, which is that fine, with Tetris 99, or well, Tetris 99 and Tetris Effect Connected, they have that preview thing down below, but one thing I will say about this game, compared to those, is that, as you got Tetris, boom, I'll give you one thing as far as I'm doing that. I don't know what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to give you a big-ass piece.
What is that?
Because this is a preview to the last Tetris game we're going to show later. And also to Magical Tetris Challenge on N64, which at some point I'm going to play. I know I've been asked to do that, kind of, sort of, and I want to show that. But maybe with the preview thing down below, you notice it more in this one than you do in the other ones that we played that have that. And actually, we have one more that's going to have that, and then a big-ass piece that we'll see later for the purpose of that.
I just don't even get this, really.
Fine, you know, build up a gauge. Like, so you're going to get a line piece. So basically just drop that, after you put that one down, put the line piece down the hall.
Down the hall.
Yeah, like that. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, now drop that in. Okay, so you're dropping that piece. You have another piece that's going to go. Put that down somewhere and clear a line with that. Like that. So yeah, drop that down. And then in some case, clear a line that has one of or more of those blocks in line. Yeah, you can do that in that case and get that set. Actually, you will if you go to over there to the left. Oh, you get the Pac-Man sound, like woo, woo, woo. Okay, that's weird. Basically, that's how you do your power-ups. You basically get the item gauge up to max, and you go up that way. As you get the fireworks.
Okay.
I mean, this is an interesting way to run Tetris, but there's also something. One thing I'll show if we go on to the next game. I'll show off how the Dan system works as far as the Dan, D-A-N, which is the Japanese pronunciation, specifically of how that rank goes. Like, hey, wait, how your level's going is you're getting line clearages going. Okay, no, I don't want to do that. Just to show that it's going. So as you get points for line clearages, your rank will go up. And it gets harder specifically as it goes along for that. Because, yeah, they consider this and its sequel to be amongst the hardest Tetris games ever made. And they've got a point just because of the fact that, hey, this is something specifically for, you know, we showed so many versions of this. What's this going to set apart? It's going to be the case of, fine, it's like, maybe like chess, in the sense of, you know, the grandmaster concept of the puzzle, being able to understand every aspect of what this is. It's fine, let's do this for Tetris, why not? You gotta do. But also, as I mentioned, some of the sound effects that sound like they're out of other things, like the Pac-Man thing, woo, 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 or actually, when you hit the crash down, it almost sounds like something out of a Sonic game a little bit, as far as like you're hitting Robotnik with the, like jumping on him or something. So it's very strange that way, but it's a fun one. I mean, it's another Tetris, but and like the question we said, how do they differentiate themselves when there's so many? This is how they're doing it with this one. And to think, as I said, there's more Tetris games on Switch alone that we have not covered. I mean, look, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say that, except for maybe, I guess, the Atari 2600, the ColecoVision, the Intellivision maybe the Atari 52 and 7800. Basically, every system that has ever existed has had a version of this eventually at some point or another. I mean, remember, Sega Genesis was going to have a version they couldn't release. Then we eventually got it a couple of years ago. So, eventually got it. I mean, you talk about the games that have been ported and all over on any console you think of. You think of stuff like Doom, you think of The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim as another one. So, like, yeah, what else can they put that on? People's like, you can put Skyrim on your fridge. Or even the case of with Doom, people ported Doom to calculators, for Christ's sake. And, like, yeah, that's the question of Tetris. Tetris is on any console you probably ever had. And fine, even those systems I mentioned where I don't think there's a native version, somebody's probably done a custom version of Tetris. Like, fine, let's get this running on Atari 2600, because why not? Every console should have a version of Tetris. On Switch, there's like, I don't know. I'll have an actual count. I was gonna guess 10, but I'm gonna actually count on how many. Fine, I know the ones we're not showing are the sequel to this. I don't know off the top of my head what other ones on Switch alone. So there we go, got the top. So it's game over. Average Grandmaster ranking and today's rankings. It looks like, yeah, we're going into the body a little bit. Or something. I don't know what that's all about, but either way, that's that element. Okay, so that is Tetris Grandmaster.
One screen was platelets.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess this is Tetris the Medical Edition. I mean, I mentioned...
Tetris the Medical Edition.
I guess so. I mean, somebody's going to come up with that idea now, you know that. Someone's going to say...
red blood cells.
I guess so. Like, I don't know, Tetris to prevent someone from going into cardiac arrest. I don't know, feasibly. So we're giving these ideas for free, feasibly, for the purpose of that. I don't know, I mean...
That up now.
Fine, you're going to see if it's actually real. I probably will do Resistance. Alright, next game we're going to look at, we talked to Tetris Effect Connected. Let's talk about the other game from the same people. I'm turning the volume down because this game gets pretty damn loud. Well, I'm actually probably going to turn it down lower. You know what? Not lower. I'll 34 on there, or 30.4 I should say, as far as this. This is Lumines. This came on the PSP originally. This was, let me get the notes on this one. Lumines Puzzle Fusion, what was known as on PSP, it came out on December 12, 2004 in Japan, and at the launch of the PSP on March 23rd, 2005 in the US. It is on sale right now, this version, for $4.49 on Switch, to point out. This has been ported to a bunch of systems like the PS2, Xbox 360, and this version, this remastered version, was based on the PSP edition, but enhanced, is on Xbox One, Switch, PS4, and PC. And the newer PS4 or PlayStation and Xbox consoles. There's a physical edition on this on Limited Run they had. I think they did a version of this. And Amazon Luma, if you have that, there's a version of it here. It is by Resonare again. It is Tetsuya Mizuguchi's company. So the people who made Tetris Effect Connected made this game. But this was before Tetris Effect as it was. And it's also that case that we saw Tetris Effect.
Yeah.
The perspective of running music in your puzzle game. And you're not going to have a licensed content question. I think there's licensed content in this game, sort of, kind of, but I did check. Didn't give me a flag on that. I thought it was gonna, but it's not going to. Okay, so let's show you how Lumines works. You familiar with this?
No.
Okay. And it's shined by Mondo Grasso. And I got content. Fine, I didn't get content straight away. Check this before we did the show. You have blocks up there. They're in two colors. They're in gray and they're in orange. So what you do is, and this will be interesting if I have to do any edits for this part as far as like information on something. Because I usually use the orange text, it's going to blend in feasibly. You have that note bar going on. It goes across the screen. You have to make in squares as far as the color, so that it matches up, and the music goes along almost like you see, almost like on Windows Media Player or something like that, when you're listening to music. Hey, you know, what's the time bar of the sound? Go in that line, put it in a square or in a rectangle, and it clears it out as it's going.
Wow, that's cool.
It is cool.
That is really cool.
And at the launch of the PSP, this was kind of a showcase title for the console, because the PSP, and there's even some flashlights elements, but, and you have, I have my dog Avatar, because you can basically select the avatar for this, and PSP is that way as well. Because remember, when the PSP came out in 2005, it was going against Nintendo with DS, and Sony's attitude initially was, hey, you know, let's bring elements of PlayStation 2 over to a portable system, and let's also have a disc as far as the physical medium, instead of a cartridge or card like on DS. They said, let's put on UMDs, Universal Media Discs, which were in no way, shape, or form universal because they only ran on PSPs. But that being said, they said, what about a CD? A CD that holds about 1.5 gigs worth of data. It holds about the same amount of the data as a GameCube disc, worth pointing out. And also that one with the plus sign on it, or the cross, yeah, if you have a color of that and it touches other colors of the same block, they go away. They said, let's show this as far as the tech, and that I believe was the element of Tetsuya Mizuguchi's company. Back then it was Q Entertainment when he had done stuff like this, and also stuff like Space Channel 5. And weirdly enough, also he did another puzzle game, Meteos, which was on DS. So basically he had a puzzle game with this kind of spacey thing for the Nintendo players as well, although that came out way later into that system's life, by about a couple of months. Yeah, this is PSP's answer, and it's basically this idea that, yeah, music with your rhythm game, and also even the idea, feel the controller. I'm holding the
Oh, yeah.
It has haptic feedback for HD Rumble for this system, and
The Rumble Pack, I remember.
well, the Rumble Pack for
Remember?
Nintendo 64, but the way they do the HD Rumble of Nintendo's for the Switch, this is one of the best usages of that HD Rumble, honestly, because what it does in this game is you can set it to rumble with the music in beat, but also as far as buzzing with this, as far as this high definition perspective of kind of getting you in the music, and actually like Rez, which you played earlier this year. Remember I mentioned in that game you have the Trans Vibrator, where you have the perspective, you can set the other controllers to go rumbling along with it, so you can have other people in the room feeling the vibration, or feeling it for another purpose, and even Mizuguchi admitted, like, fine, people are going to probably use it for this, let's not lie, so I'll give you a washable cover of this on the PS2 device that I made for this. But, yeah, to kind of share that perspective, in a sense of getting into the music. We mentioned that with Rez. With Rez, his whole attitude, him and the team, was saying, how can we make music go for people in a different way? And that's usually been the case, because that was PlayStation 5, that was as if I connected in its way. And also stuff like Rez and what's the other, my Meteos to a certain extent. I'm trying to think, what's the other game of his that was music themed? Well, okay, there was Every Extend Extra that was on PSP, which also kind of was like this a little bit, sorta. But that idea of like the Zen state, like we're seeing, you're definitely, I guess, getting a little bit of a hint to what Tetris Effect Connected was going to be, because this came out a bit before that by quite a few years. This is a case of, fine, take that element, take puzzle game, mix it up, and as you go, you clear these out, and as you do that, basically get more points, but also you have this element as far as on the field, so it's kind of a question of, how do I clear this? And you're only doing squares, so it's almost like Super Puzzle Fighter a little bit, in that you have to kind of put them in squares, but in this case they demand that, because otherwise, like, yeah, you can't clear them out if you don't have them that way, and I'm, admittingly, you're seeing this probably from the footage you're looking at on the screen right now, I'm not an expert on Lumines. I did not have PSP myself until like last year. So I'm a newbie on Lumines as it is. But it is one of those things that I want to play it and get better at it as it is. Also, I'm going to try and put that down so I can get some of the oranges out of the way. So I'm maybe not showing the most amazing skill on this game, but that being said, it is something that, it is kind of a different case, because yeah, I'm dropping blocks down. So it is like Tetris, sort of, kind of, but also the case of, I have to position things as far as like in a cross, and like the puzzle mode, the other thing they do is they say, oh, you have to put this in a position almost like a cross. I'm like, how do I do that? So sometimes the question what that might look like, but yeah, when you kind of can get that, it can be pretty satisfying, but I also want to wait for that, so I can drop that. Yeah, clear more out at once if I can, so boom, 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 and also make sure I'm doing it in time with the music and then getting the multiplier. So maybe I'm doing a little better on this of what I'm playing now. But like with Tetris, if you get too close to the top, you're in trouble. So I'm going to probably hit the top semi soon. And also, it's worth pointing out, the blocks do not come down on their own to start. There's a little bit of a delay where they start dropping automatically. And then you go into another level, and it changes color of block. And I do love that. And a great transition. And changing music as you go along. So as mentioned, you're kind of making music with the game. As it goes down, boom, that goes down, makes another one. Yeah, Chad, I don't know if your experience on Lumines is specifically, I don't think we're even going to on this one.
It's interesting. It really is interesting. It's very different.
I mean, and that's the other thing. I said, I want to pick out some puzzle games that are different. I want to pick out the big stuff people want.
Yeah.
And also stuff that I think are going to cover things. And it's also covering consoles, because this is kind of portable puzzle gaming. We have Tetris on Game Boy, but we also have this as well. And it stood out in a crowd, even to the point where at the PSP's launch, there were a lot of reviewers saying this is one of the best games of the system's launch.
Cool.
Just because of... in fact, that was always the case when it came to the PSP. The PSP sometimes, and the PlayStation V especially, had this problem. It had almost an identity crisis, in the sense there's a portable system, but it's a portable system that is playing console games, and Sony's attitude is like, hey, we can get console experiences for portable players, which Switch is doing now, no question, but also the question of battery life is sort of low, so how do you manage that? And there's a case of, there are a lot of games that were ported over from PS2 that maybe were just like, couldn't I just stay home and play this? Like, we have a game like this at home, maybe, unless they add extra stuff to it, maybe. But then you had stuff like Lumines, or even other stuff as far as other franchises, where then they said, fine, we're going to kind of twist it around. Stuff like this, stuff like Twisted Metal Head On, which is part of the franchise, or Wipeout Fusion, Wipeout Pure. Those were games at PSP's launch that really got attention, and were cases where they were kind of trying to do something different with the established franchise, but they had an original intellectual property with Lumines here. In a case of people, it's like, I think they said, hey, Tetris, the puzzle game, that's the thing with Tetris Game Boy. That was a case I think every company was looking at that game afterwards and said, if we're going to put a portable console out, we need a portable game. We need a puzzle game. We need a Tetris for us. If we can't get licensed on Tetris, we have to come up with something. And it's not, as far as PSP is concerned, I don't think it was a case they couldn't get Tetris. Because there are versions of Tetris that believe they're on PSP. But I think then maybe Mizuguchi's argument saying that, okay, fine, we could do Tetris. In fact, he eventually did it. And he did it brilliantly, as we saw tonight with Tetris Effect. My God, I mean, that might be one of the best Tetris games ever made, and that's saying quite a lot. But saying, okay, what can I do to kind of differentiate this for this? And say, my focus is on music. It tends to be what it was with a lot of the games. How's that fit in? And here we go, as we're getting, whoa, another transition. Yeah, look at that. But I'm going to hit the top. I think we're done. So, yeah, that's it.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
That is cool.
It's very trippy, very spacey. We talked about how Tetris Effect Connect is a work of art. You could say that same way, this way too, as far as like the visual and oral elements. And as I said, this was something interesting to see, and you get new skins for unlocking and new unlocks as they are.
That is good.
Yeah, it's a unique one. It is on multiple systems, but I said, when I saw it was on this, I said, we gotta show this. I think this is something that is worth going, and it goes into good context with the other portable puzzle games that we have, as far as stuff that was on portable systems, of which, let me see. Fine, everything is up. Fine, everything's on a portable system because Switch is technically a portable system, but stuff that came from portables like Puzzle and Dragons did, Big Brain Academy started as a portable game, Tetris Game Boy, of course. Fine, Puzzle Fighter 2 was on Game Boy Advance. There were variances of Bust Move on Game Boy Color. And actually, the portable elements is going to keep going with this one because I got two for on this one. This is Scribblenauts. This is Scribblenauts Mega Pack specifically. It's porting two games specifically. I'm going to show a brief look at both of them. Yeah, Warner Brothers published this. It was developed by Fifth Cell Media out of Bellevue, Washington. Keep that allocation in mind later on, as it is. This is a port of two games in particular. There's Scribblenauts Unlimited and Scribblenauts Unmasked. Scribblenauts Unlimited came out on November 18th, 2012. It's a launch title for the Wii U. It was also on 3DS, and it was also on the PC. They were ported to the iOS, the Android, and in this release for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and it was already on the PC originally. As the fourth game in this series that started on DS with Scribblenauts and Super Scribblenauts, they're by the same people, who also made Draw to Life, if you're familiar with that one. And they then said, okay, we have the next game, which is Scribblenauts Unmasked, which is timed DC. You're seeing Batman, you're seeing Superman.
DC Comics?
Yep. It's Scribblenauts Unmasked, a DC Comics adventure. So you're seeing Wonder Woman, you're seeing Batman, you're seeing Cyborg, you're seeing Green Lantern, you're seeing Superman over there. So they ported both these in. That Unmasked game, by the way, came out on September 24th, 2013 for PC, 3DS, and Wii U as well, and then later in this release.
Can I ask you about the one Scribblenauts Unlimited? Is that more of a kid's game?
They both are, to a certain extent, because this is a case, this is definitely an interesting thing as far as puzzling. We're going to show a brief element of this.
Okay.
I'm also going to skip over the cinematic, because this is spoken with dialogue.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll compromise. In the edit, oh, actually, no, I already skipped over. In the edit, I will take the footage. I'll try and get the footage as far as the cutscenes for it. Or, since we can come back to this, I'll show it then. Because actually, the voice of Mimi, because I'm Maxwell, by the way, who I'm playing as. And this is my sister Mimi. She's voiced by Jennifer Hale, by the way, who voiced Naomi Hunter in Metal Gear Solid, and also Priya in Wild Pistol Tactics. And there's other stuff we played or we're going to be playing that have her in it. And she's the female version of Commander Shepard in Mass Effect, as it is. But anyway, because there's opening cutscene with voices on both of these. So let me tell you how Scribblenauts work. You're familiar with this game?
Never.
I always heard about this on DS. It is very cute as far as how the look is. Basically, this guy has like these walking arms that way. You walk to the farmer, interact with Edwin the farmer, hit the X button to do this. You have to earn star rights. The idea of this is that you have a magical memo book, and you have a pencil to write in it. So you basically have to solve puzzles by writing out things to do something. So Edwin has an award-winning pig he needs help with. So what do? So we have a mission. We have the basics. So he says we have to run to the litter. So we have to turn into winning pigs. You have to write an object to help him scrub him. Okay. So you have to use the notepad. You press the D-pad or plus or minus. Type something to clean the pig using the left stick and press the select appropriate button. Now, on DS and on Wii U, you can touch the screen as far as typing it in, which honestly the better interface is what they give you. They give you like circular perspectives. But what you can do in this is you can get a sense of we want to clean the pig with something. So in fact, Dolphin, I'm going to leave it to you. What are we cleaning Edwin the pig with?
Let's see. Edwin the pig looks pretty dirty, and he's a pig.
Yup.
So, can't we clean him with soap and water?
We could try soap, indeed. So let's try out a bit of soap, see what we can do.
A little bit of soap.
So here's some soap. Let's try that, and so you can accept and take it. And then when you do that, you drag it, you drop it onto Maxwell, and then you hit the Y button and use it on him. There you go. So that's one way. Here's the thing. You could do it multiple ways. When I was doing my test for this, I said, let me take a brush and brush them off.
Okay.
But that's the thing. This game is cases where you can come up and pretty much write anything you want within limitations. I'll get into that as it is.
Okay.
For the purpose of doing that. So feasibly, if you're just going to think on your mind, you're going to come to this game. It's like, okay, I want to do this. They tell you to do this. You just think on your mind, like, what's the first thing that comes to your mind on what you need to do? You very well may be able to get through the game just on that instinct alone. Yeah. And you have to drop the item, hit the B button, and then drop that down. Okay. You can also press the B button and then toss in the garbage can. Yeah, the interface is a little weird. So the pig looks great, so we have to increase its size using the adjective. So yeah, this is going to be your word perspective. So you get close to the pig, hit the B button, and select add adjective. So we want to increase its size. What do we want to do?
An adjective? Giant. Huge.
Huge? Okay, let's do that. And basically what you do is basically aim the left analog stick in order to get on the wheels, and then wherever the letter is, hit either X, Y, A, or B in the direction it is. It's a little weird, I'm not going to lie, when I first played this. I almost wish I could play the Wii U version for this very reason, but that being said, we can grab that, accept it. There he is, so he's huge. Now, in the talent competition, we need to use a noun to create wings that'll carry him. And they can give you hints as well if you hit the plus or minus button to do that.
Angel wings.
You want to give him angel wings?
Yeah.
Well, let's do that. So then press start. You can get a hint if you need it, or you can go over here and press. Okay, well, they'll show us a hint. So this is for the purpose of this. I need wings to help me fly. That's my hint. So here are the people in town. They want to judge us, as far as judge the pig. So what we got to do is when you get to, you hit the B button. You pull. You can go cycle through what's around. So I have Maxwell and Queen the Pig. It's almost like The Sims a little bit, how this interface works. So we have to create an object for this. You said you want to say angel wings, correct? Okay, so let's do that. A-N-G-E-L. And you can do space, which is down here. Angel wings. There you go. Tap this and then drag it onto him and drop. Boom, there you go. So speaking in blah blah blahs and in Pac-Man things and in scales and the winking emojis, I guess. Let's see how we do. There we go. We won the competition.
Okay.
Good job. And so anyone the farmer's very happy. I get started for that. That is your currency specifically for this game as far as getting to new areas, opening new areas in the game, and I guess buying stuff. I'm going to show one more as far as this, and we'll show the Batman side of this. Or find the DC side of this. Okay. You're in 10 shards, by the way, to form a star, right? So use Starlight Vision to find them. That is on the minus button. Use this. It goes black like this, and it's kind of like a radar. Use the golden knob, just hit the B button as far as this to see what's here. You can also turn it off feasibly, or just go around that. Like there's a sad girl, so I can just turn this off like that. So hi girl, what can we do for you? She's sad. I need to know what she's doing. Actually, I gotta talk to her, so fine. He's saying help the sprout grow, so what do you want to do? You want to deal with the sprout, or you want to deal with the cat in the tree?
The sprout.
Okay. So what do you want to do with this thing? He said he wants it to grow.
Water.
Alright, what do you want to do? Just water it? I said, yeah, you can just keep coming up with these things, but it is also within reason. In fact, they're going to give you a bit of a warning that way. So let's take some water. I'll accept it. I'll put it on this. I can also put it on Maxwell and hit the X button or Y button here. Okay, so fine. It's Audrey 2 again. We keep coming back to that from Little Shop of Horrors. So it scared away the shard opportunity. You might have to reset the level for the purpose. If we did do what we need to do, but in that case you can do that and just like reset. It'll save your progress, and then basically the layout of the level will stay the same. So this girl's sad. What does she say? Okay, well, the notepad can read many things. Vulgarity, copyright materials, product names, trademarks cannot be entered. Copyright materials is technically wrong, as we'll see in the Unmasked game. Vulgarity, let me explain. This is not a vulgar thing, but I remember there's a mission later when you're going to the hospital. I was looking at this for the first time with the Crusader 64 and Gemini 96, and we're going to do this game. I said, what? She's like, what should I put in to give him to make him happy? He said, heroin. It's like, what? It's like, okay, obviously, can I do that? Like, no, you can't. They don't let you do that. So there's not a mature rated version of Scribblenauts that I'm aware of specifically. So there's going to be limits as far as this.
Give them chocolate, because a lot of people like chocolate.
I guess so. Or fine, I don't know. I'm thinking of the Family Guy taste. Like, give them gum. Like, no, it's joke gum. What do you mean? Now you're addicted to heroin. So I was like, it's going to happen anyway. But no, in that case, we can't do that. But okay, so fine. Learn the control stroke under the controlling map. She's saying, help me. My kid's stuck on the top of the tree. Get him down. So, alright. Again, what's your choice? You want to build a ladder? Okay. Which is what I did when I was doing my tests. Specifically, D. And they will also have, like, the, what are you thinking of specifically? So you accept that, put that there. Okay, she's there, so like, I hit the B button and climb up the tree, or try to climb up the tree. I gotta hit the ladder. Okay, so select that climb. Yeah, pick up the cat because I got it, and then just hit Y next to him. Here you go. Or actually, no, I gotta hit this, highlight this, and say like, fine, I can pet the cat. I'll do that.
It says give.
Yeah, I'll have to give her that. So, okay, no, I don't want to create a new object. So fine. Here's the cat. There you go. Okay, come home. As you mentioned, you get those little starlight things. Or fine, you get the little shards, and you go starlight, and you go to Capital City. And you play as Maxwell's brother Edwin. Yeah, because the story lore of this, by the way, is that apparently the family of Maxwell is a case of having lots of children, as in 47, as far as how the story is concerned. And you can unlock avatars for that for the purpose of playing that. That's the look at what we're doing, so I'm giving you a little bit of a taste, but I'm going to show you the other one.
I like that.
It's cool. It's my only problem, my only concern with this version specifically is the interface. Because yeah, on DS, this was designed around the stylus. You basically touch the screen, basically type out the words quick. You have to press the buttons to kind of do it. You can do it, but it took some practice, I will say that. But we're going to show the DC version. You're seeing that compressed as hell Wii U loading screen perspective of it. As we're going into Gotham City. So yeah, they said the thing, no trademark materials. Not in this game, it's not. And there's Batman. Now, here is one of Batman's villains. Who I'll say who he is in a minute. I don't remember who he is. Okay, so actually, this, by the way, is worth pointing out, this is technically the sequel to the game we just played, Unlimited. Because the idea is that Lily's in Gotham City. She's trapped over there. She looks like she's broke her leg or something. Something's happened. And the game even gives you a warning when you start saying, hey, technically you can spoil parts of the last game, which is fine. For this, I don't really care. Right now. I bust the box like, hey, I need a doctor. Now, fine, for the Crescendo 64, I'm going to show you that you can't type heroin in. Just because. It's fine. That could help her in one way, but kill her in another one. So, I say, Oh, fine. Heroin the other way. I can do that, but fine. In that case, we can't. I just had to give lip service to that. Fine. She says, somebody call me a doctor, so let's call her a doctor. Let's call up, I guess, the doc in the box of Gotham City. I'm trying to think, what's the doctor as far as Gotham City, as far as Batman? Fine. This is doctor. Fine, let's put him down here and say her. Thank you. Select your creation to help remove it. Same deal, hit the B button. You can switch between your have. You can also toss him in the trash. So bye-bye, doctor. You okay now? Yeah, thank you, Maxwell. So yeah, there is Lily, but the Starlights flew away. Yeah, we're gonna need to get them in order to use the globe there, but wait, you! So I'm gonna do the Batman voice as far as Kevin Conroy. Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy, as it is. You think you're gonna run around causing chaos here in Gotham? Not in my city. Okay, you were talking Joker, the sound of that in Pokemon Puzzle League for Gary in the French version. This is what I meant. Here's Batman for you. We're good guys, just like you. Someone matching his description was the insisting Joker. Someone who can make anything appear out of thin air. Like, Batman doesn't know what to say about that. I don't take chances. I'm Batman. Okay, but of course, one of Batman's villains here, Deadshot. Okay, that's who that is, who is in the perspective of that. Beat it, kids. I'm here to fulfill my contract. Quick, Deadshot's one of the world's deadliest assassins, but in all honesty, I'm not as familiar with Deadshot as far as Batman, as far as villains. So, we can modify Batman with an adjective. So how can we get him to be able to kick Deadshot's ass? What's the adjective that's going to make sure he's going to beat the shit out of him? Now, it's worth pointing out, I'll say one thing. When I did my test play, I was like, let me give him battering, throw the battering. I was able to make it, but it didn't work because it wasn't an adjective. So, for Batman, what do we want to give him as far as an adjective? How is he going to destroy Deadshot? As far as adjective, what is the element of Batman that you want to say? As you're seeing the great attention to details like old Batman from the 60s, you have like the POW things going on the screen. There's visual automatopoeias going on.
Strong.
Oh, Batman is strong, because remember, Batman is a fighter as far as how that is. So, yeah, make him strong. So let's get Batman ready to go. Strong-minded, willed, strongish, strong-minded. Just strong. Okay, let's do that. So, yeah, Batman. Yeah, you're going to be strong, Batman. So, yeah, he is throwing flashbang. So, yeah, he got Deadshot, and he's gone. Okay. He got away, for now. Yeah, I'll use my notebook for good. He's like, what are you doing? You're going to try and cause trouble. Like, no, I learned that lesson a long time ago. That goes back to the last game. You did just save me, though, so tell me your names. I'm Maxwell, and this is my twin sister, Lily. Alright, is this yours? What is it? It's my globe. Let's just travel wherever you want to, but it's broken. So that's how we got to Gotham City. How do they get to Gotham City? That's how. My dad's gonna turn me to stone again. What? And he doesn't know what's going on. We're powered by the Starlights, but they fell out, we flew out, we need to track them down and get back home. This world could be in a lot of danger. Fine, we're living in Gotham City. That's always the case because Batman's around, and we're able to help that way. So yeah, we're gonna go back to Batcave feasibly try to repair it. But Gotham's still in danger, so Maxwell's saying, fine, Lily, you go with Batman. I'm gonna go around town. I'll try and handle things, okay? Yeah, so Lily's gonna be helping Batman trace that. He'll go down and talk to Peter if you ever saw the Lego Batman movie, as it is. Which, by the way, came out after this game, so probably that's that idea. But there goes Batman. He's very stylized Batman, so I got the Bat Communicator. So yeah, in that case, we'll have a way to stay in touch with him.
That's good, it's good.
Yeah, so he's like, can I have your autograph? No. So yeah, Batman's the case, but of course the hits keep coming because here's Commissioner Gordon. Remember, Commissioner Gordon in the Batman mythos is all about helping out Batman or find Batman helping him and that, but here he is. Looking really good as far as how that is. I saw what you did for Batman. Your powers are incredible. Do you think you can fix my police car? Yes, we can. So we can go over to him. Yeah, Deadshot busted my vehicle. So what are we going to do to try and help his vehicle? We can... I guess we can create a new object for it. We can add an adjective. I don't know what the hell he did to it. I don't know. Maybe it needs a new engine. I'm going to try the engine to see if maybe that does something. So it's one of those things, yeah, you look right at it. It's like, what do I have to do? So let's give him an engine. Or I could give an engineer. It's like, fine, let's put the engine here. So, no, can I pick that up? Shit, okay, I destroyed it. So, alright, fine. Sorry, Commissioner Gordon. I have to reload the map. Oh shit, do I have to do this whole thing again? Okay, if I have to do this whole thing again, yeah, fine. Okay, never mind. I guess there's not a checkpoint to that. I guess because I messed up. Alright, fine. So, fine. Commissioner Gordon's car died. Right. So, fine. Rest in peace, Commissioner Gordon's car, as it is. But just want to give you a little bit of taste of what Scribblenauts is offering. Yeah. And there's Lily again. There's definitely interesting stuff, and I don't think there's a content case as far as I checked as far as earlier was not. But yeah, because I said, we gotta look at more stuff for Batman. We have to look at stuff that's good, because it seems like a lot of DC stuff we've looked at, aside from this and Injustice, like, we looked at Batman Forever on Super Nintendo, we're looking at Justice League Task Force on Super Nintendo in a couple of months. So I said, okay, fine. Yeah. We gotta have something else to this. Like, this seemed like a good way to go. And also in case, like, yeah, Batman. So there you go.
Batman Forever.
Not just Batman, but also just other DC characters. Definitely some interesting stuff as far as that. And we only got a couple more left. We're coming down to the end of this great showcase, as it is. In fact, we are at the near end now because I got 3 from Sega, and then we have Portal. We're ending on that one. Next up on the docket, we have a game that Nikki and Edwack wanted to see, particularly Nikki. She likes this one, and Nocturne likes this game too. Actually, a lot of people like this game. They actually pointed me to this. You'd think I'd pick the Sega Picross game up right away, but no, I did not. I got it later, though. This is Picross S Genesis and Master System editions. Came out on August 5th, 2021 for the Switch. It's by Jupiter, the same people who made Mario Super Picross, so we had the Nintendo version of Picross. Now it's Sega's take. Though it is worth pointing out that there's some elements as far as that. You have different versions of how Picross plays. You have Clip Picross, you have Mega Picross, you have the normal Picross. I'm going to show Clip, and I'll show Color. What you do is you have elements as far as pictures for certain things. You put things together for, including parts of logos, including Sonic the Hedgehog. So in fact, I'm going to pick one that I've done, just because I know I can feasibly do it. Hang on. Yeah, fine. Let's do Sonic Snows. Why not? Let's play this puzzle. Wait to hear the music. Let's run roll. Here, I'll just show it. Wait the music from Space Harrier, the Fantasy Zone. You can also change music up to be the Opa Opa theme from Fantasy Zone, or be Passing Breeze from Outrun. I'll show that a little later. Okay, same deal as before.
Yeah,
It's
I was gonna say it looks like.
so now you know what it is, but it also is a little flashier, and it's also something that it might help you out if you're like, hey, you know, how's this gonna go for certain things. But rules are still the same, which is 1, 2, 3. So basically, again, process elimination case of like, what could this be? Don't know. It could be that. As far as that, it could be. It could be that for all I know, but I don't know. There's 5. There's only 5 here, so it has to be these. Oh, also like. Okay, it's like, where is that case? Oh, there's 2 players simultaneous. I forgot. So feasibly, if you want, you can help me chisel the puzzle out. It's like, wait a second, why is it going into red? Fine, I turned the other controller off. Because by the way, when it comes to these Switch controls, if you breathe on the buttons, basically, they will go. But that being said, so you can co-op, it's all fine. You're right, hey, there's no co-op in the other one. There's co-op in this one. Okay, so yeah, it is interesting now at this point. Okay, so there's got to be up element 4. It's be these 4. Saying these 5, yeah, you're right, these 5.
You don't know about the 2, because that's only one.
Well, the 2 I think would have to be down here because it can only be 1. And it's 3, so that's going to be the end of that. There's only place for 1. We don't know where that 1 is. There's 1, 1. That could be the 1. Who knows? Okay, there's 3. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So it's not going to be these. And it's not going to be that.
1 on that one.
3 and 1 on that.
5 and 3 on that one.
5 and 3. Okay. In fact, for right there. In fact, you just gave the idea. You just found it out right there. So that's 3. 1, 2, 3, and we're done there. And you do have the pictures and stuff. There's the pixelated tails over there.
Tails.
Yep, indeed. We haven't touched Sonic as far as a franchise this year, as far as playing the games. But here he is, as far as Tails. First game we play next year, by the way, is a Sonic game. So just to go with that, it's a return to a Sonic game we played before, as it is. And you're right, as the 5. So good indication. And that also revealed that there's the 1 right there. As far as the 2s, there's no way that the 2 could be anything other than these 2. Same with this. Oh no, that could be that case. Also, you do have indicators, by the way. What you see when the color changes, that 412.
Yeah.
If you mark that correctly, it's also on the assumption, is taking the assumption you mark it correctly. It's like, hey, if I'm doing a hint that I need to, like right there, that went from blue to black. That means that I'm done of basically eliminating the spaces that I know right now that it could be.
Dr. Robotnik.
Or there's also Robo, or I think it's Robo or Mobo from Bonanza Brothers, which I gave credence to when we did the Genesis Mini 2 showcase, and Shadow Dancer, we played that. That was a great time we played that game. Because I know there's 1, there's only 1s there. And then for 2, we have 4, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not telling us much, even though that's, oh fine, that's telling us a lot because we have the 4 down that way. That's telling that because we have 1, 1, 2, so it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1 is 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, that's it. Alright, so there we go. There's the picture of Sonic's nose from the top screen of Sonic the Hedgehog. Alright, so I'm going to show 2 more briefly. I'm going to show... Fine, I can give a brief look at Mega Picross. I wish Nocturne was here for Color Picross because she was able to pick this up really, really fast. For certain things, we've shown this. So actually, I'm going to look at this. Yes, it's playing some puzzle. Also, the other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to use the hint roulette. I'm also going to change the music because we heard the Fantasy Zone music. I'm going to change this to Passing Breeze from Outrun, which is going to sound... Oh, I forgot. There's also the theme song of Alex Kidd. I forgot about that. Or the relaxed element of the music of Outrun. Oh my god, for Passing Breeze. Okay. Honestly, I'm not as prepared on this one, I'm not going to lie, as some of the other ones. Because basically what you have to do is you have to take a look at what the numbers are up there as far as what they are for the green ones there and then the dark ones and that. So honestly, I think I might have screwed myself as far as this. It might be one of those cases where we'll come back to this game.
Yeah.
You know what, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll compromise. We're going to show off the tutorial on how this works.
Yeah.
We may as well walk through one just for the purpose of that. Because if it was Nocturne here, she'd know exactly how this is going to go for that one, because she picked that up real fast, and she actually helped me understand it, but I don't remember how it is. So we're going to run the basic tutorial. Oh, wait. Oh, that's basics of Picross. I don't want to do that. I want to end this one. I want to look at the one for Color Picross. Specifically, how to play Mega, how to play Color. Here we go. It's basically Picross with the Sega flair, and you know that I love that stuff. Alright, so here we go. So they'll tell us how this works. The end user know the rules for knows to solve normal Picross puzzles, which we do. So how does this work for painting out? The rules are the same mostly. The hints show the connected squares to that line, and the hint's color corresponds to the color of the connected squares. Let's take example this row. Left to right, there are 3 white squares and 3 brown squares. In this line here, from top to bottom, there's 1 brown square, 3 white squares, and 3 green squares. In Color Picross, the hint numbers do not always have empty squares between them, because we had that with normal Picross, the fact that, hey, we'll always expect an empty one. In this case, not necessarily. With the different colors, there doesn't need to be space between them. But when the colors of the hint numbers are the same, there'll be an empty space between the correct squares the way that normal Picross has it. Also, when the number of hint numbers are different, or the color different, they might not be an empty space. So we're going to try to solve the puzzle. It'll help us. For input modes, by the way, first is an input mode. You will use the change of the color with the A button. You'll do the marking down. No, you do the fill with A as normal, and the mark off with the X with B. We change colors with the Y button. You apply a filter using either ZL or ZR. You also do a word simple choice, slide, or direct control. You do have elements depending on what controller you're playing with. Those will be configured. You can switch between them and pause them at any time. So let's solve this. So look at the navigation icon. This triangle serves the same function as the blue numbers in normal Picross, meaning you can find correct square one mark this way. Count the pattern, use the left like this, so this ain't 6. Then count them out from the pattern to the right. The squares from the hint number that overlap are the 2 in the middle. Here.
Yeah. I see them.
Now fill in the correct squares with brown. So as I said, this is the process of elimination. So honestly, it's probably better I'm looking for this one so we get that perspective. But I said, Nocturne picked this up really quick and she said, hey, you know, I got the sense that for some reason, the way she kind of looked at this, so it gives the idea of difference of puzzle game, you know? Which is, what is it going to be to be able to understand this? And I'm switching the color to brown, hitting the Y button. So good job. Actually said, I find it easier to look at this way than normal. It's like, okay, that's cool to see that. And the method's the same in this line, because they'll be filling in, because it's same deal there, because they're shared in the middle, so hit there, boom, boom. Good job. Now, on this line, there's 2 in green, 3 in white, and 2 in brown. When the color of hint numbers are different, there might not be an empty space. Count the right pattern. There's also cases that are overlapping because they're taking into account the fact that there might not be a space somewhere. It's here. There can't be a brown square in here, you can X that by hitting the B button. Then no, that's not a case of that. And hit the other ones. Yeah, don't touch that. They'll tell you if you did something wrong. Yeah, don't touch that one for now. Fill in the colors of the squares we found and fill in the others with an X. Right now they said that's the white one and the X over there. So yeah, you can't go ahead of this at least, so that helps you out. Next on this line, small X in the navigation icon, put an X up here because it's not going to be there. So let's go up there and hit the B button. Yeah, they will step you through, thank God. So actually, in that way, this might be a very good version to play if you've never played a Picross game before. And if you love Sega, it's a slam dunk. You enjoy the great passing breeze. Talk about relaxing as far as outrun. Okay, turn the small rectangles. What happens, you won't be able to find hints the same as before, but you can find a way of hints that's unique. When that icon over there is indicated, the color represents a color square that won't be found in an intersection with another line. The X and the I can only find squares. Take an example. White icon on the slide, which means the intersecting lines, we should look there, find squares that can't be white. There are no white numbers in these lines at all, so there won't be whites there. So mark the areas that way. And look up here to say, okay, fine, we process eliminated those. So basically across, we said no white colors there, it's all brown or green. Now count out saying, okay, based on the fact that we know that those ones at the top are not there, they're marked off for is more of those, no white squares. Top and bottom, count them out. There could be green squares in the area marked before. The ones that overlap are here. Fill in the squares that overlap. Those are showing on green. I don't know. I just want to make sure. Are you following this? Just to get a sense. Because I know it's a lot, and honestly,
Complicated.
it is complicated.
You just need to sit and sort of do it yourself, I think, and figure it out when you're working on it. Yeah.
Sure, but I mean, the good news is the tutorials do help that way.
They do.
So it's
The tutorials are really good.
right. And also, we have not shown the tutorials really much of the puzzle games. Well, sort of, when they have like the arcade
Yeah.
games where they're showing how to play.
Yeah, people should, if they want to work on this, look at the tutorials. They're really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's the case, like, fine, certain things you can kind of come to easy to understand, especially for a game like this, where it's definitely a unique beast.
You definitely need, just go through the tutorial once, everybody.
No, definitely so. I mean, but it helps that way. I mean, if you played Picross before, some of this can help, but since this is unique to this one, I think there's some other ones that, because there have been tons of Picross games over the years. So look at the lines, look at the hint number, and seeing Rolf, the hero of Fantasy Star 2 over there. So yeah, any Sega referencing going on is set. If we know white squares in the first 3 squares, mark them off. Turn the 3-3 line. All squares can't be filled with white and marked off. They go here. We know the white squares are. We know the green squares are here. These are X's. So fill these in. So X, X, X. Change the color to white. Boom, boom, boom. And then change back to green, which is right there and there. Good job. Now you know how to play Color Picross. In conclusion, the navigation icon is a triangle on the left side there, those blue ones. Wolverine's within that line. When the navigation icon is a rectangle, look at the lines that intersect the line and find squares that can't be filled in the corresponding color. That's who's to solve puzzles. We'll talk about color filter, which is on lines. There go icons. When these on lines of navigation, we'll look at the puzzle again. Use the color filter here, which is marked squares that can't be filled in a specific color. Use the brown filter to mark the ones that can't be brown. At the Y button. So basically I was kind of showing how this already worked anyway. So you have to kind of know that going in as far as how it is. Can I do this now? Yeah, use the brown color filter, which is this one. Hold on, I'm trying to hit the right button. That's not right. That's on white. I was like, wait, what at the mark? I mean, maybe I lost the plot on this one as it is. But you can also read again, press the left analog stick to use that. Use the brown color and mark the squares that can't be browns. Okay, fine. So, I think I get it. So, yeah, because it is 6 brown that way. So, fine. Same concept as normal Picross, which is... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that's not right. Yeah, I'm using the brown color filter, that's it. It took me a while, honestly, to do the tutorial on this one already as it was. Shit. Oh, I didn't even do that, I hit ZR. Okay, these are all the squares that can't be filled with brown. Okay, apparently, use the color filter to count a pattern 6. Top pattern, bottom pattern like this. The ones that overlap are here and down here the X's. So, there we go. Okay, we'll just complete this and I'll show one other and we'll go on to the next two. Because actually, The next two shouldn't take too long. And then we'll be getting close to the end of this, because I know this has been a bit of a marathon. But hey, we got tons of games. It's like, how are we going to manage this? We found a way. And you feeling okay as far as it? I know it's a weak case. But thank you for, fighting through that.
It's complicated, this one.
It is, yeah. But as I said, it's one of those cases where, honestly, I think Edwag might have potentially called dibs on this one, as it is. But it's also a case where I might have Nocturne as far as one of these if she wants to, for the purpose of being able to show... Oh shit, that was not right. To show how the color Picross works, because she's the one who understands this the best, I think, of the people I know who played this. Fine, I'm just doing it wrong. I'm fine. I'm not in the case of not caring. It's a case of, am I doing this right? But at least there's the number, so I get that sense. So, okay, I'm kind of getting that now. So you know what it is. So there's the paintbrush. But it's actually not a... Fine, tutorial paintbrush, because there's stuff that goes with Sega themes, but that's just a brush. Here's some more advice. Pay close attention, you might find more hints than the navigation icon gives you. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what we're going to do is there's Mega Tetris, which is or Mega Picross, I should say, with their big-ass pictures. Like, fine, I'll briefly look at this. It's a case where I'm going to try and bullshit my way through this, if I can. It's basically in squares like this. So you have like an element of 3. But also, the other thing is that it is mixing them in with normal blocks on top of that, so... I think I'm going to do it the same way, in the sense that, fine, I know it can't be there, can't be there. There's 4, but I think the thing is that you do have to fill in because it's covering both. So it's 4 in terms of... both of these columns, I believe. I believe that's the case. As you're in the great open music for Fantasy Zone, because we mentioned that when we did the Genesis showcase, just to go back to that, the Genesis Mini thing. Okay, so for this... Oh, it has to be this, because... It's 1... Okay, so that's perfect. So that's that. That's the end. So it's going to be 4, basically, because I think it would be a square, pretty much. That's 3... Oh, shit, that's not right. Okay, that's not right either. Alright, just showing 4 this way. Okay, oh, I see. So it's 3 and 3 this way, I believe. So, is it? No. That's 3. That's 4, so, hold on. What am I missing here? Let's see this. 1, 1, 5... 3, 3, that's 3 there, I already have that covered. I think it's here. Oh no, it's not here. No, it's not that either. You don't have the penalty case, so I'm basically just going to be hitting these off as far as how it is, but I already have the ones. Like, wait, which is it? Fine, I should have taken one of the tutorial on this one. One of this game is based on some kind of image compression algorithm. A high lavender with a 3, the weak perspective. So good to see you tonight for our puzzle showcase. Coming to the end of it, but we have a bunch of other stuff we've shown, and it'll be recorded. Yeah, this is up across Genesis Master Edition. I think you're right. I think it might be based on something like that. Feel free to let the memories flow on anything Picross as looking at this one. I don't remember how the fuck do I do this one, because this is the giant Picross and the mega Picross. I followed the regular Picross rules on the case of this, but I'm also like, hey, it's be 4 across this. I was like, wait, it can't be, because wait, there's 3, there's my other 3. Can't be there. They're saying it's not this. Fine, I'm going to do something that's in bad form. I'm going to be hitting the A button on every damn one of these squares until I get what it is, because... Okay, fine, let's find out why. Alright, because it kind of goes in line. Alright, fine. That's a stun gun from Ninja Brothers. So fine, that was not a case of that. I'm not doing a good showcase of that, so I'm showing one last puzzle and one last couple. We're almost done. As far as it, but we have a lot of stuff, so good to see you for sure. In fact, let's hint at one of the games we're showing too from now. Actually, you know what? I'll pick one that's not super hard, only because I don't want to be sitting here forever. Let's do... Yeah, we talked to Ooze. Let's have the reference of the D&D. Oh no, I want to play this. You ever play the Ooze, by the way?
What's that?
It's for the Sega Genesis.
No.
It's a very weird one, as it is. We can show that at some point for the program. I'm giving the hint just for the purpose of this, just so I can show this. And we're going to come back to this stuff, because we do the showcase show of showing off what we got. See, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I know it's not going to be there. Yeah, Normal Cross I can kind of understand specifically, but hey, it depends on the person. I mentioned Nocturne understands the color one better. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So nothing there. We get the great relaxing music, as it is. We do love this. I guess a nice cap at the end of our great show for this year. Crap. Okay, so I was thinking like I can bullshit my way through that, but not completely. Okay, 1, 3, let's see, 3, so I know that's there. 2, 1, 4, let's see, 1, 2, 3, so that's 3. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think it has to be there. Okay, so 1, 1, 1. Alright, let's see, hang on, so that's 1. Yeah, I already cross-eliminated that one specifically, I think. Let's see. Okay, no, it's not, so fine. Oh, sometimes you get wrong, so I'm glad to show that you basically bullshit your way through a puzzle feasibly, and if they don't penalize you, I mean, they'll sometimes give you perspectives like, hey, you know, don't make mistakes. So it's kind of easier to come to for that. So fine, I'm not doing a good job of showing this, but that's that idea. For now, at least. Let's see, hang on. So let's see, 1 and 6, so 1 could be here or couldn't. I think it's there. Oh, it's not there, shit. Okay, so fine, I'm doing a bad job of showing this. Sorry as far as that. Hopefully, Edwack and Nikki are not thinking I'm, you know, doing a bad case as far as the game they wanted to see. But it's a taste, it's a preview. And one more going on, but I did eliminate that way, so I know it's that, I know it's there. There's 2, it has to be 2, it has to be that. And 2, 2, what else? Let's see, 1, 1, so it's be there, there. 3, 1, 2, 1, so 1, 2. And then 2, 1, I just have to find out where that is, but 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's that, and there's only 1, so that's there, that's the only one there. 3, 1 has to be there. Let's see. 2, 1, 1 right there. 1, 2, 1, 1. So that's that, and that's the 2. But I missed something. Right here. So there you go. There's your Helix Ball from, what was it? From Views. And over there is Joe Musashi. Yeah, Joe Musashi from, Joe Musashi, I should say. From, Shinobi. Or Vintage Shinobi specifically. Yeah, I already covered a bunch of these pictures. Go some ancient stuff of Sega. Stuff even I haven't heard of, like, what's the thing? Quartet, I didn't know what the hell that was. It was on the Sega Master System. But yeah, this is a great game. I might not have shown the perspective specifically, but I think we're coming back to this game because it is interesting. And you love your Sega stuff, absolutely is the case. Okay, so we're coming down to the end of this one, and we have one more that is a multiplayer component. Fine, 2 more. If you want to show this one off or be involved with this. This is Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. This came out on, December 8th, 2020 on the Switch, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Series S, Series X, and came on the PC in 2021. It's the second game in the Puyo Puyo Tetris line. I can also get stuff as far as the volume up a little bit, kind of. Weirdly enough, this is a little quiet for certain things, but alright, so let me show you how this works. We play Puyo Puyo tonight, we play Tetris tonight. What happens when you put them together? Well, you get this game. One case. This is developed by Sonic Team, by the way, as far as who made this version, and also the other one. It is on sale for $10, by the way, this week on the eShop. It was also physically released. Yeah, considering it's $40, but it's a really good game, $40. You want to join me on this one?
Yeah.
Alright, so let's do single player multiplayer, let's do versus. Hit on that one controller. You still want on Super Nintendo? We can go on Super Nintendo. We'll do a battle. We'll just do 2 players. You can do up to 4, and you can have a case of computer going on. You also select your characters. Not everybody unlocked, but first thing I'm going to do is I'm playing Sonic the Hedgehog. You can now highlight whoever you want to play as, or you can play Sonic too, I think. I think you both play the same characters. And here's the other thing. You can choose to play it Puyo Puyo style or Tetris style. Your choice. So what do you want to play? Tetris or Puyo Puyo?
What's the difference?
Tetris is doing the Tetris lines. Puyo Puyo is doing Kirby's Avalanche. So you do Puyo Puyo? Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm going to do Tetris then. Show you can do each of these.
Try to keep up.
There's a hit A button on yours. And hit that again. And normal's fine. Controls are the same as all the other ones. It's A to do that. All the stuff with the music set is we'll make sure that so you can get your capes.
Medium? What's the difference?
Uh,
We're both still at the same.
Yeah, let's handle this. Okay, so yeah, because you can do stuff for yeah, it's like actually it's exactly like Kirby's Avalanche. You're seeing that right now. So you have mild, medium, hot, spicy, sweet. I'll have medium. Also, the other thing I'm doing, I'm turning the music up because you can unlock pieces of Sega music in this or go this. This has the version of Escape from the City from Sonic Adventure 2 from Sonic Generations. And you bet your ass you're playing that. Yeah, so in that case, yeah, you can play it the way you want. While I'm playing Tetris, so I can play Tetris my way, you can play Puyo Puyo your way. There's also ability to play both at the same time.
Wait a minute, don't they connect to...
Yes, you do.
Now then.
And yeah, the game is smart enough to the fact that, hey, if you're playing Puyo Puyo, like, I'm sending garbage blocks my way while playing Tetris, but then you send garbage lines like I do, playing that way. Actually, so I'm going to turn this up because, yeah, I want us to hear the Escape from the City thing. Trust me and we will escape from the city. Yeah, the opening theme from Sonic Adventure 2. Actually, the version of this that was in Sonic Generations for the classic Sonic stages. What's up?
What that little block means.
Oh, that? I think that's... I think there's like a target block. I think you hit that with reds. And you're... Okay, fine. It's your hint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Yeah, like that. Boom. And yeah, that is Roger Craig Smith, by the way, voicing Sonic. It's worth pointing out. Yeah, and this version of the song you're hearing, by the way, does have like the motif of Endless Mine from Sonic 3. It's worth pointing out.
Now then.
Got no other options, only one thing to do. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna sing this song all the fucking time when I play Sonic Adventure 2 because I love this.
Now then.
But also they give you this version which has the element of it before it had vocals added. But I'm in trouble. I'm at the top. Crap, and I died. So yeah, unfortunately Sonic is hitting his post on the ground.
Sorry, Sonic.
Maybe he's as mad as I am about the fact of how Sonic the Hedgehog has been treated this year because I am not happy about that. So I guess I can get that out of my way now. The fact I mentioned about Sonic Origins Plus, them releasing DLC for a game that was fucking broken for over a year to the point where you go in the water with Tails and Sonic 1, the game fucking crashes. And then, of course, they released it and have the DLC. They can't put 15 fucking megabytes on the fucking card. As far as the physical release, I'm going this way. I have a reason to do it. And also Sonic Superstars, which especially on the Xbox Series X, has button lag, and I do not like that game whatsoever. So yeah, I'm mad as far as it.
Hey, got it.
Yeah, so as you're kicking my ass with play. Jesus Christ! Okay, fine. I think we found the puzzle game you've got a skill on when it comes to this, because yeah, it's like a 4 chain. Jesus. Fine, maybe fine. My anger over what Sega's done with Sonic this year maybe is taking me over. Fine. It's one of those cases where maybe they need to let this series be retired. I hate to say that, but fine. I'll get into more of that when we do Sonic Heroes again in a couple of months. But yeah, I was entitled to that. I really was. I've been holding that in for a couple months.
Yay!
Uh-oh.
Yes. Now then.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
I'm gonna hit the top again. Alright, so good job. I'm gonna do we'll do one more and then we'll go to the last 2 games and we'll reset.
Okay.
So good job on the Puyo Puyo thing. Apologies for not letting you win. Perhaps I'm more competitive than I appear. Maybe, but either way, fine. We'll try one more time. Fine, alright, now I'm focused. As I got that anger in my system, it needed to come out. But that being said, but yeah, please do better with Sonic next year, please, Sega. Don't make me regret being a fan of this franchise for all these years, but honestly, fine. I'm the medic's perspective, because he's sick of Sonic as far as the franchise as well. Like, the fact that I'm even close to agreeing with him on some of this stuff, like, I hate that I feel that way. Superstar should have been a much better game, and apparently it is on certain other systems, but either way. There we go.
Now then.
Yeah, he's like the British dog. I don't know if this is the lore of this, because this does have a story mode with pointing that out, as far as how it is. And I played a little bit of it, but I haven't run into this character yet. Alright, so let's see what we can do, what you can do as well. I do like this idea. This is a really good game. In fact, I like this point of view of this one sort of too, in the sense of, hey, it's a mixture of Puyo Puyo and Tetris kind of going together. Like, why would these go together? But we found a way of working. How do you balance a game like that when you're basically taking two franchises we've shown tonight and putting them in one game? But they found the way. And fine, it is a case of Sonic Team doing a game right this way, as far as it. Alright, so yeah, and then as you go with Sonic, he does do elements as far as the game saying about homing attack and stuff like that, but boom.
Now then. Now then.
Uh-oh, yeah, you're not making it easy on me either.
Now then.
Yeah, what are you thinking on the Puyo Puyo Tetris thing? I mean, fine, you're playing the Puyo Puyo part, I'm playing the Tetris part, specifically. But it also goes to the case like, hey, if you can't get into Tetris normal, except for maybe Tetris Connected, that's the MVP tonight's show, what this says. Yeah, this might be the answer for you. It's like, hey, or if you're like, hey, if you're gonna get in a fight, I want to play Tetris, I want to play Puyo Puyo. Like, or fine. They always say this about the Reese's peanut butter cup case, like, you got peanut butter in my chocolate, you got chocolate in my peanut butter. That's what this game is, basically, when you think about it for puzzle games. Yeah, Boyo Boyo and Puyo Puyo, I like that.
I'm gonna lose this one, I think.
Those point out the AI on this game is really, really good, so you gotta be careful. Alright, so there you go. Come on, step it up. Alright, so yeah, we'll see how this goes for it either way. Actually, fine, this is another one you're talking about the thing with the preview thing for Tetris. This game has the same thing that Effect Connected and Grandmaster had, and Tetris 99 had. But fine, I get what you're saying as far as how it looked maybe weirdly off for Grandmaster, but kinda.
Yeah.
Just looking at it this way. Not bad, just kind of the case like, yeah, you know what? I get what I get where you're coming from, also, just looking at that boom.
Here we go.
Now then. Now then.
Yes. Spin attack. Spin attack.
Now then.
We're almost there.
Now then.
Ooh, Tetris. Okay, I was glad to at least show that as far as Sonic going that. Fine, I have to show Sonic a good light because Sega sure as fuck won't. Honestly, it's one of those cases where I almost wish, like, fine, give it to the Mania team again. Let them, you know, do this franchise right because the people made it right, can't do it. I mean, fine, they even got Naruto for Superstars specifically. It's like, hey, he'll make it right. It's like, yeah, fine, he was involved in Battle Wonderworld. And of course, Yuji Naka went to jail, of course, as we mentioned, for insider trading. It's like, yeah, what a mess.
Now then. How interesting.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Here we go. Spin attack.
Okay, this is one case I have two of those things. I don't necessarily want just two of them that way. Well, in that case, you know,
Now then.
actually, we are pretty evenly matched as far as how we're handling. Oh shit. Oh god, Jesus.
Now then.
Fine, you're not letting me have this one easily. Damn. Okay, wow, there you go. So it's coming down to the wire. And that's what happens with a game like this, you know?
Yeah.
You totally get in that zone, and you're like, yeah, I gotta win by any means necessary.
Now then.
Spin attack.
Now then.
5 by 0.
Oh, you did it all clear on the screen. Damn, you're doing really good on this. I'm gonna have a lot of feed items from you from this this night alone. Because yeah, just fine. I'll go on that quickly. I'm putting together a feat compilation of all the best gaming feats that I've had as far as myself and guests in the program at the end of the year. And so yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fodder for that one from you, Dolphin. So yeah, my hat's off to you for the question on the skills you're showing
How
tonight
interesting.
and for your input. Jesus.
Spin attack. Spin attack.
Almost.
Yes. Here we go.
No.
Now then. How interesting.
Uh-oh.
Now then.
Oh shit, no. I made the wrong
Now
move.
then.
I think you're gonna win this. Unless... Oh no! Alright, good job, you got it. Oh yeah, good job Dolphin that with the Puyo knowledge, and I guess also exploiting my anger over the state of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Yeah, it's like, fine, I'll let him rant and rave about that, and I'll just thought it would take him down. So, good job. That's kind of what happened, I'm not gonna lie,
So they
as far
give
as that.
points out? Is that how it works? They give points, or they just do?
What do you mean?
You're just playing separate.
You're playing separately, but the idea is that you're making clearages of your chains. They're sending stuff over me to the Tetris game I'm playing, and me vice versa to you
I
from
like
Puyo
that
Puyo.
game.
It's a fun one. There's also the prequel, as I mentioned, which I had. I said, no, we're not going to show that because I already had this one. Right, we're almost at the end. We have only 3 games technically left. But this one I'm going to turn down a little. I'm going to turn this down to about... I'm going to have this down to the 30, and I'm going to keep it here for the rest of the show. Oh. Alright, so we're going to play 2 as far as columns. You're seeing up there, it's 1 release, but it's technically 2. This is Columns 2, The Voyage Through Time. This came out in July of 1990, July 21st, specifically in the arcade. This was only in the arcade. And on the Genesis, there was a 3rd Columns game. A lot of people were like, where was the 2nd one? It was in the arcade. And until this Switch port on the Sega Ages release that they had in 2019, specifically on August 8th, this is the first home release of it. It is also available on the Sega Astro City Mini console if you have that, which I do, and I'm going to show that off at some point. And I ported the Sega Saturn in the Columns collection. It is 2 games as far as what this release is. It's Columns 1, and it's also Columns 2. It tends to be a case where I've gotten a case of people not liking Columns as it is as far as a game. Specifically, I know St. Ashton, going to have him again. He said specifically, like, as far as I don't love Columns, but I like it enough. He's like, what do you like best? The awful graphics, or the crappy graphics, or the awful gameplay?
They are. Look at the graphics.
Well, fine. This was 1990, so I mean, it's
true,
whatever. But that being said, even he was saying like this seemed like a pathetic attempt to try and you know, not have Tetris. But remember, they were going to have Tetris. They lost the license. They couldn't have it.
Do you play 2 people?
Yes, you can. You can hit a couple things. We're going to do versus columns. You can do flash columns. You basically do columns clearages out.
The same thing. You sort of just.
Okay, so how columns works is you give a little bit of it. I'll show a brief one on the first game. Oh shit, I hit start. Sorry. You basically have to press the button to flip them through. You have to line up 3 of them, either vertically, horizontally, or diagonally.
How do you turn them around?
Press the A or the B button.
Huh, they weren't turning around.
Basically just go online that way. They don't actually turn. They basically just change the picture in there. You're hearing this weird, very grungy Genesis music. Feasibly. Depending on who you are, your ears are going to be bleeding potentially after this.
What's that thing?
That is like a garbage line or something, I think. I've never done 2-player on columns. Yeah, this game is pretty weird. It can be zen, honestly, in some ways, but Fine, we showed Tetris Fit connected. I think, yeah. I'm not going to just
I see
stand up
what
for this
it's
game
doing.
right away.
I see what it does.
If you get chained that way, I'm causing like a
yeah.
weird thing with the... Yeah, it's like a fossil. It's like, okay. So yeah, as I said, when Sega couldn't have the Tetris Genesis game, when we showed off last year, they said, fine, we gotta have this. Although they didn't, as far as I'm aware, they didn't replace this with Tetris. This is like, hey, we couldn't have that. We're just gonna hastily put this out.
Ooh. Yikes.
As they won. But
Alright.
this is the second game. I'll show the first one a little bit. So in this case, press the start button. We'll do one more run. And then I'll show columns 1. Honestly, I like columns 1 more than I like 2, but this is a cheap one as far as it's on sale for $2.39 if you like the columns. If you don't like your columns, it's not going to change your mind. I'll say that right now. It tends to be a case where I know people like, yeah, they don't like columns that much. That was me chewing a chain down, and it basically gets stuff going on, although...
Can't turn it around?
Yeah, the only thing you can do is basically chain them on that, but as you do them that way, okay, that got rid of my blocks. Okay, that's how you can play around with me. Then all the years I played columns, because fine, this is a case where I had it on Genesis, it was always around as far as Genesis, so I played it. And a decent enough time, I like kind of the Phoenician theming of, fine with this level, but also with the first one. But also the question of, yeah, you do chains, but it does seem kind of random compared to stuff like Tetris, I'll say that.
Kind of random, I have to say.
So it's one of those cases where even like hardcore puzzle fans sometimes are like, yeah, I'm not feeling the columns specifically. I've always said I kind of have a mixed reaction to it. I have more admiration maybe for it than love for it, but it's one of those cases where maybe it's a nostalgia element for me, perhaps. So like the idea, like we sometimes talk the idea like what can nostalgia look like for a game, and where it'll like be like the rose-tinted goggles. I'm not gonna say a case of that, or even that this is a bad game. Oh, but I got a flash piece. So when you get that, it gets rid of all the pieces of a specific color. As I'm getting myself a hit down specifically. Okay, so fine. When I get a chain or you get a chain, it drops your thing down, so you have less or more room to work with.
Weird. It's kind of strange.
So fine. So I get in the sense you're not feeling the columns, which I get that idea. I'm gonna take this
Not
as a no.
really feeling the columns, no.
Yeah, honestly, I'll tell you, I kind of like this game more as a single-player puzzle game. Actually, maybe in that case, fine. Maybe we're proving St. Aspartane's points. Specifically looking at that. Okay, that's the second game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to press the start button. I'm going to go to the start menu specifically. I'm going to look at columns 1. Because this has columns 1, which came out in 1990 as well. Or fine, it came out in 1989.
I mean, it's not terrible.
It's not...
It's just... It's of its time.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that too. Fine, we're going to run on Clotho. I'm going to... Actually, I don't know. We want to press... I don't know if it says press start on your control. I'm curious. Or hit X. I'm sorry. Hit B. No, hit X. I forgot. X is start for this one. Does that go 2-player? Okay, maybe this is a single player.
Like
for this one. It is 2-player for the Genesis version.
Yeah.
Okay, so fine. I was like, yeah, you weren't feeling this game anyway, and to a certain extent, I don't blame you. Fine. Maybe I was ranting about the wrong Sega game. Maybe I was ranting about the wrong Sega game. Well, fine. No, I wasn't ranting about the wrong Sega game. I play columns multiple times over before I play Sonic Superstars. Although I have to check Sonic Superstars again because I mentioned last week in an edit, I said, hey, I think my version has input lag, which I think Digital Foundry indicated, yeah, I got Xbox Series X, is input lag for some reason. So maybe that's the case. Or maybe when I co-op it, I'll like it more because Doctor and I will co-op the Sonic games. Or fine, we'll co-op with 2 players because the 4-player co-op, I'm watching Super Game Brothers play on that game. It is a case you're looking at that, you're saying, like, what happened here? How did this game become this? To the point where it's broken. It's utterly broken. I played this game single player and I'm that mad about it. I was looking at as far as they're playing, so like, I'm getting mad just watching this, saying, like, this is what they're doing to Sonic the Hedgehog still. The case that Sega, they don't... Fine, I'm gonna get this off my chest a little more because I sort of hinted this last week. Sonic the Hedgehog, I think, to Sega is what Pokemon is to Nintendo in the sense that it's a franchise with a big enough name. It's a great franchise as far as what it is. I love both. But it's a case it's such a massive marketing juggernaut that they can feasibly put out any piece of shit and people will buy it. And I'm just as guilty because I bought Sonic Superstars like a dope instead of buying Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which is a great game. And the question of that is like, yeah, when is a case for fans that are going to have enough? I'm almost at an enough case. I'm not going to lie on this. So honestly, when we get to Sonic Heroes, I'm going to be glad to be able to play that game. People don't like Sonic Heroes that much. Like, yeah, I miss those days now. I played Sonic Superstars. Like, wait, that's the 2D one. I should love it. But it's like, it's not Sonic Mania. It doesn't feel like Sonic Mania. And it's a case where I'm just getting frustrated and angry. It's like, I love this franchise. You know how big I am with Sonic the Hedgehog. You know that. The fact I'm saying these things probably is like shocking you to your core. It's like, you're like almost ready to completely disown this franchise. And you're not wrong, honestly. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm in that stage. Like, I love it. There's some of my best cases of it, but there's not that care of it anymore. It's like Pokemon. I've been playing the Pokemon Gen 9 game. They released that broken. There wasn't the DLC for it, the final one. I guess because I'm realizing, hey, we gotta be, done with this, I guess. But the case is, people still bought it. And I said, I bought the other game. I can rant all I want, saying, fine, I'm not buying Pokemon because it's broken. But I bought Sonic Superstars knowing it had problems. Not knowing it had problems, but finding out it had problems and getting a sense of, I want another awesome Sonic game again. I want to play something like Sonic Mania. That game is so good. I was like, what's going on here? Why is it the people who made it, or even ours is true, the people who developed it, why can't they do it right? What's going on here? And I don't know if I'm the only one feeling this. I mean, look, the fact that I'm almost saying that I like Sonic Superstars less than Sonic 06, that tells you something's wrong. Only because, like, wait, Sonic 06 is a bad game. It's a broken game too, no question. We'll show that for the show. But it's also the case that, fine, that was a while ago as far as in 2006. It was also the case that after a collapse like that in a franchise, usually we're never going to have something like that again. It's like Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider had that happen in the 2000s, saying that we're not going to let Angel of Darkness or Chronicles happen again, so let's give it to Crystal Dynamics. They did a great job. It's been great ever since. We need something like that for Sonic. I'm just going to flat out say it. And as far as columns, like, fine. I guess I'm kind of be able to relax a little bit on this. I do love Clotho. This music, though, it is lovely. As you're getting this Phoenician flair going on with it. Actually, I'll tell you, this is in some ways, this is kind of a nostalgic game for me in the sense that I always imagine myself, late nights playing games with something like this. Like, yeah, almost feeling tired as far as, I gotta go to bed. But just in case, one last thing, it kind of almost lures you into almost like a dreamy sleep.
It's certainly not like Tetris 99.
Oh no, or Tetris Connected can do that in its own ways.
Effect, though, that music was great.
That's something.
And the visual, that one was great.
We're doing that as a full show.
Tetris 99 was like I had a pound of sugar. Whoa, that was.
It's the Sugar Rush case of that. So yeah, that's
my god.
So in that case, I guess it's good we're taking a look as far as columns like this to kind of decompress as far as the end of this night and the end of our case of this. So yeah. We'll get about 7 hours of this program and cover 31 games. Am I spreading myself too thin? Am I going to be able to pull this off? We did it. Dolly Finn, before we get to the final game, I want to thank you so much for helping make it happen, adding so much, showing the skills you've had.
Or not.
But you've had skills on
or gathered some new ones.
You've gathered some new ones. We found some interesting memories. We had elements as far as certain puzzle games, experiences we had. We had great elements as far as our best chat, the best chat on Twitch. That's why I say they have great stuff. We had a great time so far. But with this, we have one more game as far as it goes. We got very good. So let's put in short for the show. Yay. Super old game. No Saturday because it's only going to fit 3, so it's your initials. So SOG. Alright. That's the last of our Sega thing. My rant on Sonic is over. I just love Sonic. I'm sad to see what's going on with it. But hey, we'll look at Sonic again as far as franchise. I do love it. But yeah, please, no, not against Sega. I mean, at least Sonic Frontiers, that was pretty good. And the DLC this year, that actually did enhance it pretty nicely. So fine. Wasn't all bad this year as far as that, but we need to kick ass Sonic game again. We really do. But alright, fine, I'm done with that. But I got one more game in this. We're ending in a little way how we started with a game that Dolly Finn said specifically you want to see on the show. I guess you might have called dibs on this, perhaps. But we're going to show this off as our last game. This is Portal. This came out in 2007. Specifically on, let's see, October 10th, 2007 on the PC and the Xbox 360. This was in the orange box, which came out on those consoles. Later came on the PlayStation 3, where it has really bad frame rate problems. They then ported this to the Switch on June 28th of 2022. It's also on PC, it's on Mac, it is on Linux, and it's on Android as well. The Switch release is the Portal Companion Collection that Valve made. And it is the definitive version, believe it or not, of this game and of its sequel, Portal 2, which is also here. We're not showing it. And I'll go into a little bit of the background because this is a unique one. This is a spiritual successor to a game called Narbacular Drop. which was a 2005 game that was the senior gaming project of a student body in DigiPen Institute of Technology in Redmond, Washington. Now, for their senior project to put this game together, it had some elements as far as, doing stuff with manipulating puzzles and the portal gun you're going to see. Someone's porting it to Nintendo 64. This Portal? Oh, I think I've seen that. I think you're right, Lavender, as far as that. I think I've seen, as far as them porting that to Nintendo 64, as far as like a D-make case. But anyway, point is that this senior project they made, the company, they made up their company name, which is Nuclear Monkey Software. Love that name. DigiPen Institute of Technology in Redmond, Washington, not far from Bellevue, where Fifth Cell made Scribblenauts is located. Gabe Newell, who was the head of Valve, they often will do scouting around the area. He saw this project, what they did. He hired the entire team on the spot to Valve, and they said, let's expand this into Portal that you're seeing here on the screen. We're going to show a little bit of a preview of, we're going to start a new game starting in Portal 64 D-Make. I have them in the link list. Thank you, Lavender, for pointing that out, and also Dolly for pointing that out here. Alright, so yeah, let's talk Portal. If you would like your memories full on this one, and Dolphin hit us with that as well, because you said you wanted to see this for the show. How you came to it. For me, I got Orange Box on 360, and that's how I played it. And the reason the Switch version is the best is it runs at 60 FPS, mostly, and it's terrific. Yeah, talk about Portal if you'd like.
It's been a long time since I played Portal.
Indeed it is, but yeah, we're playing as Chell. And welcome to the Aperture Science Center with Gladys, voiced by Ellen McLean. It's worth pointing out. Whose other credits include voicing Witch in Left 4 Dead games, Del made in Cyberpunk 2077, recently talking about broken games, initially. She was also the voice of the Combine Overwrath in Half-Life 2, and the voice of the AI of Gypsy Avenger in both of the Pacific Rim movies. But yeah, this is the embodied voice. You can hear the very robotic voice. Very deadpan, but also weirdly funny, and more to that if you have played Portal. And if you haven't, also, yeah, she's talking a different language, so it's stand back, Portal opening in 3, 2, 1. Alright, here we are. And this is us. We are Chell, by the way. She's the female, unvoiced, and initially unnamed character who's going to go through the tests of Aperture Science. I love the 80% speedruns of this game. Yeah, the perspective of going through this game really, really fast, because it's not a long game, admittedly. It's a game we could finish like 3 hours, if that, and show off everything feasibly for it. We're getting a little bit of a taste. We're going to come back to this game, and I figured this is the one we should end on. The big case of this, like, yeah, basically it's a physics first-person game, as it is. It's also a case, like, even people don't like first-person shooters. Like, I know people like, I'm not liking the cases of that. They've gotten into this game because it is about. Talk about a great concept. Talk about the people who made this as far as DigiPen, the idea of the predecessor of this. And say, like, let's make this game where it's this first-person puzzle game. We have shooting in it, but we're shooting it for managing portals for the purpose of solving puzzles, getting through, specifically hitting stuff by pressing the button onto the Aperture Science Heavy Duty Super Colliding Super button. Yeah, and it's also insanely funny. Yeah, the glitches by this game are off the chain too. You can't tell what's going on at all when those happen. It's like, we're gonna, when we do this game for the show, we're gonna use this version because of the 60 FPS frame rate, number one. But number two, we're also going to be showing this game as much love as we can. And to start, we have to wait till the portals get things out of the way. You have to take this and drop it on the button. Hit the R button in this one to pick stuff up. You're moving with the left analog stick, aiming with the right, hitting the B button to jump, and keep going through the chamber log. Yeah, prolonged exposure to the button are not part of the test. Yes, this game is incredible just to see how much of a impact this game made. Because remember when Orange Box came out, it was, if you're not familiar with Orange Box, it was a collection of 5 games of Valve's, which were Half-Life 2, which got ported for the consoles wasn't on, but another release, as well as Half-Life 2 Episode 1, which was released on PC the year before, and Half-Life 2 Episode 2, which talk about franchises that are on a cliffhanger forever, Shenmue, Mega Man Legends, and Half-Life 2, as it is, even with Half-Life 2 Alex, that came out on VR years ago. They also included Team Fortress 2, and included this. This is the surprise to everybody. When I saw this game, when I bought Orange Box and played this, I was like, what is this? But I said, oh my god, this is a stroke of genius. We talked about Tetris Effect Connected being a stroke of genius, a work of art of the game. Portal's another one. We got the blue portal gun. You only have one to start. Hit the ZR button to shoot the blue portal and use it to go around where the orange portal is, which is on its own. But then this game formed a following behind it that until I played it, I never thought I would expect. But then you realize this hit to something very specific, even to the point where the most cynical people you can imagine. I think in one case of Ben Yatsu Crochet, who has the Zero Punctuation show as far as online. I'll have a link to his look at the orange box as far as that. He usually is like, actually he's from the UK. Actually, he does speak in elements. In fact, I think you were saying the other day, how do you know what the hell Branson Pickle is? Because of him. He references all the time as far as loving it. But but with this game, he says like, usually my idea is like, I have to come with something wrong as far as this whole comedic about it. Like, believe it or not, this is a game that I can't find anything wrong with. No, I'm sorry, I can't find anything wrong with this game. This game is perfect. And when we think about it, it kind of is in its weird way, in that it's a stroke of genius for the kind of game it is. It plays great, it looks great, it sounds great, it's insanely funny, it's insanely dark. We're talking about Little Misfortune earlier in the show. When you really want to think about it, this game is as dark as that is, if you really dissect this one. And we'll get, if you played this game, you know. If you have not, we will let you know when we get to the point of coming to play this game. You're basically just doing transporting to get through, to get the blocks, to get to the next element of the test.
We will not monitor the next.
But it's one of those things, when you really think about it, it's hitting all of these things. It's the jack of all trades feasibly as far as this kind of thing, and the master of every one of them. You're thinking that, how is that possible? Only people who feasibly around the outside of the industry who had this great idea could come up with something like this and execute it so brilliantly, and give Valve also credit for saying that, hey, they have something amazing, we have to harness this. This game became a hit for a reason, and it got a sequel as well for a reason, which, as I mentioned, is in the Portal Companion Collection. That is on sale this week for the Switch. It's normally $20. This week it is $6.79. It's only digital on the Switch, as we're pointing out. But yeah, if you have Switch and you don't have this, go get it. It is absolutely incredible. Of the games to go to get tonight, I'd say this, and Tetris Effect Connected being another one as far as it, but fine, a lot we've had a case. So many games not to sleep on as it is for the purpose of this, but I do need to shoot that there. But as Lavender is mentioning, the idea that, you know, this is a game that, yeah, in fact, you know what, I'll show something. Yoshi showed this idea, he said, you know, speedruns, you know what? Okay, I can't do it because I have to go up there. But if I did have the other portal gun, I could shoot something in there, run through, and make that go. But as I mentioned, you see stuff with speedruns in this game, it's nuts. People are kind of able to kind of crack this game as far as being able to say, hey, I can take shortcuts. Even stuff I've learned seeing people play this game.
Yeah.
Specifically, it's fascinating.
As part of a required
okay, she said, no, we're going to not follow you, but we were lying.
Suggesting that we would not
yeah, what's your take as far as this, or your experience as far as Portal, what you remember, what you thought when you first saw it? Right, I mean, it's also that case that sometimes, like, you mentioned first-person shooters, like, hey, you know, this might be a cynical case of it. I love first-person shooters as far as the really, really great ones, but, like, how many of these things that some people always say, like, hey, what's the perspective of video game industry? The fact, like, people killing each other or something like that, as far as like, that's always the negative stereotype when it comes to that, as far as gaming or stuff like that. But then you have a game that is a shooter, but if you can die, if I walk into that orb there, or the After Science High Energy Pellet, I'm gonna die instantly. But saying, you know, I have to get that thing bouncing over there in order to hit that button to turn it on. And by the way, as far as what I'm playing, I'm gonna play up to the point where I get the second portal shot. You have two. You only start with the one. You start with none, then you get one. You gotta do is they put the orange portal there, there's the blue, what we got?
Unbelievable. You. Subject name here. Must be the pride of. Subject hometown here.
And even that deal is like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you subject name here is must be the pride of subject hometown here.
Yeah.
And it's so weirdly funny, but also, as I mentioned, it kind of goes in darker places, and it pulls it off with such style and panache. And such a great case that people want to come back to this point where they'll try and get through this game quickly, or they'll try and say, hey, the challenge courses, being able to say, like, hey, I want more challenges, more puzzles to solve. I like the best puzzle games, some of the best we've shown tonight. When you solve a puzzle that seems like it's really hard in this game, you feel like you're on top of the world, and you say, I did that, I feel great, I feel that I'm absolutely in a great case of this. Alright, so I have to use this scaffold. You can, so there's an idea, you can land here even though you're kind of on the edge there. You can sort of use that to help on a speed case. I don't know this is with the speed run as far as the best time in this game is concerned. But yeah, it's conductive to that. It's conductive to being, you know, careful, methodical, think what you're doing. And you don't have time limits, so you don't have to worry about that. You usually run in a case where you get yourself killed unless you run yourself into the pellets. So yeah, it's kind of working on so many different levels. And of course, yeah, the memes that come off this game as far as the cake is a lie. And of course, the sung vocal theme song at the end of it, Still Alive, by Jonathan Coulton, which is a great piece of kind of gaming folk music a little bit as far as how it is. Or indie folk music, basically. It's wonderful. And we can show that on the show, which we're pointing out, because the question is that licensed content with Jonathan Coulton's name? The answer is sort of, kind of, but it's also something that I've checked it for other things, and they've said, and I've not gotten a concern with it as it's been. So let's go over there. So now all I gotta do is basically pay attention where the pellet is, look for where it's bouncing. But also it's going that way. So what I need to do is I need to put that there. It'll go through that end, but then what I gotta do is I have to basically aim it right at the orange there. So boom, it goes there. And make sure you do it before it keeps hitting the wall, because eventually the pellet will go away. And go through. And don't fall down there, as she mentioned. Yeah, it'll result in an unsatisfactory record, followed by death. Yeah, it's that dark case. I mean, we saw that with Little Misfortune, so it's perfect coming to this at the end. Show the idea of where you get your dark elements, that's going totally dark. But then you have other stuff that might be going comedic, maybe. And then this one's kind of threading the lines of both of them. It's here's Aperture Science. We do what we must because we can. And the load times are not bad as far as this, so if you're going to get like, how is this going to work? This test is impossible, by the way.
This test is impossible. Make no attempt to solve it.
Yeah, we won't, don't worry. But fine, I'll show you how to solve the impossible puzzle. The impossible puzzle is basically shoot the portal gun in there, take this out, drop it, and where is the button? Here we go. Because by the way, if you walk into that field, it'll vaporize the buttons. You have to go around. Boom.
Fantastic. You remain resolute and resourceful in an atmosphere of extreme pessimism.
Oh yeah, we did. Okay, we're almost done as far as this is it. I just want to show that, and then we'll get into our last order of business, which is schedule. But before we get there, I'll just say this. Wow, what a ride. Yeah, this is our longest of the showcase programs, but yeah, we did it. As far as it was. Thank you for having the patience as far as this Dolly Finn. Thank you for adding so much to it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to the best challenge Twitch. My God, we had the best challenge Twitch shown tonight.
We sure
Names
did.
all here as far as I'm going to name every single one of you. I have to. I like first, Chasm22, AJ42, Gemini96, new faces in Super Bowl Game Saturday family of aka Tetris and Sarcasm Cupcakes, and also Lavender U as well, and of course Protorova, and many others maybe who didn't comment, but it's like, if you were there, it's like, we thank you so much for tuning into our program, for coming by and hanging out with us. This is what we do every week. It's like, we just want to have a good time. We're going to do what we got. We're going to give you the best show we can. And since we are a completely independent program, that's all is the case. Like, it's anything for that. Thank you for the stream. No problem, Lavender, for sure. We're almost to this. As I said, we're going to get to the point where I get the second portal shot. As well as showing the perspective of how momentum goes, which, by the way, in
momentum, or to be more precise, how it does not.
Yeah, so remember, the perspective of this in layman's terms is speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out.
Yep.
Like that.
Momentum.
Fine, she'll say that specifically. Sure, no problems. Like, we aim to please here, but we also we want to have a good time. Like, that's also why I'll say, like, hey, we'll do stuff you want to see too, and that's why I love doing the showcase shows. That hey, the chat will give us suggestions or stuff. I said I get to collect a bunch of these, take a look as far as what we got, what we do. This is not just me. This is not my show. This is our show, and that's the idea. And shows like this that remind me why I do this. I just do this for fun. I don't do this as far as pay or anything. But it also means that we can be independent. I can take requests and stuff. Feels like. If I were like being monetized, first off, I wouldn't be able to be open on some of the things I'm saying or that we're saying, or maybe you're saying as far as going into the guts of the game, and we do. But it also be a case of saying, hey, if we're playing some of these things, like there might not be an audience to this, which is like, I don't care if there's not an audience. There's somebody as I'm dying, which is fine. I'll let myself die for the purpose I get that. Yeah, Funny Portal Physics Paradox is also on YouTube as well, are worth watching. Yeah, definitely they are. Well, there's a lot of those. In fact, I think I might have seen parts of what Lavender's talking about. for this. Fine, we're gonna get the last thing for this, and then we will get to a case of it. It's like, fine, I don't care if, like, hey, small perspective of something, say, like, hey, you know, does anybody know this? There's somebody out there who knows what it is. There's somebody who has a story to tell. It's not even just about me telling a story for you. Say, it's that we've had cases where people come and say, like, I don't get the sense people remember any game, or I might have missed them. We've been playing Strange Horticulture in a month, specifically. I never heard of that till Dolly Finn mentioned it, and I'm glad she did, because I would have totally missed this one. So in that case, it's always a great discovery. There you go. There he's hitting the button. Oh. Unfortunately, yeah, the portal gun is turning on its own, so I have to wait till that goes and shoots in that direction. As it's going that way. Wait, so it is going that way, so fine, run. There we go. Also, by the way, when the portal gun shoots off, we'll not have a problem. But I do want to at least get both, because yeah, that's the whole point on portal, at least a brief shot. There we go. So we got the device modified, hit the ZL button to shoot out the orange portal. Shoot the orange portal out there, shoot the blue portal out there. You can do this any way you want. As you mentioned, the idea to talk about your open-ended game in a way that you think it's not really. Because you can use that, you can use the physics as far as the game, as far as getting where you want. I can shoot anywhere to get the sense of, I open that door, shoot the orange portal in there, jump into this one, we're able to get there. And it just, the possibilities of this game as far as what they give you. It feels endless even when it's not, and it's also the kind of thing you keep coming back to years and years specifically, boom, like that. Fine, we'll do one more room because I think that's also going to be how we're going to get our Wii case, and I think at that point, we'll shut down Super Bowl Saturday for our 4th annual Thanksgiving showcase. I had such a great time. I'm feeling stuffed as far as the meal, as far as the week, as far as it, but also the great gaming goodness. That's what we do. This is our gaming feast. This is our annual gaming feast. And I'm so happy I was able to have this case going. I'm glad, Dolly Finn, that you were here. I hope you had a great time. I'm glad you did, and I'm glad for that. And let's talk about next year's showcase. We're going to do something a little different next year because it's something we've talked about a couple times. Next year is the end of the Xbox 360 store, which includes a version of Portal, which is Portal Still Alive. But that's backwards compatible on the later Xbox consoles. For the stuff that isn't, stuff that had demos that have been since the list years ago, I think we need to give a little bit of a look to some of those things. Some of the stuff that feasibly could be lost to time as is, some of it already has been. So we're going to have a bunch, we're going to have more of this, more games than even the 31 here, because as we have this going, it's also something that I might not be able to talk about games or play them for that long before we run out of a case of a demo. I have stuff I know that we've talked about this on the show, including a puzzle game, Poker Smash. We talked about that on the show. There you go. That is, I think, the way to end, like the Wii as far as what that is for Gladys. And we'll leave here. Actually, you know what? I'm trying to think of what's a good case of music to end on. You know, I'll tell you what I'll end on. I'll start at Picross up. I'll go into one of the levels and listen to Passing Breeze, something relaxing for it. But so our subject next year is not going to be a genre for the first time. We're going to be doing delisted games from the Xbox Live Arcade from the Xbox 360. And the rules of this are going to be, if it was delisted from the Xbox Live Arcade years ago, or if it's something that's not backwards compatible on the Xbox One, Series S, and X, when the store shuts down on July 24th of 2024. Just to give a sense, I will also pull up this Kaiju from Rent a Hero. As we have an element to this, I'll put the music up a little bit for the purpose of this, I think. There we go. No hit roulette. Let's have that going. Enjoy the sights and me wishing for better stuff in Sonic, but that's either here or there right now. That's going to be the case. So chat, if you have any suggestions of games that were delisted from the Xbox Live Arcade, or they'll be gone and not backwards compatible with the later Xbox consoles, because Microsoft said we're not doing backwards compatible anymore as far as it. But tons of the library is set that way, so there's going to be a lot that's still going to be available. Say the word of what it is. I'm going to collect a bunch of them. I've been downloading demos from 360 going back, Christ, almost 2 decades in a couple years. I cannot believe that. We're almost 20 years for the Xbox 360 in 2005, as is. But yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff I've downloaded as far as demos, stuff I own, stuff I've wanted to show, stuff I know Chad has indicated, puzzle games, going poker smashes like Tetris Attack from the Xbox 360,
Yeah.
Boogie Bunnies, which I've been wanting to show off for a while, which is a game that is very much like Magical Drop or like Busting Move a little bit, and other stuff of a lot of different cases. And other games I know I've been promising people as far as a full show at some point, but I'm going to collect a bunch of those. We're going to have another case of a great gaming feat of games that maybe are lost to time, but they might still be available in other places. So that might be a case of, yeah, some of that stuff might not be lost forever. Maybe the word comes out, someone's like, hey, no, this game has been languishing, maybe get a re-release. And that's also going to be the case of the show tonight. Well, all this stuff is available as far as on Switch and other places. And good cases as far as like, hey, you love your puzzle games, you might have seen something on here you might like, or something you might like to give to somebody, specifically for the holiday season we got coming up. So yeah, that is going to be the case of it. So yeah, with that, 31, technically 32 games for Puzzle Showcase for this year. The puzzle game I want to try is Ghost Tricks, but it's only for the Game Boy Advance, I believe. Ooh. Ghost Tricks, are you familiar with that?
No.
We can take a request on that. It's worth pointing out louder than this. I do have the Game Boy player for the GameCube, so if that's a request for something on Game Boy Advance, we can show that off as a program. Or figure something for it. When I hear Ghost Tricks, I'm thinking Ghost Trick, which is on DS. Or fine, it was on DS or 3DS. It's that, I think it was the one with Capcom. But maybe it's something else. But I guess Dollyvin's going to fact check me on this one specifically. We'll figure it. Maybe it's on DS specifically, but either way, so we'll look into that as far as what it is to find it. And then we can...
Ghost Boy?
Ghost Boy, is that it? Lavender, is that the game? Ghost Boy? I don't know. There's Ghost Rider, but I don't think it's that. It's not a puzzle game. We'll figure that. So yeah, I'll look into that. I'll see also when I edit this, because we edit this, by the way. We edit the show in a couple of days. It goes onto our YouTube site. We have a ton of great content for you over there as far as shows we've done, games we've played, other stuff that, yeah, chat you want to see. We do a review request at least one of a month for the purpose of that. We'll have that name. I'll have edits to get answers as far as all the stuff. And if you want to see that, that goes on the master list. We'll play it for you at some point. We'll show it off. You can come in, tell us all your memories, all your interests. It's like, I've always wanted to see this. Can we do it? It's Ghost Trick Fan Detective. Right. Oh, yeah, actually, that's what Game Head actually recommended. Because that's on Switch, actually. Which was a game that was on the DS, or it was on DS or 3DS. I think it was on 3DS. It's by the people who made Phoenix Wright, as it was. Mm-hmm. And I know we got to touch Phoenix Wright specifically. So yeah, Ghost Trick Fan Detective, you got it. I think Ed Wack, who has been on the show before, and he'll be on in a couple of months, he loves that game. He might want to call dibs as far as coming in on that one. So we'll figure that, and as I said, I'll give you announcements as far as stuff, and in that case, we'll do our last order of business. It would be our schedule. We'll tell you what's coming up over the next couple of weeks and months. We're entering the end of 2023. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
I know, it's nuts.
Yep.
But yeah, we're entering December next week. So next week, we always will also announce when the time of the show is. Next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 2nd, Gemini96, who's in the chat tonight, as the reason we specifically looked at Tetris Effect Connected, and of all the ones I think we saw, I think that's the one we went the most nuts over, and rightly so. He's coming in for part 3 of Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. He's been with us for the purpose of playing it in the Super Bowl Game Saturday studio and being with us. We're running through the Switch to record now. And he'll have his choice, by the way, of the Switch profile picture, as has always been wanted for parts. We got our entire party now, and we're ready to go off and find where Gygas could be as we continue our adventure as far as Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. And the week after that, we got more RPG goodness for you, because actually the rest of the year is RPGs and puzzle games. Because week after that, we're coming back to Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation. We've been playing that for a bit of time. We're starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with myself, Protoreva, who's in chat tonight, as well as Nocturne and perhaps Blood Spaceman. We'll figure that. I'll get a sense as far as that. We don't know. Her schedule sometimes can be up in the air as far as it, but we want to make sure because she's coming. She's had a great time. She's at a loss. It's always been. I can tell you we have the best guests because they have a lot of things to say, a lot of things to add to a program. We're doing that at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for part 6. We have our other parts over on the YouTube site. It's been a while we had to put them on the shelf, but we're coming back. We're finishing the game semi-soon. And December 16th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm flying solo with another puzzle game. In fact, Dolphin can see right over there in the Nintendo 64 I have. I'm going to be playing Tetrisphere. Electrus wanted to see this. I've been prepping for this one. I know we've talked this. So it's a case of this game is really difficult as far as grasping my hands around it, but honestly, the more I'm playing it, I think I had an epiphany. In fact, I had the epiphany in front of you until I finished with this. Getting a sense of, yeah, I think I can do this. I think I'm set. I'm just really getting stuff set for the practice. I think the scope is going to be okay with what we got. Show up all the modes, everything we got. And in my case, wrap my hands around and my brain around a game that I played it when it came out in 1997, but I ran with GoldenEye, so I played GoldenEye more, and also in case that I said it was too difficult for me to understand, but now as I've grown older, it's one of those cases I'm glad I get to come back and get a sense of what is this specifically going to be like. Yeah. I think it's interesting. It started as an Atari Jaguar game, interestingly enough, before getting transferred over to Nintendo 64 and released there. Yeah, we're doing that on December 16th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, the other thing's going to be back because on December 23rd, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be playing, starting fully for play, a full play of the first game we showed tonight, which is, of course, what is the game?
Strange Horticulture.
Yep, we're going to play Strange Horticulture. We're going to use the Switch as it is. We had a point-and-click perspective of understanding botany in a haunted British flower shop. We're going to start that game specifically on December 23rd, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have the second part of it also the week after that. That's going to be Friday. It's going to be December 29th at probably 7 p.m. We'll figure as far as time for that. I think that Friday will work, yes? Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll figure, but we'll definitely have the announcement going on. We do the announcements as it is. And then we hit 2024. We're starting with Sonic Heroes. I'm either going to have it on January 5th or 6th. I'm not sure which. It'll be 7 p.m. Either way. I'll have a better answer in the next couple weeks. Maybe next week, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Going back to Sonic Heroes, we played it before, but we're going to be doing the super hard mode. I'll be able to play a Sonic game that I'm actually going to be in a better case on. And maybe my anger over Sonic that came out kind of out of nowhere at the end of the show maybe will have subsided. Maybe. But either way, that is going to be an interesting case of that. We're running the Xbox version for the purpose of that. The other shows we have are set, but I don't know what the schedule is going to be specifically. It's going to be next part Earthbound. We're starting Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PlayStation 2. I do have to fix the disc, though. I realized, actually, I'm getting disc read problems on the game, and the game was maybe more beat up as far as the disc's perspective, but I'll run it from a disc doctor. It'll be set. I was doing scope practice for that a couple days ago, and I realized, wait, I got it locked up, so I gotta get a sense of what that was. I looked online, it's like, fine, this error that pops up is an element of the disc, so I have to fix that. But we'll have a set of that. We're gonna start that game, playing it fully through. I just want to see that. End of the month, probably. These dates are gonna be subject to change, but I'll have better answers over the next couple weeks. For the finale of Lunar for the PlayStation. And then in February, we have next part of Earthbound, next part of Metal Gear Solid 2, which will be Friday when we do Metal Gear Solid 2. For that, I'll figure the dates. And then February 23rd is going to be Ed Weck and Nick can come back for another point-and-click game, specifically, or two for at least, from Nikki, which are Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide when It's Dark Outside, and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon from PC. You know those? No. Yeah, from Humongous Entertainment, who made Freddy Fish, as it was, the Freddy Fish games we played. She's our expert of that company and that style of game that way. She'll show the love on those. And then we're also going to have an early part as far as one weekend for showcase of the PSP version of Lunar as our final look at that game. It's going to be a deliberately short show at 3 p.m. at some point. I'll figure the dates for that. And then in March we have Star Snowboard Kids 2, which Nocturne's going to be on with me for March 2nd to begin with. We'll have Earthbound, we might be done with it by then. Metal Gear Solid 2 will still be going. I have an extra slot, I have to figure what I'm doing with that. I'm going to be coming back to Game Dev Tycoon or Pokemon Gen 9, because we have those still hanging. And the end of the month is Justice League Task Force for the Super Nintendo, which I first wanted to see for our April Fool's Day program. A not so hot game, but compared to Batman Forever, it's pretty brilliant compared to that. It was one of the first games actually with Blizzard, interestingly enough. Before they did Diablo and StarCraft and even Lost Vikings, they made this. It's actually no, I think I might be wrong about that. No, Lost Vikings already came out because they were yeah. I'm wrong about that. So no, I'm not right about that. It was after Lost Vikings, but yeah, it was a semi-early one for them. And yeah, we have other stuff to come up. As I mentioned in May, we have Title Legends on Xbox for our Memorial Day weekend compilation program and other stuff. And just one other thing, as I mentioned before we shut down, I'm working on the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site that will be launching feasibly at the beginning of the year. I just have to do a couple of last-minute tweaks. We'll have those schedule linked over there. We'll have the master list of all the stuff we've been asked for and all the stuff we've been asked for. We've done a show already, and we'll link to the shows for the purpose of those. And I also will have a feats compilation, of which Dolphin, you gave me tons tonight, as far as things I get to cut out, which is going to be YouTube site exclusive of all the best skills in gaming that myself and the best guests we've had have shown off across all different games. Stuff that's funny, stuff that's kind of, oh my god, how'd they do that? Stuff that, thank god we got that on tape. Of which we had a lot of cases of that tonight. I'm glad we got so much of what we had tonight on tape. And for our final element of that, and there's Alex Kidd giving us a nice smile there. Okay, so I think with that, that's going to close out Super Olympic Saturday for this weekend. This extended show for tonight for our 4th annual Thanksgiving show. Thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you so much, Dolphin, for joining me.
Thank you
for this
having
one.
me.
Of course, anytime and anything else you call dibs for, it's all yours for sure. And I will definitely look forward to seeing you for Strange Horticulture in about a month. All right. With that, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your holiday weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday, December 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Geminite 96 for Part 3 of Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything from the bottom of my heart. And take care, everybody.
Good night, everyone.